Well, oh my god, it toggled just the idle cam. I was setting things up for so long there. Hello, everybody. Hello, me and Tremor here. Having a nice stretch. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the next part of Final Fantasy XIV. We're at a bit of a cliffhanger here. At the end of the last episode, we returned to the Waking Sands. And, well, look what happened. Everybody's, like, dead and injured and knocked out. I assume they're not dead. I assume they've just passed out somehow. This might be some hellish fever dream. I knew something was weird the second we got here, and Tataru was not at the front door. So, yeah, strange stuff. And let's just run on through. Today's going to be the next, like, big arc on the previous one. I'll tell you what, guys. I was asked if my enjoyment of ARR has changed now that it's my second time through, and it has. I find it a lot more enjoyable my second time through. I don't know, I think knowing that it's very long and slow, and having, like, bottom-of-the-barrel expectations has kind of endeared me to it in a way. And I quite like, you know, every episode we've had a specific arc in, like, a different area of the world around a specific thing. And, well, the one today is going to take us to our first snowy areas, as you can probably tell by the thumbnail and the description. Which is funny because I think before Around Reborn, when it was just 1.0, I don't think the game had any snowy areas. Obviously, I didn't play it. But you might say, well, that's weird. Why is there snowy stuff now? Not well, we'll deal with that in the story as it comes. So, yeah, let's jump on in. Hello to everyone who's managing to make it here live. You finally caught a live taping. Well, I'm glad to see you here. Yeah, I premiered the start of this series, and I was gonna which gives everyone like a countdown and a timer so you can see when the next episode's going, and they are scheduled when I originally released them, so I could keep doing the premieres, but it was a bit weird and buggy. Like I turned episode 1. You guys might not know this. I don't know if I mentioned this in the videos yet, but I finished episode 1, and YouTube thought I was still like producing it for the next 3 hours. But it was just a black screen, and then the VOD like magically fixed itself. So I'm just a bit, you know, iffy about that. I don't know. So yeah. Anyway, all right, okay. Let's run on in through the solar. I've got lots of plans, lots of fun things to talk about, and we do indeed need to go to the solar. So out of everyone's bodies, is there anyone we recognise? I don't think so. Is this why I don't know any of these characters? Do they all die? Look, even this vase has been knocked on the side. Won't anybody think of the chairs as well, of course, as I mentioned in the previous part. Okay, so. Well, Neuraxia is here. Neuraxia is the one NPC we can speak to. That's wild. I actually saw a screenshot. Or was it... Yeah, here. Neuraxia was like orange. Yeah, wait, did I point that out in the last episode? Why is she like yellow there? I guess this was like a work in... progress version of the sylphs, maybe? Anyway, what have you got, Neuraxia? Not the vase! Yeah. Oh, look. Well, mind you, the face was always like this, wasn't it? This one is glad. The walking one is safe. She reaches her hand up. He reaches his hand up? I don't know. Do they have gender? Oh, we're getting the echo. We're getting the echo from the sylph.
We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed.
Oh, this is the exact dialogue that we heard earlier, just not voiced. I didn't pray before I returned. It's my fault.
Thank heavens he is safe.
It seems to be.
Louisoire, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one. And in time, it will illuminate the realm once more.
Look, even she's speaking a bit like Neuraxia there. A little bit.
Oh.
Ooh. Easy now, Minfilia. Oh, they're getting shot.
Advance no further.
Oh my god, it was the Empire. I thought this was going to be like a magically induced sleep. I have no memory of any of this.
We have come for the one who slayed Ifrit and Titan.
See, there's that pronunciation again. Ifrit. I don't like that. Ifrit.
Bring him forth, or you shall know no mercy.
Oh, oh my lord. It's okay. So far, they've only been generically named guards. We're alright so far.
Confound it.
This is your favorite ARR
Stay
cutscene?
out of sight. I would leave a message with you.
What? So this is... Oh, okay, but you can, like, hide magically, I guess. Oh, this is quite intense, considering people have just been slaves.
I
straight up.
surrender myself, on the condition you spare the innocents.
Why is she... How is she in a place to make demands? Is she really powerful?
Conditions. There speaks the supreme sire. I'll grant you have courage, but you would be better served by armor.
This is cool. Oh my god, she did shoot her. Oh, does she... Oh, it
Search
missed.
all you will. The one you seek is not here.
Damn, this is quite intense. I just realised, by the way, we haven't heard Livia speak in a cutscene yet until now, right?
So it would seem.
You might wonder, by the way, how can the Empire just be here? They have a castrum fairly close to it. Remember, we're kind of out in the wilderness, the desert wilderness, really. And there is a castrum in sight. In fact, I showed it to you guys. I zoomed in, I said there's a mission right near the end of the game over there. So I assume it was just a...
And yet you knew to look here. But how?
Oh, that's true, though. It was a hidden... It may have been accessible, but the knowledge that we were here was not easy to come across. How did they know that?
Hold that thought.
I love these wrist guns. They're cheesy and ridiculous, but I love them. Oh, wow, that was some good expression there. That's where we found her.
No!
Oh, wait, does that mean that that's where the echo ends? That's not very instructive. It doesn't teach us that much. Oh, no.
Conditions of surrender. Denied.
So hold on, we're getting echo even though it's unconscious. Damn!
Have you not done enough?
Perhaps. Enough. We must away.
Jesus Christ, they're getting mauled.
Though we have not found our quarry, the High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now.
They got Papalimo, it looks like, as
They
well.
say she also possesses the echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream.
Oh, they're going to put her in front of a primal.
I said enough.
Oh. Oh my god, okay. Bit of friendly fire, because this guy's too bloodthirsty.
We
Dude, that
leave.
was a lot of...
Bring the prisoners.
That was a lot of fell he was doing that to as well. The Empire aesthetics remind you of FF12, Arcades, and the Judges. Yeah, I mean, it's so similar, isn't it? I mean, look, it's a very common trope and staple for all the main series games. There's a big evil empire, and they're encroaching. In loads of the games, that's a thing. Loads of them. So, you know... But yeah, something about the voices, the way they speak through the intercoms in their masks and stuff, makes it seem very 12-y, doesn't it? Very, very, very much. Walking one, Minfilia asked this one to... Ugh. Hold on, this thing didn't even really suffer that much. It just got thrown against the wall, right? In case Walking One returned, this one was to say... At church in Eastern Thanalan, Walking One must claim sanctuary. This one tried to protect Walking One, Minfilia, from Imperial ones. Forgive this one. Save. Oh, I'm actually kind of sad about this, because it was really cool seeing Neuraxia turn into a human. Remember, vegetables bruise easy, guys. There we go. So I guess this Sylph is the first main story death. Wow. ... And what about everyone else? They're just injured, I guess. This was like a real attack. I seriously thought this was just going to be a cop-out. They never took the broken staff. You would have thought they might have done that. I really thought this was going to be a cop-out. Why don't I remember this story arc? Like, even remotely. Oh, it looks like we got to 10k gil here, by the way. Was that 10k or 100k? 100k gil. Nice. So what, are they all shot up and dead? It cannot be. Hold on. Are there any named NPCs in here? I should have noticed this on the last episode. Oh my god, I think they really are dead. I think they're killed. The game's being serious with me right now. Okay, so we're going to go to a church in Eastern Thanalan. Now, that's very interesting to me. If you cast your minds back to the Ifrit arc 3 episodes ago now, there was something of a minor mystery there. There was a weird character that I had a big reaction to over at that church. And I was saying, oh my god, I can't believe it's X. But I didn't say their name, because obviously that would have been a little bit of a spoiler. So while we're here, we have now unlocked another side dungeon. So guys, what I would like to do is one of the side dungeons nice and quick and early on this. That's the Egyptian-themed one. The Sunken Temple of Khan. It's got some fun little puzzles in it. It unlocked at level 35. Our main story quest is currently level 34. So these kind of, you can do them around the same time. So we'll finish this and then we'll go from there. While searching for signs of life, you come upon Eorzea. To your dismay, the sylph is mortally wounded. Using the power of the echo, you learn from her that the Waking Sands was raided by Imperial forces. And it can only just have happened as well, since we were on the way there. Who slaughtered countless scions before departing with prisoners. Minfilia is among them. With her dying breath, Eorzea implores you to seek shelter at the Church of Saint Adamalandama in Eastern Thanalan. The thought of leaving her and the others fills you with anguish, but if you are to rescue the prisoners and avenge the dead, you must first survive. So back to Camp Drybone. Remember last time we were here, we were kind of pretending to be a refugee? Well, it kind of feels like we sort of are now. But this time, we have a choker bro. And we can maybe move up there a little bit quicker. It's good to be back in game. I'll tell you guys. So, it was a bit of a... I explained a little bit of my situation in the last episode. You know, I've got this sudden move coming up. I've been very, 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 very busy between the parts. One of the things, actually, that I've been looking at in between these past 2 episodes is Discord, which really needs a bit of a lift up and a clean over. I looked back at Patreon again and sort of cleaned it up a bit. I have a pretty cool idea, guys, for YouTube memberships and Patreon that I guess I'll go over real quick in a second here. Just to hopefully encourage the website to be used a bit more. And by the way, since the last part, a couple of people did join Patreon. So I just want to say to you guys, thank you very, very, very much for that. That's gone some way to getting us back to where we were a few months ago, which was really nice. So thank you to those few of you. I've still lost insane amounts of money, and I need to figure out what I'm doing with that. But so I would still encourage anyone who's enjoying the show, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, so thank you very much. And yeah, I got a cool idea. I'll tell you guys that in a second. Iliad, hello. Is something troubling you, my son? You have the look of one who has endured great suffering. If there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. Forgive me, father, for I have sinned. Curse my enemies, father. Call down divine vengeance upon those who butchered my friends. The wild roses are dead, father, and now I know not what to do. Nothing. Oh my god, I'm going to say this bottom one. The wild roses. Because remember, this was like the code name for them, right? You may speak freely here. We're all friends of the Scions. Yeah. They're dead. We're alone. It kind of... look, it's ruined... This playthrough is ruined a little bit owing to the fact that I've been talking about how the Scions are big characters in the future and have cool storylines, and yet I forgot about this plot beat. But I don't know, is this an actual wipeout? Is this a restart? Iliad, how could this have happened? And you are certain that Minfilia was among those taken by the Guardians? This is nice music here. Let us pray no further harm comes to them. You may stay here for as long as you wish. It is the least I can do for a friend of Minfilia's. I have known her since she was but a child. Well, I do recall the day of our first meeting. I swore then to do everything in my power to support her, and I will gladly offer the self-same service to her brother and sister scions. So please, no matter what you require, you need not hesitate to ask. Marx, would you come here for a moment? Oh, it's the guy. Yes, father? If you require assistance, pray speak with Marx. He's a trifle shy, but I assure you he means well. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god. Wrinkling my nose. Must resist. Okay, I think it's passing. There we go. Do you guys want to hear something gross that happened to me last night? Oh, well, hold on. I should explain. Marx is a survivor of the Battle of Cartano. Alas, his experiences took a terrible toll upon his mind. Had we not taken him into our care, we would have surely perished in the desert. Do you know what this music reminds me of? There was if you watch my whole 10 series, I'm talking all the way through X2, which I know is a hard ask for a lot of people. At the end of X2, there's a whole other game. There's basically an X2.5. It's called Last Mission. It's like a Pokemon mystery style game where you're climbing a tower called the Utica Tower. And it's set like 6 months after X2. So it's like really late in the timeline, and barely anyone plays it. There's a beautiful song that plays there called like The Trail of the Three Winds, I think it is. This song, well, not now that the violins have kicked in, but this song reminds me of that. Sorry, I'm ruining the mood with trivia here, aren't I? I'm sorry, guys. Marx, I want you to look after Tremor. Do you understand? Yes, father. With his brow furrowed. We're all survivors of the calamity in one way or another, right? No, I haven't played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon myself, but I have watched my girlfriend playing it, and weirdly enough, I do own some copies of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon that I bought maybe 15 years ago, intending to play, and then never did, and they're somewhere on my shelf. So he has more quests, but are these like old ARR quests? The 8 you carry cannot the 8 you carry cannot have escaped Father Iliad's sharp eyes, yet he makes no note of it. Death begets death, especially in those places where privation is sovereign. Sorry, privation is sovereign? Privacy? A course left unburied is a rich field to Vilekin, where they may sow pestilence and water it with their miasma. Nowhere is the rule of privation so apparent as in Lost Hope. A man may die upon the roadside there and go unclaimed, for no ties bind these unhappy. Right. I thought that was going to be related to the main storyline there, but it's not. So I'm going to abandon it. I thought maybe it was like a newly branching thing. And yeah, if we'd done all the side quests as you go, we would probably see a couple new ones ding up. Anyway, so here you go. You can't take it with you. Marx is a personal request to make of us. And we'll get a level 34 weapon coffer from this. Excuse me, Tremor, do you have a moment? It concerns this broken horologe, which was found in the pocket of a man brought here for bury. A horologe? What the hell is a horologe? Anyone want to fill me in on that? There is something familiar about it, but just what I cannot say. Perhaps if I tinker with the device, it will come to me. However, I lack the proper tools to do so. I would ask that you journey to Camp Drybone in my stead to obtain a ballpoint chisel and a pair of needle-nose pincers. They're often used by goldsmiths, so perhaps it would be the best people to ask. Of course, I don't expect you to foot the bill. Here, take this coin purse. That should cover it. Right. I like how it goes from dramatic storytelling and actually kind of got good there to immediately back to busy work. A small yet heavy leather sack containing, presumably, roughly the amount of gil needed to purchase the tools requested. Any surplus coin could be considered commission owed to whatever party in their transaction is bright enough to claim it as their own. Right. Okay. So this coin purse has X value, basically. Oh, it's raining here in the desert. Yeah, okay, so here's my disgusting story. Well, it's not that disgusting, really. Well, it kind of was disgusting, really. Depending on how much detail I go into it. So I was going to bed last night. And, so I have a dog, okay? And during the day, the dog had been... I don't sleep with the dog, but during the day, the dog sometimes gets up on my bed. So I was like petting and stroking the dog and like, oh, playing around and stuff, stroking him quite vigorously. And like a lot of his hair went all over the place, really. So I kind of brushed it off the bed, whatever. Get into bed later that night, go to sleep. Dog's nowhere to be seen, he's back downstairs or whatever. So whatever, I'm in bed. And just for a moment while I'm like sleeping, I do like a sharp intake of breath. Maybe you guys do this while you sleep? Hold on, I'll leave that on a cliffhanger there. Maybe you can see where it's going. Let's speak to this guy. A ballpoint chisel, you say, and a pair of needle-nose pincers? Those things don't come cheap, you know. Yeah, well, check it out. I got this coin purse, and it has the same icon as the Allergan stuff. Thor's balls! I mean, yes, that should be sufficient payment. Thor's balls. Nice to have business with you. Alright, there you go. Let's chocobo back, I guess. Yeah, so, I have, like, a sharp intake of breath, and like, some hair that I'd clearly missed, like, vacuums into my mouth, but perfectly right into the back of my throat. Now, for what it's worth, this could have been a bug, but I'm 99.99% sure it was a hair. But it was like tickling my throat. It was in the worst place. Like I couldn't dig it out, but it was there. Every breath, breathing in through my nose or my mouth. And it wasn't like making me gag or anything, but it was there. And then, you know, like when you get a tickly feeling in the back of your throat, eventually you might think, is that just my throat inflaming against it? Or is it a bug moving? I don't know. Anyway, I could not sleep. So I had to like try and hack it out, basically. And it wasn't coming, and it just, it was, well, you can imagine. I didn't vomit, I want to be clear, but it was, it was not a pleasant night. So there you go, there's my gross story for you all. It's quite tame as far as gross stories are concerned, I think. But yeah, I just couldn't believe I just breathed, and just this hair, perfectly. I don't even think it was one hair, I think it must have been like a cluster of hairs. Because one hair, I'm sure, you just end up like swallowing, you know, getting rid of, you know, the mucus would envelop it or something and you'd be fine. So I think it was like a little cluster of hair and it was just perfectly stuck there. Oh. Have you brought the tools I requested? Yeah, here you go. Unlike carpenter's chisels, which have flat heads, the ballpoint chisel has a pointed one and is used by expert goldsmiths to perforate soft metals. And this tool is often employed by goldsmiths and clockwork engineers to seize and manipulate minuscule pieces of wire. Look at this. Look at all the description they go into, even to just a random tool. Your brother has a dog that sheds like crazy, so you can totally understand. In that moment, I really regretted, like, petting him. Well, no, not petting him, but stroking him vigorously enough the hair was coming off, you know, because he was shedding, yeah. Because it's that time of year where they're shedding is... Oh, wait, no. It's the reverse. They shed before summer, don't they? Not as summer's ending. Anyway, something occurs to me. Please wait here a moment. I'm so much taller than this guy. This is really weird. I had one of you guys drop a comment saying that you have the same experience as this in Guild Wars. Like, you used to play a Norn and then you swap to an Asura. It's really crazy, though, because in this game you get all these, like, camera angles for, like, a lot of the conversations, and it's so transparent. It was for naught. Though I repaired the device easily, this sensation that stirs within me remains a mystery. But how? How did I do it? Ooh. These hands. My hands. They moved with a mind of their own, deftly manipulating the clockwork mechanisms. So you repaired this thing really easily, did you? There was no doubt or uncertainty. I knew exactly what to do, as though I had performed the same motions countless times before. He has muscle memory. For tinkering? Pardon me, Tremor, this was a mistake. Please, give the horologe... I guess it's some kind of watchwork clock or something. Please give the horologe to Sister Elune, the man who owned it currently is in her care, and I think it best that it's returned to him. Oh, in chat, someone says, yeah, but the Trail of the Three Wings also has violins. True, but I think what I'm thinking about is the piano version, which you often get online, and I like a lot. Sorry. This is a terrible anecdote, isn't it, really? It's not even the version that's in-game that made me think of. Hello. Though I am not qualified to assist with the rites, I offer what assistance I can to the priests. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just getting in the way, though. Good morrow to you, sir. Have you come to pay your respects to this man? I have. By some manner of clockwork wizardry, this strange contraption can precisely and follow Measure and follow the 24 bells in a single turn of the sun. Never before have I seen such a queer device. You say that it measures the passing of time? Mayhap they are more common in Garlemald. I'm given to understand that its cities are filled with all manner of amazing technologies. Okay, so that guy in there not only could fix this comfortably and quickly, but it's Garlean technology as well, and he could do it. Mark said that it belonged to the deceased. Oh dear, you don't suppose that the owner might have been a Garlean spy? It may behoove us to notify the authorities in Camp Drybone. But mayhap more importantly, how did Marks manage to repair this device? I knew he had a talent for the trades, but this goes far beyond mending fences and thatching roofs. She has a great sadness in her eyes. So was this spy responsible for the Waking Sands incident? I recognize you now, Tremor. Allow me to express my deepest condolences for those lost in their lives in the attack. I apologize if discussing this upsets you, but you should know that the bodies of your comrades are presently being removed from the Waking Sands and prepared for transport here. If you wish to leave this work to others, I understand. However, taking part might help you find closure. Okay. So, we're going pretty... no, that's the dungeon, Breathing New Depths. Bringing out the dead. Oh, I see. Should we do a regular one? Oh, no, let's use the ticket. I'm bursting to say so many different things here, guys. But I also don't want to ruin this rather cool story arc here, actually. So we got a little bit to do here in the desert before we move on, right? So I don't want to interfere or interrupt it too much. Since we're still... Oh, now we're on level 35. I probably could have done the Sunken Temple of Khan there. Yeah, if anybody watching this live wants to do that with me, please feel free. You could wait outside of the temple if you like, and I'll go give you an invite out there. Hey? You don't look like one of them church fellas. Not that I'll turn you away, no sir. As you can see, we've got quite a pile of unidentified bodies over yonder. No one's come to claim them, so off to the lich yard they go. Be thankful you didn't have to go inside and see the carnage yourself. It was the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. God's damn Imperials. That's such a bad spit sound effect. Anodyne. Inoffensive. That's what I was trying to be there. As inoffensive and mild as possible. I don't know what quarrel they have with these folks. I sure as hell don't want to know. The sooner we put this behind us, the better. Say, I ain't seen you around here before. Or do you just have one of them faces? Ah, never mind. Anyway, there's a carriage come to haul the bodies to the lich yard out by the east gate. There's only 8 left to load up, but seeing as I'm exhausted from carrying all the others, I might I have in mind to leave the remainder to you. Might want to cover your nose while you work. Some of these folk are starting to turn. Dude, this is awful! What is this? I cannot believe this! I really think, guys, I don't know, I haven't played Endwalker, but I will say, alright, for the base game and the first expansion, they're pretty grim with the storytelling. They're pretty ruthless. They're quite cutthroat. It feels to me... I mean, there's some dark stuff in Stormblood. But it feels like eventually they're like... They kind of put kid gloves on and they stop harming the main characters in real ways. You'll see as we play through what I mean by that. But here, this is ruthless, man. Like, what the hell? They're not only dead. I have to lift their bodies up while, and I'm being given details about them decomposing. By the way, I love that detail of a Rogadin shifting and moving the bodies around. Like, what if I was playing a Lalafell right now? Look, this guy's doing it with us. They're an Ora. Look, here I'm picking up a Rogadin corpse. This is mad. I guess we've picked up corpses multiple times in the story. It's these guys. What? Hold on, but he seemed to have, like, secrets and stuff. Wasn't his name Clive? I thought we were going to get... See, I didn't recognize him. It's because he dies? Are these, like, 1.0 NPCs? You know, being told that the free trial ended at the end of the last episode, I feel like the free trial should have included a bit of this. Is this just some crazy fever dream and everyone comes back to life somehow? I don't know. I don't think so. This is brutal. Because we gather the biggest corpses. Oh, if we're a Lalafell, do we grab the smaller ones? this is mad. Alright, load them onto the cart, I guess. And the lich yard is near where Mark's was. Disconcerted coachman. What happened to the big fella? Ah, forget it. Just bring the next batch and toss them in the back. Ain't like they're going to complain if you're rough. Oh my god. How you are able to fit the stiff scion of the 7th Dawn corpse into your bag is a mystery best left unsolved. Oh my god. They don't give a shit. What am I doing? Cutting it up? Ugh. Well, ain't you a strong one? 4 in one trip. Reckon there's no need for me to lend you a hand with the rest then? Great. Oh, look, and the bodies actually get loaded in there and everything. By the way, when I came into this tunnel 2 seconds ago and I saw that, I thought it was someone on a mount. But no, it's just a part of the story. Man. So, one thing I will say, because I've been very busy the past few days, sorry, but I actually still haven't leveled Paladin. I didn't go through and do all the Paladin quests. Obviously, we did one in the last part. My plan was to finish it off, but I haven't, so we have not. But however, there will be class stuff, and I've got some cool trivia for you guys about class stuff in a second. Basically, I want to finish this little desert arc. I'm saying little desert arc. Oh, I can kind of see how one of the other characters comes into the story here. I mean, who's left? Who were our associates that will not have been at the Waking Sands when this happened? Well, there might be one specific character you can think of here. So I guess that's what, Hey, this might be a bit of an echo of a later storyline coming up here as well, actually. Everyone's dead and gone and... Yeah, well, we'll see. Not leveled Paladin? That's a Paladin. Sorry, Gladiator. Oh, whatever. I'm going to give up. I give up. I give up. I'm just going to say it wrong forever. Is that okay, guys? Is that okay? Come on, come on. Let's finish this before I die of old age. Dude, there is absolutely no respect here. Oh, the sylph's peaceful expression belies the fact that she no longer lives. Neuraxia's corpse. That should be all of them. Thanks for the help. Reckon it won't take too long to deliver all the corpses to the lich yard. Even so, you might want to hurry back and tell them all our work here is done. You know, when you get an item, you can, like, hotkey it. It's weird to think you could just hotkey Neuraxia's corpse. And then even when you lose the item, it will stay on the hotbar, I think. So you would just have that. Like some kind of weird psycho. Okay. Back to the yard, I guess. Yeah, okay, so I'll tell you my idea, right? So, Patreon. I hate the website in a lot of ways. One of the reasons that I hate the website is because I get massive anxiety every time I go there. I get anxiety that people have left me direct message. I very explicitly ask people, don't contact me on Patreon. Because anyone who's gone to Patreon is obviously like a huge supporter and that I'm massively thankful for. And then if I miss your message there, I feel terrible. And I do miss people's messages there for months and months and months at a time. So I get a bit of anxiety from that. I get a bit of anxiety from the fact that quite often I nearly always feel like I'm not producing enough content. By the way, I love the foggy sheets of rain coming down. Can you see that in the distance a little bit there? So I'm always like, oh, I should be making Patreon exclusive content, and I don't really. I miss the messages. And then there's the simple fact that it's wobbly finances, you know, it's like my lifeblood. And with any normal job, you would expect to be on a certain wage, and you stick on that wage. You might even expect raises. But for me, it's like, oh no, every time I go to the website, oh, I've lost a bit more money. Oh, it's a horrible, horrible spike of anxiety, even thinking about going there. So I tend to avoid it. But I do want to be doing Patreon content, like, so that when people follow me there, they get a little something out of it. The other thing is, though, it's a bit like Twitch. It's like when I upload stuff on Twitch, it's not here on YouTube. It's easy to miss. Like, I love doing this series right now because these will be here in a nice playlist and all that. It's like Patreon exclusive stuff still feels very isolated. However, there is this YouTube membership. Many of you guys watching right now, you are YouTube members now, right? It's like the equivalent of a Twitch sub. And you can upload videos that everyone can see, but it's like, oh, only members are allowed kind of thing. So you can do exclusive content. So I'm thinking, now that this YouTube member thing is a thing, what I can maybe do is do some exclusive content. Everyone will see it because it will be here on YouTube. and I can upload a second copy of it to Patreon. So no matter where you support me, if you're a YouTube member or if you're a Patreon follower, I can actually give you unique stuff. So I'm kind of excited about that idea. I'm excited about the idea of like doing bonus videos and Let's Plays and stuff, just like side things or like extra things that everyone can see as they're watching through, and it'll be like, oh, but you know, can you please support me, because I can't make videos without people supporting me. And for those who do, hey, you unlock a bit of extra content. I think that's a really cool way of doing it. Basically, it would be an excuse. The YouTube membership thing would be a really good excuse to start doing exclusive content again, which I haven't done for years. So anyway, I really like that idea. I'm a bit back and forth on it. And the idea would be you don't have to support me both YouTube memberships and on Patreon. It'd be one or the other. But in doing so, you could get some extra stuff. And also, because it's hosted on YouTube, everyone will see that it's there and that it's an option. I think that's a good idea, right? And I have to change a lot of things, so we've got to figure this out. Otherwise, you know. So yeah. Anyway, one of the things I've been looking into a lot of is that, and I think I might go forward with that. I'll probably do a vlog about it at some point soon. Sorry, it's barely related to this LP, except for the fact if you guys are watching this LP in the future, I might have already been doing it, so might be interested. So yeah, Rocket with the 5 gift memberships. That's well timed. Thank you, dude. I think, look, the current memberships, though, guys, well, I don't mean to deceive anyone here. The current memberships I have on YouTube are like, I get like £2 from it or something. I get like nothing from it. So I would do another tier of membership that would not be this basic low one for the exclusive content, so that it's a little bit more aligned with Patreon. Does that make sense? I don't know what the numbers would be. Right now, memberships are literally just, hey, have fun with the emotes, and I put it as low as possible. But this would be in terms of actually sustaining, so yeah, I don't... Sorry, if you have a membership right now, I don't know whether that's like a $3 thing. I think it will be a little bit different. So yeah, sorry. Oh, this is hard, isn't it? That's a minefield. That's an ethical minefield right there. All right, anyway. But yeah, if you are a membership member right now, obviously you get the cool icon and stuff, and it progresses your rank and all that shit. Sorry, this has been way too much conversation here. Eliund! I see you decided to heed my advice. I pray that, in doing so, you found some small measure of peace. The first carriage from the Blessed Bay arrived not long ago, and we've begun preparing your comrades for burial. I had a hand in the initial rites, and I would like to know that for many deaths... I would like to know... Sorry, I would like you to know... that makes sense. For many, death came quickly. Rest assured that we will treat them with the utmost respect and do everything we can to shepherd them to Thal's realm. There's always something so tragic about an old person burying the young, you know. Bury me not on the lone prairie. Sister Eliund wishes to discuss one of the scions who perished at the Waking Sands. Though we cannot perform rites for most of the scions, there is one whom we cannot accept. We would like you to return this one to her people, the Sylphs of Little Solace. Uh-oh, is this going to piss them off? It is only proper that she be given the care of her friends and family, so that they may mourn her in accordance with Sylphic traditions. Okay. Right, let's accept that. And then also, someone's messaging me, could I bother you for a link shell invite? Yes, I think you have to be standing next to me, though. Oh, you are. Hello. Oh my god, tremor with the stretching. My my Hrothgar does not have such an extra, like, stretch animation. But Tremor certainly does. Alright, back to the Hawthorne Hut real quick. I like the fact that we have Aetherites, which kind of helps this out a bit, but for most people, I think the idea in lore is that Aetherites are too expensive. And these are actually huge journeys they're asking us to go on. Quite flippantly. Oh, the forest guys. Oh, I just had my first little tinkle of, like, nostalgia. Look, let's hit the giant gnat. Oh, guys, look, it's like episode 1 here. Oh, wow, look. Except we have a lot more buttons now. And we managed to hit him quite hard there. Speaking of more buttons, we'll be getting Bard very soon. I think what I'll do... Oh, we can get Bard first and then use the new toys in the dungeon. That's a good idea, isn't it? I like that idea. You're like 2 VODs behind currently. Let's see if you can keep up with what's happening in this episode. Oh, well, you kind of had a bit of a spoiler if you've been seeing all the stuff about all the dead bodies. This one is surprised to see walking one and Little Solace again. How can these ones assist walking ones? Well, look, I have a body for you. Naraxia, But this one does not understand. Uh-oh. Comoxio, this one has heard much wailing. This one would know what has caused such distress. Terrible news, Elder One. Awful news. Walking One has returned to Little Saurus, but why? These ones have not requested further aid. Neuraxia? How did this happen? Explain everything to this one at once. Well, it was the Empire. And they were the ones messing with you earlier in that previous arc as well. So not only Neuraxia, but many of the Walking One's friends were lost as well. Neuraxia! Neuraxia went to Thanlan at the behest of this one. Walking Ones was with Neuraxia at the end. Tell this one that Neuraxia was brave. Tell this one that Neuraxia did not suffer. Well, Neuraxia didn't do very much. Neuraxia got thrown against the wall and passed out. This one is glad to hear Walking One's words. It is sad. That was so cute, it appearing like an NPC there. You know, guys, actually, replaying ARR, that's very easy to miss, isn't it? You see Neuraxia only for a second. God, it's blowing my mind, actually, yeah, because Neuraxia's, like, not in the later stories. It's not like there's always a sylph wandering around amongst the Scions. Thank you for bringing Neuraxia home, Walking One. These ones also wish to thank Praying Ones. Tell Praying Ones these ones will remember this kindness. This one demands vengeance. Imperial Ones must pay. Imperial Ones must suffer. When the time comes for Walking Ones to face Imperial Ones, do not forget these ones. These ones would not have Neuraxia's death be for naught. These ones will fight. You can see how it's slowly turning into us versus the Empire more and more as we play. That was honestly brutal what Livia and Co did there. It was brutal. Well, there you go, guys. Hey, thank you, John. Morning, WP. I'm glad to be able to listen to the stream while at work. Have fun and chat as well. Thank you very much. Do you know what I quite like about YouTube? I like that you guys can thumbs up the donations and stuff. Because I feel like I always get really nervous with donations because I feel like it's not enough to just be like, hi, and to say your name. I guess it is. There's a whole industry, you know, many years in the making now built on that. I shouldn't fret over it. But I'm like, fuck, it's not enough to just say thanks. But, you know, if people are at least thumbing it up, you at least get a bit of group camaraderie there. So, yeah. Thank you, man. That's really lovely. $20. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Do memberships also get rid of ads? That I don't know. Do they? Like, these are some of the things I need to be looking into, really. But basically, I'm looking at the fact that YouTube's got a bigger feature base. It's a wider platform now. It's got some fun ideas. The membership thing's pretty cool. I know right now, if you become a member right now, today, you get that little potato next to your name, and it will grow the more months you do it in a row. So, like, you'll get 2 potatoes and 3 potatoes, then it'll become silver. Then 2 silver, 3 silver, then it'll go gold, and then and so on. So, I don't think we have anyone with a gold potato at this point, by the way. It's very similar to Twitch. I know that much. I don't know whether it disables ads. And I don't know whether I can set that up either. That might just be a YouTube premium thing or whatever. I don't know. What do they call it? We thank you for your service to the Church and the Sylphs. You may be pleased to know that, in your absence, we interred the remaining Scions of the Lich-Yard. Perhaps you still wish to do more for your friends. If so, I would remind you that you have already done so much on their behalf. Please, take a rest and set aside your burdens for now, Tremor. Okay. That sounds like a good moment for a break there. Did we just get some glasses? Can I equip them? No. We did get some, though. Ever has man sought to better his life, all too often at the expense of his brother. That desire and hope can beget suffering and death is a regrettable yet undeniable truth. So I'm assuming our next quest is collected in the yard. Yeah, it is. Church of Saint Adama Landama. I like this as well because it's, you know, the game could get very predictable and linear, like, oh, go to this region, go to this region, go to this region. And that is overall what they're doing. But you get these nice little moments here where we bob and weave around back to places we've already been. He believes he's being watched. I am not imagining it, Tremor. I know I'm being watched. This is different, sinister. It's as if I am under observation. This feels a little bit like maybe one of the cut quests was here. Doesn't it kind of feel like he's very randomly and suddenly talking about being watched? Like maybe they cut a tiny bit out, a bit busy workout. The feeling comes and goes, but I felt it when I last ventured outside. Yes, I know I felt it. Will you look outside for me, please? It will only take a moment. Huh. Is there anything I can do? Please ask. Well, oh, this is nice, sitting in the church. There's a thing. Guild Wars allows you to mess with nameplates nicely and easily with options. I wish I could turn nameplates off without toggling the whole UI. You can for allies, don't get me wrong, and you can macro it. The enemy nameplates you can't. There's no setting for it, just arbitrarily. And I did ask on the Simple Tweaks chat room in Discord if they would consider adding that. But Simple Tweaks, you know, Dawn Trail only just came out. And Simple Tweaks has been entirely focused on porting over to the new expansion, so they don't have too much time. Oh, this is quite creepy. It's dark. We're in a grave in a strange corner, and this one's glowing. So is he being watched? I thought he might have been being watched by the Empire, to be honest. Not something super... Oh, he is! You were hiding in a grave? Is that what that was? Also, to the person who says they're watching this series while, like, cooking and doing chores and stuff, yeah, it makes sense to me. This is second monitor content, really, isn't it? I mean, I'm hoping it's fun to watch the visuals, but obviously, they're long episodes. People can consume it however they like. You've always found nameplates in all ugly in all MMOs, but Guild Wars 2 looks ugly as hell. Yeah, nameplates are one of those very subtle, tricky things you have to be very careful about. Like, for example, this Blowfly Swarm. The icon that shows their aggro, I don't really think I need that info. I don't really need to know the level. I'm happy to get the level once I target it, you know? And also, a lot of the time when you're in dungeons and stuff, when enemies are in parties, like we learned from Guild Hests, you'll see what number they are in the party. Like, it will say A, B, C, D, E, F, G or something. There'll be another letter on there. It's like, what? Well, this is all nameplate bloat. We don't need all of this. Titles as well. My favourite implementation for titles in any game, actually, is Guild Wars 1's. You know, you mouse over and you get the title. And then guilds and stuff. Here's an interesting thing about 1.0. They used to have, you know, like your grand company. It used to have a giant emblem for your grand company at all times next to your name as well. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Thank the gods. I knew it. He was watching me. But why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he perhaps know something of my past? If only I could have asked him. I need to think. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have killed him. Maybe we should have tied him up or something. Look, that may sound evil, guys, but it is better than murder. Maybe we should have captured him. Please, allow me a moment alone. Wait, Father Iliad must hear of this. Will you tell him for me? It's important. I think others may come for me again. Damn, this guy's got no memory. I didn't realise that was the deal. That he had no memory. Heavens forfend. That such a thing was to happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who this man was? Did you notice anything distinctive about his garb or possessions? Well, he had an Imperial short sword. It was standard issue blade for all Garlean infantry. He's from the Empire. This is Garlean still, which means that the man who was watching Marks was... Make haste to Camp Drybone at once. We must summon the immortal flames before more Imperials come. Right. You think this place is under attack? There's a lot of Empire influence in the story right now, right? Yeah, gods forfend. I don't know if I've ever really said the word forfend much here. Aha! This is the character I was alluding to a second ago. Everyone's...
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate.
Loads of characters died there, but Alphino wasn't there. He's an associate. So how are we supposed to feel right now? We don't really like this guy that much, I think. But he's alive and well. And he's the first person we see of the Scions that's still around. So that's something. He sounds so American as well, didn't he? I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. He's got those really hard R's, you know.
At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the Scions of the 7th Dawn.
Ooh, he's very confident.
And to that end, I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Cid Garland. I have come for you.
Oh my God.
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Cartano.
He's got a good voice.
I beg of you, leave us in peace.
This guy's amazing. It's a shame he doesn't come over and do voices after the voice actor change. Holy shit. I love old people. He's got such good texture to his voice. Oh. Oh no, he's getting a headache. Is that an echo headache?
Hear me, Cid. Eorzea needs you.
Honestly, like 2 episodes ago when we first saw him, it blew my mind when I saw his face. I was like, what the fuck is Cid doing here? Hey? Yeah, guys, this is a very major character for this story. He was a major character, I think, even in 1.0 as well. So this is a big moment, really. We didn't just get 1 ally, but 2. And for a 1.0 player, I think this would be a really hype moment, because you'd be like, oh my god, Cid's back. And yeah, for people who don't know the anthology very well, most mainline Final Fantasy games...
Was it? Here. These belong to you.
Most mainline FF games have a Cid in it. And quite often, the Cid is associated with the airship as well. Or airship construction. They're engineers, typically. And, well, we can tell already this guy's an engineer.
I thought you bore the mark of greatness. It seems that I was right.
But beyond that, Alphino just called him Cid Garland. Garland! So remember Biggs and Wedge, and they're going on about, oh, our leader, our mechanical leader of our people, what they call the Ironworks? Garland! Master Garland! Master Garland! Where is he? Oh my god, he's gone missing. Was he at Cartano? Oh my god. It's Cid Garland. This whole time they've been talking about Cid. Cid has been missing, and this whole time we kind of knew that Cid was here, because we spotted him.
Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. You have brought joy to an old man's life.
This is interesting, because I don't know if this old man ever really comes back. You know, when it comes to, like, the class quests, a lot of the time, when a new expansion comes out, they'll expand the story a little bit, so you kind of get to return to old characters, old faces. Cid doesn't really have any class associations, so I feel like this is sort of it, maybe. I don't know.
It is time for you to help those who truly need you.
He's got a really cool backstory that even here in ARR, they're immediately going to be talking about. And I was desperately curious about it the whole time through my Twitch playthrough 2 years ago. I was so curious about his backstory. And there is a piece of content that finally goes into it. It was one of the last episodes I covered. And then we stopped, so I still don't really know. And I've forgotten so much. All in due time, I suppose. But yeah, this is a main character. There's a lot of...
Are you?
It's weird, because, you know, this series feels quite long already. We haven't even been doing it 2 weeks. But it feels quite long, and the weird thing is, like... We've still played nothing compared to the full story. There's huge characters with major arcs that once they're in the story, you'll feel like there was never a time when you hadn't met them. But here we go. Like, Cid is early.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service.
Alphino Leveilleur. Leveilleur.
As a scion of the 7th Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did.
His dad is tempered by Titan. Yeah, we'll deal with Gabu
Tis no
later.
secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the 3 city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction, leaving the Scions to combat the primal threat unaided. And lo, we are all but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Ixal have summoned Garuda once more, and she torments the people of Kurthus as we speak.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay, so the Ixal we know as Tormentors of the Forest, the Black Shroud. But I guess they have interactions in Kurthus as well. Kurthus is the snowy region. Kurthus is where these other elves are, the ones that are good at breeding chocobos.
Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals.
House Fortomp that we heard about before. It's where the first expansion is set. That's where we're about to go. To a tiny slice of it. So Garuda.
Worse, in her present incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength.
So we're dealing with Garuda here already. I'll give you guys another memory of mine of ARR. I remember at this point in the story, I was kind of like, okay, I get that we're going to go around killing primals, and I think I even knew that Garuda was the last just straight up primal boss fight. And at this point, I was like, okay, let's just do it. And you'll notice that very quickly after beating Titan here, really quickly, they've immediately introduced Garuda. There's no like long arc where we're dealing with a masked stranger or whatever. It's Garuda straight away. But because they introduced Garuda so quickly here, and I was desperate to get to her, there's still a good amount of quests before we get to her. Like a long way. And I remember this bit, like the lead into Garuda, feeling agonizingly slow. I don't feel that way this time, though, because I sort of know that there's 2 arcs.
Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat Garuda, it would serve as a warning to the other beast tribes that even their mightiest gods can be felled. If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary.
We're not ready for Sid's dad yet. For now, we must be content with Sid's dad's son. Oh, my lord.
And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Sid.
You have an airship?
I have an airship?
He doesn't even know.
Yes, Sid, you do. Your very own airship.
Wow, guys.
It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the calamity. So let us begin our search there.
Usually the format in an FF game is you do a lot of on-foot adventuring, then somewhere near the end game you get an airship. Well, not even necessarily near the end game, but you get an airship which gives you a lot of freedom of travel. The funny thing is, this is an MMO where they had to have a fast travel system in place already, the Aetherites. So I was always very curious what would happen here. When I get an airship in this game, do I get my own airship? Like, how does it work? Like, do I have free Aetherite travel now? But because they already have the Aetherite system, you basically don't get to control your own airship in this, in the same way you would in the other games as a major travel mechanic. So I'll just let you guys down on that straight away. They do sort of approximate it by giving you airship-themed mounts, but we all know it's not the same.
An airship? My airship?
But in that way, it also kind of makes the airship feel kind of cool and special and distinct when you do get to fly on it in various story beats.
Oh, wait.
You think a lot of Ixala in the North Shroud, which is the closest point to Kurthus you've seen? Yes, you're right. Ah, there you go. That's his clothes. That's his outfit. That's more like it. A lot of these guys change.
Let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the Scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
A lot of these guys change their clothes as the story goes along. And it's funny, I've never... You know in Guild Wars where it's like, oh, you can buy Casimir's outfit and stuff like that. Or like they might have minor wardrobe changes. And people really geek out over that, and they really love it. And I don't really get it in Guild Wars. I don't really care that much. I'm not a very... I don't know what the word is. I'm trying not to say vain or shallow. Because that's not what I mean. But I don't really care that much how things look. Alright, I care more about the substance behind them. God, how snobby is all this. Anyway, but in this game, I kind of get it, because look at the way that the camera works in the cutscenes and stuff. We get real intimate details of everything people are wearing, and like there's a very certain vibe and look that you get. So in FF, I really do get it. When they change their outfits and stuff, it's like, or when they, you know, I've always wanted, well, I'll talk about other stuff later. Characters aging and things. There you go, that's Sid as we know. Story, canon fact, Sid's 30 years old. Yeah.
They need my airship. They need me.
I've always thought he's really old. I've always thought him as an old man, but that's just because I pay no attention. I see white or grey hair and I think, old? But I have a friend who's like really attracted to him, and I'm like, why? Like, what? But he's not old, is he really? He's young, and he's got a fit body and nice skin and luscious lips. Yeah, moving on. But yeah, white hair, I guess. And it's a bit of a fashion thing, isn't it? To give yourself white hair. So there we go. We have friends. The Enterprise? I have heard that name before, but where? So Enterprise is obviously the flagship of the Federation. in Star Trek. And I believe it is actually literally a reference to that. This is not the only game to reference the Enterprise as an airship, though. If you watch my X series, there were a few accessories based on different airships. So, like, there was the Ragnarok accessory, which is the 8 airship. There was the Enterprise as well. I think one was, like, break HP limit, one was break damage limit or something. I can't remember right now. But, yeah, I can't remember. 7, it's the high wind. 10, it's the Fahrenheit. 10-2, it's the Celsius, then Fahrenheit. Whatever. What was the 8? 8 is Ragnarok. I never played 9, so I don't know what that is. 6 had the Blackjack and... Oh, is it the Enterprise in 6? I can't remember. Someone help me out in chat. I think the Enterprise was in one of the other games. Oh, it's 4 is the Enterprise. There you go. I haven't played 4 for a long time. But I liked it. Alright, so there you go. So, yeah. And they've kind of brought it back. You would have thought they'd name it an exclusive thing here, since it is a main series game. But, yeah. While you were catering to the company of buffoons at every whim, I was gathering information on our feathered foe. As a result, I was not present when the Guardians came. Hold on, what? Oh, the company of buffoons, the banquet guys, the company of heroes? Wow, they were nice! While you were catering to the company of buffoons, every whim, I was gathering information on our feathered foe. As a result, I was not present when the Guardians came. I suppose we should be great. I just want you guys to remember the fan art there and imagine it on screen. I suppose we should be grateful for our good fortune, though it matters little should Garuda grow powerful enough to bring Eorzea to heal. So yeah, one primal bringing all of Eorzea to heal. He who waited behind. So here's some parting words for us. What a curious twist of fate that Master Sid Garland would at last be found within our church. It defies imagination. Beg your pardon, Tremor. You want to find his airship, yes? I know not how much truth there is to it, but there is a tale known as the final flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the Calamity, much like the Great Gaboo Wall of Uldar. Okay, I was given advice. Now, I could have been trolled on this, but one of you guys in the YouTube comments told me on the last part that it is pronounced Gaboo. It literally is Gaboo. So I'll say Gaboo from now on. I don't know how often that species of monster is going to be referenced in the story, but that's the one I'll settle with. Because Gobbu sounds a bit weird. Yeah, the Great Gaboo Wall of Uldar. It states that the Enterprise flew northwards from Gridania towards Kurthus. If true, the airship could have passed through the North Shroud. Likely over the Full Guard float, the closest settlement to Kurthus. Mayhap the Serpent stationed there have records of the event that transpired that day. I hoped you might rest from your journeys for a time, but I see that the world still has need of you and the Scions. Pray look after yourself and Sid, Tremor. Thank you. The Enterprise. I've heard that name before, but where? Oh, nice. Look at these people studying in the church. Okay, so big stuff happening now. We're going to Kurthus, but before that, well, we're going to the Black Shroud. Oh, this is perfect. I swear to God, it was all planned out, guys. I am going to go back to the Archers Guild. Now, we're done with Archer. We have most of the traits, and we have the skills. You guys have seen how it works. See here? But this is only a fraction of what we can do. We're going to upgrade now to become a Bard. So there's a new system at play here. And in fact, there are some old systems to talk about as well. So, originally, in A Realm Reborn, and originally in the first expansion, there was a system in place in which you would kind of cross-class your... what's the phrase I'm looking for? Cross-pollinate your classes, I guess? Cross-pollinate your classes? Basically, you know how I have role skills here? I unlocked these as I leveled this class. Well, there used to be these cross-class spells, which is basically, if you leveled Archer to a certain point, you would unlock, like every 5 levels, I think it was, or maybe every 10, you would unlock abilities that you could take to other professions, okay? So by leveling Archer, I get some kind of a button that I can now use on my Paladin, on my Gladiator, or I can use it on my Thaumaturge, or on anything I like, you know, my Lancer, whatever. So there was kind of a benefit, and in that comment we read in the previous part, because this was true for the crafters as well, there was a benefit to leveling everything, because you'd get more spells and your matrix of things that you could utilize would expand and expand and expand. which is cool. It's a little bit of buildcraft, really, isn't it? Over time, though, the game decided it didn't really like buildcraft, and what the devs also noticed was people didn't like, I believe archery is a very good example. I think one of the archer abilities was, like, meta for everyone. So, if you wanted to participate and do well, it was like, even though you wanted to be a black mage, you were obligated to level archer for this skill, which was kind of annoying to people. It used to create a lot of complaints, especially back when the XP was harder to gather, and, you know, the game was a lot slower. So there was a lot of fuss about it. Why do I have to... And I think Monk as well. I think I read that you had to get, like, level 46 on Monk to do really well on some classes or whatever. Probably because you got something that increased your GCD speed from Monk, maybe? Pugilist, I should say, probably. So, so after the first expansion, quite late in the day, to be the equivalent of Path of Fire, guys, all right? What I'm talking about is the equivalent of Path of Fire. They cut that all out. They removed them. And in fact, they kept slowly removing them. They had to remove them from PvP a bit later, and Crafters and Gatherers a bit later. They kept slowly filling them out. To this day, it's all gone. They don't really like the buildcraft element anymore. They didn't like people being obligated to level other classes. So there were merits to the system, but they got rid of them all. Now, one of the other things that was going on with that system is class upgrades. So how it used to be, okay, like, you know the Lancers Guild here in town? You could become a Lancer and level it to 30, just like I've leveled Archer to level 30. There's another advanced version of it, though, the Dragoon. But in order to unlock Dragoon, you needed a bunch of the cross-class spells from elsewhere. Like, I think you needed to level Warrior, Marauder. So if you had Lancer and Marauder, because Marauder's like a tank in heavy armor or whatever, if you had both of them to a certain level, that would unlock the Dragoon for you. So there was like this crazy matrix of different class combos that would tier you up into other things. And it's a cool idea. I think there's a lot of interest there. But again, it was this same thing where it was asking people to level multiple classes. Like, maybe you don't want to play Marauder, maybe you just want to go straight to Dragoon. So in the name of efficiency and speeding things up, they cut all this away. And again, I think this is a good example of MMOs becoming less interesting RPGs and being applauded for it, because it's all in the name of efficiency. Speed me up, level me quicker, get me this, don't ask me to do this. In it, go, 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 basically. The player base will always advocate for these speed ups, and more interesting things kind of get boiled away. You know, maybe it's true. I never played it, so I cannot sit here. Unlike I can with other franchises, I can't sit here and say that I know better, because I don't. Maybe it was awful. Maybe it was way too much leveling. Maybe it was tedious. And the buildcraft thing, yeah, like I slowly over time view buildcraft in MMOs, team-based MMOs, as a bit of a trap. They're just opportunities for people not to have the right thing. They're opportunities for people to be spec'd the wrong way. They're opportunities for more hurdles for people to get over. The game, as FF14 now is, there's a huge amount of co-op stuff in it. Huge amounts. And it's always seamless and easy and comfortable, because you know that generally speaking, people have the things that they need. But in the past, it'd be like, oh, you're bad because you didn't level Monk, right? To get this extra thing. And also, a lot of the cross-class spells were just bad as far as I can see. So it's like fake buildcraft. It's not, you know. And also, it's a balance headache for the designers. So like, I understand the streamlining. And it's a thing where, you know, again, I will say this over and over again. If all I ever played was FF14, I think I would have hated the changes over the years. I really do. I think I would be rallying against them, and I think it would have been disappointing, because it sounds a lot cooler, doesn't it? But I think ultimately, having played Guild Wars 2 and seen the downfalls there, and coming over to this, I'm okay with the streamlining, just moving on in. But yeah, so that's what I have to say about that. So we're going to get Bard here. I think Bard used to require that I had Archer, and also probably Conjurer, which is like the supporty thing here in the forest. I don't know that for sure, actually. If anyone in the live chat or the YouTube comments wants to tell me, what was it you had to combo with Archer to unlock Bard? I'm assuming it was one of the supporty classes. But yeah, so... Oh, and here she is! How you doing? Why the Archers Guild, you ask? Chance you're familiar with the popular saying about keeping one's friends close and so on? Yes, but I strongly disagree with his sentiment on enemies. Nice. Alright. So, I don't have to do anything. Oh, sorry, no, I thought you were Aleppo, but you're not. Buildcraft is great until someone says you can't play because you have 1,100 spell speed instead of 1,200 because you're not the meta. Yeah, like, this whole thing of, like, meta and... Like, I basically... I love Buildcraft, I really do, but I think it's more the domain of single-player games or limited online RPGs, like ARPGs, games like PoE and stuff, right? Like, they really flourishes there when it's you in control of everything. But as soon as there's that team dynamic, as soon as there's this element I have to play with other people, there is going to be this ugly thing in which it will be hard to find a community entirely tolerant of, like, unoptimal play. And, you know, I've met some people, as I've got older, I've met people who just, they don't think for themselves. They have to adhere to what's online. They will only ever beeline what is told and dictated to them by other nerds. And there's no self-discovery. There's no tinkering on their own. There's none of that. And I think it's a real shame, but I think a lot of people are like that. And FF14 basically has learned we can't fight that. So let's just streamline the shit out of everything. Again, it's this thing of trade-offs and pros and cons. But I do see, in a weird way, I think that this is a mature game. It's a late-stage MMO. And this is how it's chosen to solve those problems. And for what it's worth, I know we're in an FF14 LP here, but for the prospect of a Guild Wars 3, I'm immensely curious what ArenaNet are thinking with that, because Buildcraft has been in Guild Wars' DNA from the start. And I wonder if they're beginning to see all the ways in which it's a trap. Like I said in the Janthir Wilds playthrough, I think PvP would have thrived if it was essentially Costume Brawl. Costume Brawl being like dictating your entire builds, and then they just release new costumes. Because it's a trap, you know, it's a trap. And anyway, alright, so of songs... Sorry, a song of bards and bowmen. I've never done this. We're going to get a spell immediately called the Mage's Ballad, and this thing, the Soul of the Bard. What is that, guys? Huh. So what do you have to teach me? Well met, Tremor. Would that we had time for banter, but we're all up in arms here. Yet another Ixali dirigible has been spotted over the Twelveswood, you see. Their reappearance calls to my mind the Battle of the Griffin Crossing. Well, I say battle, most are agreed that massacre would be rather more apt. Aye, the Exile dealt us a crushing defeat that day. Right around that time of this year it was. More than 2 decades past. A humiliating episode in our history, to be sure. But heavens forbid that we ever forget it. Failure is the finest, if not the kindest, of teachers. And few things drive a man better than its sting. But do let's speak of cheerier matters. Perhaps you've already heard, but a renowned archer has recently returned to the Twelveswood, the one they call the God's Bow. That's just a title, of course. But his birth name is Jehennetal, and he was once of the God's Quiver. The man was a legend even then, and there was no honour greater than being taken under his tutelage. But that's not all there is to him, mind you. Jehennetal was also a skilled bard, one of the rare few capable of inspiring others to great feats through song. Upon learning the God's Bow had returned, dozens of us flocked to him in hopes of training under a legend, yours truly included. Alas, the meetings haven't unfolded quite as we'd hoped. He's refused to teach each and every suitor that has approached him so far. Though it should be mentioned the topics he's reluctant to instruct us in do not include poetry and song, he seems exceedingly keen to teach us about them. Sorry. What's he keen to teach us about? I read this wrong. Some few of us were tempted to take him up on the offer, save that we had a nation to defend. Far be it from my intent to belittle all those bards out there. But I like my chances rather better charging into battle with a quiver than a harp. And here we are hoping the transcendent mastery of the bow might be ours. By the sparkle in your eye, I'd wager that you have an interest in that self-same poetry and song. Come now, there's no call for shyness, and there is more to life than battle. If you present yourself to be a pupil, I happen to know his whereabouts. Alright. Oh my god, that was a lot of dialogue just to tell me to go to the guy. Jesus. Alright, yeah, so I will say, by the way, one thing I don't like about this game is I don't like that... Okay, so you can see the history of the system. And what they might have planned once upon a time was to keep adding new ideas. So there are like branches, right? So the Arcanist over in Limsa Lominsa can become a summoner and a scholar. I feel like the class fantasy of being an archer is a very specific thing. And I would like to be an archer at endgame. I'd like to be defined by my bow and my quiver. And I'd like to be, you know, a hunter, a big game hunter or something. I like that idea. But the way that FF14 is currently structured, and this might change in the future if they do dramatic stuff, you know, going forward, because they kind of got a thing about leveling and skill bloat and stuff. But as FF14 is currently, I am forced to become a bard. Maybe I don't want to be a bard. Maybe I don't want to play the flute and sing songs and be a sort of secondary support. But if you want to stay on this path, you have to do that. Now, if there was a branch where we could go bard or hunter, fine, I would like that a lot. But there is no such branch here. The only branch is that class in Limsa. And I think that's a bit of a shame. You know, maybe I want to become a crossbowman or something. And there's a bit of an issue with this game as well, where some people, specifically with this class, new players who don't look at the internet, they don't really care, they just play on their own, and that's fine, and you know, you don't pay their sub, blah blah blah. But a lot of them do refuse to get bard, and it's like kind of a meme, it's kind of a thing to load into a high instance dungeon or something with a player that's missing huge amounts of skills and ability. They're basically really weak and really crap. They're basically a drag on the team, and it's because they're still an archer and they refuse to upgrade to bard. I think there's another example of that somewhere too. There's also the example of people just never doing their class quests. But that's one way. The one way you can really tick people off in this game is by not upgrading. So yeah, around level 30, do endeavour to, and unfortunately we're going to be more defined around songs and stuff, and our icon is going to change. It's not going to be a bow icon anymore. We're going to be lugging a harp around. Yeah. The Enterprise. You speak of Master Garland's ship? We'll do a bit on the main quest here, I guess. I needn't refer to the records. I know that the airship was sighted overhead 5 years ago, clearly bound for Kurthas. What became of it after that, I cannot say. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Vortifort at the Florental Spire. He was on duty that day and he saw it with his own eyes. I'm unsure what it is you hope to accomplish, though. Even should you locate the ship, you should not need a man of Master Garland's caliber to fly it. Should you not need a man of Master Garland's caliber to fly it? I hear tell that the machinery is fiendishly complex. Yeah, well, might just be that we have that. Okay, so let's head on over here. Wait, where the hell are we right now? We're in the North Shroud, and my class quest was the South Shroud. Damn, so they weren't close. All right, let's just go grab this real quick. We're actually going to have to beat the class quest here, which is weird. I'm super into the main story right now. It feels a bit disappointing we have to stall, so to speak. Oh, look at this. Tension. I've always wondered what the hell this is. There's a vista up there. What is this weather, guys? Tension? I saw this while I was prepping for this LP. And I was like looking at the graphics and stuff and listening to the sound. What is this weather? It must be related to some horrible event going on, right? It's called Tension, and look, it's all goopy and weird and black. Honestly, look how creepy this is. Hello, sir. Oh, is that Odin? Odin in the forest. Oh, I didn't even know he had a fate. I thought he only had the trial. Spoiler. Wow, so could we go find him? Is he level 50, though? Is he level 50? Ah, another guest. You are kind to pay me a visit, young one. I think we saw this guy before, didn't we? Naught gives us elderly folk more pleasure than the company of the young. Add to that a steaming pot of tea and the beauty of the 12's and we could want for little more. Ah, but the curl of your lip tells me that tea and scenery are not what you desire. You seek knowledge of archery, I take it. In which case, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Tremor. Tremor, was it? Yes, yes, I am the one they call the god's bow. But that was in another life. I have long cast aside my bow, and instead taking a harp to my breast. For years I have lived as a bard, going wherever the wind blows, exulting in the beauty of creation through song. To be sure, I still have the eyes to recognise a promising archer when I see one. And you, young one, have promise. Keep your nose to the grindstone, and one day you may count yourself a virtuoso of the bow. Yet know that virtuosity is worthless without the virtue. Aye, the words of the ballad of the vainglorious fool tell us this much. You wish to remain and learn poetry and verse? Well, 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 I must admit to be rather than taken aback. In uncertain days such as these, there are few indeed who could devote their time to song and opposed to more tangible endeavours. You know, this game has disciplines of magic and war, right? And then hand and land. I feel like bard is another. It's like a discipline of, disciple of culture or homebodying or, I don't know, the arts. Disciple of the arts. You know, and I feel like being a bard or being an actor or some of these ideas, you know, they're more like this weird civilian class than anything else. But obviously there's no mechanics or hooks for that in the game, so it's just a combat class. You intrigue me, young one. I find myself growing curious as to how the melodies of the old might find expression through you. I do believe a certain friend of mine would be of the self-same opinion. Aye, that would be a good place to start as any. Listen well. There's a Moogle who can often be found wandering in areas situated to the east of here. I'd have you present yourself to him. And he sings, "Heed me, O puissant all thick, turn thee over the hourglass of time, that we might gaze upon the battles of yore." Okay. So back to the Moogles of the forest. That's cool. Since this all started with a Moogle near the carriage. It's really good to play this again, guys, because my memory of so much was so bad. Like, I just had, like, the very start of the game, where we were on that carriage, I just had the vaguest memory of being on a carriage in the desert for me, not the forest. I didn't remember Moogles coming to me. I didn't remember that the twins were there, Alphino, and remember his sister. He does have a sister. We haven't seen anything of her for ages now. And believe me, that will continue to stretch off into the distance. Hey, thank you, Artemis Vizcokis. Thank you. All right, here we go. Who's this? Puckno Pocky. Cool, paw! How could this have happened? It's just so embarrassing. A blunder for the ages, Kupo. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? That's a rare talent, I'll allow. But you've caught me because we have the echo? But you've caught me at a bad time, Kupo. Be a good adventure now and show yourself out. Jahenmel sent you. You should have said so soon, Kupo. Soonest, Kupo. You do know that he's no ordinary bard, yes? His songs can salve your heart and strengthen your resolve. They can banish your fears and fill you with hope. And that is not even scratching the surface. Why, to hear him perform is like bathing in sunbeams. I've asked, begged and pled more times than I care to count for him to stay and sing in the forest. Only now has he deigned to set foot here again. But he's refusing to sing for us. That's a blatant breach of promise, Kupo. But what's this? Why, your being resonates with a chord similar to his. Perhaps even identical. By the 12, that means that things may yet turn out as planned. Why, you might even have it in you to surpass the man, and that's saying a lot, Kupo. Gads, your coming had so excited me, my predicament nigh escaped my mind. There's a charm that I had meant to give to him, you see, but it was stolen as I napped, Kupo. I roused just in time to espy the thief and attempted to give chase. Alas, the drowsiness robbed me of my balance and I was delayed by this tree. Last I saw of that overbold brigand, he, or possibly she, was scurrying towards Takerd's Rock, Kupo. Now, I realise we've only just met, but would you mind recovering the charm and delivering it to him in my stead? Wow, whoever wrote this quest went big on the dialogue. Alpha Swole and Allegains. Is that some fan art of them looking incredibly butch? Let's get this crate. Honestly, I would have thought I would have aggroed some of these poachers doing this, but no, we're fine. That was easy. I think the idea was we were supposed to fight our way through this. I suppose we could have taken the XP, but whatever. We're leveling so well anyway. Actually, did I mention this? One of you guys mentioned that you leveled like 7 characters as you were playing through. Have you recovered the charm? I have. Here. Oh, that charm looks like my jobstone. A quaint keepstone made from a tiny crystal. You did it, Kupo! Please, you must now deliver it to him. Tell him that Puckno Pokey thinks him a cunning rogue, but is exciting nonetheless. So excited, in fact, he cannot help but sing. Kupo, la lo, la lo, la lo. All right. God, that was awful. Dude, I want to do Odin. Oh, I should read chat. Did people tell me if he's level 50? Lots of people mentioned it's Odin, but does anyone know his level? See, the problem is someone in chat might have just said yes, and I don't have the context for what yes means at this point. You leveled all the magic users while doing ARR. When you say level, do you mean to 50, or do you mean to the expansion max? Oh, we're going the wrong way here. We don't want to be here. Creepy ruins. To get DMCA'd for that song. Yeah, maybe. Oh, Odin is level 50. That's a shame, but okay, that makes sense. I love Odin, man. He's such a cool, weird part of this game. Which one is it then? Which fate is it? What, Gord before, maybe? How many big bosses are there like that totally change the weather in ARR? Is it one per map? Welcome back, Chema. You have a charm and a message for me? Yeah, here, look at this. A cunning rogue, am I? I suppose I must explain. Huckno Pocky and I go back a long way to when I first took up the harp. I made a promise to him then, one that I have yet to make good on. He has long desired that I remain in the Twelveswood to sing for the rest of my days. Regrettably, I've been ill to oblige him. Duty called, you see. I had battlefields to stand upon and comrades to protect. Moreover, an event came to pass that rendered my being in the Twelveswood problematic. I thought that by taking eager souls, such as you under my wing, mayhap it would suffice to appease him. Of course, he saw straight through my little ruse. What Moogle was lacking grace, they amply make up for in wit. The creatures are great lovers of song. That you return with his charm is proof positive of this high regard for your potential as a bard and an archer both. The charm is a crystal known as the soul of the bard. Huckno Pocky asked that you bring it to me, but he meant for you to have it. It is a gift from the Moogles, bestowed upon those who they deem worthy of walking the path of the true bard. The soul of the bard harbours memories of the past, verses and refrains sung by the bards of old. As you gain in worldly experience, the more of these memories will find expression through your being, imbuing your song with powers told. Now, it may surprise you to hear that bowmen and bards are as next of kin. By the same token, mastery of song is dependent upon one's prowess as an archer. In this sense, the sense in this it will be lost upon you at first, but in time the realization will be dawned that the bow and the harp are but stringed instruments played by the same hand. Oh, that's a nice association there, because they seem so arbitrarily paired to me, but no, I kind of get it with the string. Go now, Chema, and let your body and soul drink deep in the memories of old. Melodies of old? When next we meet, I hope to see fully fledged bards standing before me, one who exceeds even Huckno Pocky's wildest expectations. Okay, so we get a skill from this. He's going to have another quest. Now, I don't think I'm going to do these on screen. Just so that you guys know, there is a New Game Plus feature in which you can replay any of these class stories. So if it's really good, we may go back to it in New Game Plus. Maybe even that can be like one of these bonus videos. You know what I really love about the whole bonus video thing for YouTube members or Patreon exclusive is I can just put up anything and not worry about viewership anymore. Not worry. You know, there's always a fear with this job whenever I put something up. Is someone going to look at that, say, oh, that's shit, and unsubscribe? That's like always the fear. But with member videos, I don't have to worry about that. Okay, so the quest to learn the action perform is now available. Oh yeah, I think this is like that unlocks a double feature where I can play musical instruments, literally. So I'm not sure about that. Anyway, so I'm not going to do the rest of these in this main LP. It's going to be too long. And I don't know whether that story's any good. Some of the stories are okay. Generally speaking, the job stories are better than the class stories. So, remember what I said? Like, at launch, it felt like they kind of didn't use a lot of FFE terms. A lot of Final Fantasy games call their classes jobs. Jobs! I play Final Fantasy to get a job, and I want to be one of the classic Final Fantasy jobs. Well, along came 1.0 with classes and shit like the Thaumaturge. No, I don't want to be a Thaumaturge. I want the job Black Mage. So, with 2.0, around Reborn, one of their big pushes was to do this. So, I can upgrade my Archer into a Bard, a Final Fantasy staple. At least I think a Bard is a Final Fantasy staple. It's one of the weirder ones, certainly. Anyway, and it's a job, okay? So, to equip a job, remember, our class is defined by our weapon, and we can never unequip the weapon. We've known that for all these episodes. But look over here, there's a new slot. It's a Soul Crystal slot. And if I click it, if you look in my armory chest, we got weapons, armor, accessories. Down here, there are soul crystals. And these are for the jobs. Now, when I equip the job, and this requires that I have a bow in hand here, it will upgrade me. So the first time you do this, it's going to say, well, you've got all these hotbars and skills and stuff assigned. What do you want us to do? And you can click transfer to, like, double up. So my Archer key bindings have now been copied to my Bard key bindings. So I'm now a Bard. And look, if I unequip the crystal, I'm an Archer with the bow and arrow icon. When I equip the crystal, I'm a Bard. And I get mechanics as a Bard. So remember Paladin had a very minor mechanic? Well, check it out. I got the song gauge. I've never played this, so I'm going to read this. Singing Mage's Ballad will display the action's corresponding song gauge, indicating the effect's time remaining. If the repertoire effect is triggered while Mage's Ballad is being sung, the recast times for Bloodletter and Reign of Death which I learn at level 45 or reduce. Shit. Okay, we got stuff to learn. I don't know. So now, if I look at... Now that I'm a bard, when I press K and look at my skills, you'll see there's a lot more going on. Way more going on. And if I look at my traits... That's roll skills. There's like 1 billion more traits. By the way, one of the reasons the cross-class skills were kind of crap is because a lot of them interacted with traits that you lost when you swapped anyway. But yeah, so I've got a whole class here. This is the full class now. And you'll see shit keeps unlocking all the way up to level 100 almost. I guess this class doesn't get a level 100 unlock. So yeah, I don't know. What did I just get? We got Mage's Ballad. I guess I will just put this here on E. Grants Mage's Ballad to self and all party members within 50 yards. It increases the damage we do by 1%. That's not very much yet, is it? Additionally, I have an 80% chance to grant Repertoire. And it can trigger repeatedly while I'm singing the ballad. Repertoire gives me Bloodletter and Reign of Death, it looks like. So can I shoot while singing? Why can't I press this? Do I need to be in combat? Yeah. So in combat, so we got this new UI here. So I can sing. Oh look, and the bar is growing. Cool. So for 37 seconds, I have the Mage's Ballad, which has increased my damage and everyone's damage. And I can fight while it's going on. What happens when it fills up completely? So this is just going to keep giving me procs, basically, right? Procs for spells that I don't have yet. So you'll notice as well, all the regular abilities get upgrades as well, where they get new animations and potencies and stuff. Like Straight Shot eventually becomes Refulgent Arrow. And these upgrades are why tooltips are so hard to read in this game, it's unreal. Venomous Bite becomes Caustic Bite eventually. Wind Bite becomes Storm Bite. Radiant Encore, there you go, that's a level 100 spell. I think everyone gets a level 100 thing. So yeah, I think that's all I've got for now, so we'll just keep playing and leveling. It said level 45, I got some new stuff though. I don't see it. Oh no, no, that's just Bloodletter, which we've been using this whole time. That's Barrage. Well, there you go. So we got a song. The other thing I just want to point out here is, you know how I mentioned this game's a little bit like FFX2 with the dress sphere thing? Where you change your... So I'll update this gear set now to include the soul. So it's no longer an archer, it's a bard gear set. So my gladiator, when he gets a soul, he'll become a paladin, right? But yeah, you know how I said it's like swapping dress spheres? Well, remember the story of dress spheres in X2? It's like you collect this artifact from someone's past life and you imbue their memories and their combat capabilities and you're channeling them. You're channeling an actual person. Like the dancer dress sphere is channeling Len, right? It's the same thing in this game, but it's not spheres. They're not called dress spheres. They're called souls. It really is the same thing. So there was some great bard from eras past whose memories are within this thing and we're tapping into. Now, why can we commune with this guy's memories? And in fact, all of them. Why do we have such an aptitude to commune with these other people and learn what they do? And that's something of a minor mystery that they might be leaning into the story later. Some of you guys are probably nodding, thinking, ah. And I've seen a few people online talking about that before. But yeah, so that's the idea. There's like, we're kind of like communing with these ancient great practitioners of these arts. And if you watched my series 2 years ago, I was leveling Dark Knight, and it was all about like, it was the previous character in the Dark Knight thing was very integrated into the story. Wow, was that the fire cracking? That sounded amazing. Okay, so there you go. So that is Bard. I got a song so far. And what I will do is off screen, I will get Paladin leveled, Gladiator leveled to turn into a Paladin, and we're finally out of this mess of me saying the wrong thing. And, and I'll probably level Bard as well. Unless you guys think it is desperately amazing. But, I mean, look at that. We just spent probably about an hour there. Well, maybe not a full hour. But it's a lot of time to... You know, that was just the first quest. And there's quests all the way up to level 50 now for Bard. And it will be a totally different storyline to the Archer stuff. So, yeah. Anyway. Alright, so, we're leaving the forest. Now, the very north of the forest takes us to the other elven realm. It's called Kurthus. The region is Ishgard. Sorry, the people who... The city-state is Ishgard. The region is Kurthus. Just as the region is Black Shroud, but the people, it's Gridania, the city-state, right? The region is Vilbrand, the people there are the Limsalaminsons and Lanossians. Uldar and Thanalan, yeah. So many geographical terms. Anyway, so yeah, let's go through. This is kind of Morrowind-y here, isn't it, with the big mushrooms. I think basically any fantasy environment with a big mushroom, I'm immediately going to think Morrowind. Shall we chocobo? I guess so. Yeah, so do we just lug and harp around with us all the time now? Also, I wonder if I get out of combat songs. Okay, so have you seen an airship? You've come in search of Waterfall? Well then, well met, for you have found him. Indeed, I have served as a whaler for many years, since before the Great Snows came to Kurthus. What exactly is this about? Look, this is so easy to miss. I'm going to give you guys some trivia in a second that a lot of players don't know. Like modern Final Fantasy XIV players have no clue about something very dramatic. And here in the main storyline, they just talked about it right there. It's easy to skip over. Since before the Great Snows came to Kurthus, what exactly is this about? Ah, the final flight of the Enterprise. I do indeed remember that day. Teach me. 'Twas on the eve of the Battle of Cartano, nigh on 5 years ago. I held the spire alone that night, while the bulk of our forces marched to meet the enemy in the field. Then, all of a sudden, the most fantastic airship I'd ever seen splits the sky overhead. I could only watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains to the northwest. If the Enterprise wasn't destroyed during the calamity, I'd wager it's still somewhere in Kurthus. I'm getting vague memories of this arc here. This obviously makes me think about cool CGI cutscenes that most Final Fantasies have. Oh, that's another point. You might be wondering, like, what's going on with the CGI cutscenes? Like, I opened this Let's Play with a bunch of them. Usually Final Fantasies have them. What's going on? Just so that you guys know, in this game there are CGI cutscenes, but they reserve them exclusively for the trailers. And the trailers are really good and very specifically about the story and the characters and stuff. But they always double up as the trailers. So the next one you'll see is when we start the first expansion. Then all of a sudden, the most fantastic airship I'd ever seen splits the sky overhead. I could only watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains. Yeah, okay, we read all that. The astrologians at the observatorium. So astrologian is another one of these classes, jobs, and it got added with the first X pack. It's a healer, a new healer from the first X pack. But we're hearing about them already. They're at the observatorium, and they may have records which could help. But to obtain them, you'd need to deal with the Ishgardians who control the region. I wouldn't expect much, though. The high houses have long been concerned with their own affairs above all else. When Dalamud descended, they took shelter behind their gates. And even now, they have little regard for the plights of other nations. Okay, so the guys in the Black Shroud are pretty isolationist. The Ishgardians are even more so. And if you remember, when we got that flashback to the Battle of Cartano, there were the 3 grand companies. There was no 4th. The Ishgardians just left them to it. It was the destruction of the world, and they just hid in their high halls. Nevertheless, they may deign to assist you should you prove yourself useful. Consider providing your services to the soldiers who guard the observatorium. Though they may refuse you at first, I've little doubt they would accept freely offered aid. Aid freely offered. So here we go. So a new region here now. We'll do the Thanalan dungeon in a second. I promise, guys. So up we go into the mountains. And we're at a place called Kurthus. So, the Kurthus Central Highlands. Now, here's the thing about Kurthus. For the launch game, this is it. It's one map. There's nothing else. There's just the Highlands. If I look at, say, the Black Shroud, we obviously had all of these maps. But for Kurthus, there's just the one. Now, there's a bit of an interesting thing here. 1.0 was a big, vast open world, interconnected open world, right? There weren't these separate maps. And in fact, this was playable in 1.0 as well, but it was very work in progress and you couldn't explore too much. It seems to me that it was always Square Enix's plan, originally, back in 1.0, before they realized they'd made a terrible game and they had to shut the servers down, all of that. It was always their plan to do an expansion here, and they were interested in this storyline here. But the game went on a massive U-turn and got pulled offline, and then it became 2.0. So when Yoshi P came in and 2.0 happened, and they re-implemented this place, they still kept it on hold, They still kept it kind of small, but it's snowy now. There was no snowy area in 1.0 as far as I know. This, if you go back, you can pause this video right now. Look up 1.0 Kurthus, and you'll see it's just green fields. It's just generic green areas everywhere. But so for A Realm Reborn, this is like totally new. And can I just point out the era of gaming this is? This is around 2010, 11, 12. This is with Skyrim's release, smack bang in the middle of this. This was when all fantasy RPGs went big on mountains and snow because like those were the better places to render and whatever, and like they were following in Bethesda's footsteps. So I wonder if the release of Skyrim made them think, oh, we really need a snowy area in the game or something. So yeah, there is not too much content here, but so then it should be no surprise that the first real expansion after A Realm Reborn was done and they'd realized finally they had a decent game and all that, and they'd stabilized their subscribers and all that. They did their first expansion, and it was set here. So this is kind of all set, a big kind of setup arc for the first X-Pack. But this snow is new. It was not there in 1.0. And like I said, a lot of Final Fantasy players, modern Final Fantasy, don't even realize that. But yeah, there is footage. You could run around, and there's a great massive city that you'll see off in the distance. That as far as I know, you couldn't explore in 1.0. It was just off in the distance. And it's off in the distance now still too in 2.0. But all in due time. So yeah, here we go. House Durandare. They're more elves. More Elizons, sorry. I'm sure I'm aggravating someone using the wrong term there. This is no place for a pleasure tour, Outlander. The Observatorium is key to Ishgard's defense, and the Dravanians know it well. What are the Dravanians? Dravanians? So this place has got a crazy name. The first disastertorial observatorium of ethereal and astrological phenomena. You know, if you look at my UI here, you see my XP bar. I used to have my XP bar lower, but I've raised it specifically because this area of the world has such a long place name that it like covers a huge amount of the bottom of the screen. Look at that. So they look at the monitor, they monitor the heavens or something? Excuse me, can you repeat that? You wish to offer your services to House Durandare? And pray, what tale do you wish to receive in exchange? Ha! How absurd. As if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the Observatorium. Do not mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The Holy See of Ishgard may allow foreigners to travel freely within these lands, but we do not intend to offer succor to strangers. So who the hell's the Holy See? Their leader? Right. So we're technically allowed here, but they don't want us doing much. Oh, I should have taken the chest piece. I bet it was all fluffy and good to resist the cold. So Sir Ludovic is doing his utmost to intimidate me into leaving. Helone, have mercy. Are you still here? Helone, one of the gods. It's like the god they like the most. I think that these guys basically have a legend that Helone led them all here to this area of the world. You may take shelter within our walls if you insist, but do not distract me while I'm on duty. We're stretched thin as it is. You'll notice he's as tall as me, by the way. So usually I think he'd be towering over us and intimidating us. And where in the hell is that knight I sent out on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Ha! Perhaps I have a use for you after all, if you still wish to aid us. Search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You'll know him by his uniform, that of House Durandare, as is mine. Okay. Oh, I thought there was an aetheryte here. Fuck! My whole plan was to grab this aetheryte and then go do the dungeon. Alright, let's just keep doing the main quest then until we get to an aetheryte. Screw it, why not? So yeah, check this place out. That massive tower you can climb all the way up to. It's a lot of fun. I think there's a bunch of quests that will ask us to do it as well, so... Yeah, look, everyone's sitting around chilling at the fire. The snowman as well. What is that, an emo? Is that a mount? They don't really have tonics, do they? There is a chocobo portal here. Thankfully it's a clear day, not particularly snowy. Well met! Yes, I would like a portal, please. So yeah, merchant, we don't really need to do very much. It's weird, again, when I see a lot of these characters, I'm like, you're going to be in the MSQ in a minute, aren't you? Or like, they're in a class quest. More leaves. So yeah, blue quests you do want to do, but in the launch game, all the blue quests for most of these places that you go to, it's just for the leaves. That said, this looks like an optional dungeon over here, if I've ever seen one. Carolo. The Fort of Fear. There are dark places that only an adventurer may illume and Sir Carolo is about to point the way to one such pit of peril. Lots of P's there, very alliterative. I've heard much of your doings, and think you the man for this task. To the west is the Dismail Darkhold. 'Twas meant to serve as the new keep of Lord Dismail, ever a friend to House Durandare. But before the masons and carpenters could complete the work within the caves, hordes of void scent appeared and drove them out. In the years since, the creatures have consolidated their presence. As such, we officially petition your assistance in reclaiming the Darkhold. All arrangements have been made. You need only give your assent. Speak with the Sir Ophiel at the ingress if you're with us, and she will tell you what you need to know. So you go, that's another dungeon. Realistically, I would have rather have done the pyramid one by now. Oh my god, the moving snowman, yet we don't see it. It's like some Weeping Angels shit. Weeping Angels? Those are the Doctor Who things, right? Alright. Lots of games and things do those now. Like I said, I've been playing Lethal Company a bit recently, and in Lethal Company they have these monsters called Coneheads that do the same thing. Very scary, especially when you get caught alone. The sound of crunching snow underneath your feet does something. Right, so I should just sing at the start of combat. Is that it? Right now? I honestly, guys, because I'm quite a high level, I thought I would immediately unlock a ton of buttons from Bard. So I thought it'd be a little bit more engaging. But hey, we get a song and we get the nice Mage's Ballad UI, which will change in weird ways, I suppose. You haven't watched Doctor Who in ages? Yeah, I haven't either. I only watched, my entire life, I've only watched the Tennant series. And even then, I don't think the full thing. If it wasn't for you, sir, I reckon they would have finished me off. Despicable dragon-loving bastards. Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. Dragon-loving. Ha! I prayed rumours that they were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. I must immediately inform my superiors that the heretics are operating within this region. Fare thee well, friend. So, we've heard about Dravanians and dragon lovers. What are the problems these guys have? Because you might well wonder, why are they so isolationist? And there's a pretty good reason for that, I would say. Oh, look, someone on the roof up there? Yeah, I was never too big into Doctor Who. I think they got pretty good in the Tennant series, and like, I was into the continuity of it and stuff, but then I fell off. I must say, I didn't actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. I see I may have been premature in my judgment, sir. We're a proud people, beholden to tradition, but that does not mean we are without humility. I shall instruct the astrologians to entertain your request. However, understand that it is ultimately their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Pray proceed to the observatorium and introduce yourself to Edmel. They'll probably give me the runaround as well and tell me to do more. So, the observatorium is the giant tower. And, yeah, get ready for this, guys. I think there's a lot of spinning in circles climbing this thing. You've watched up to half of Whittaker. Is Whittaker the newest one? The only thing I know about new Doctor Who is that it's a woman now. That's the only thing I know. I don't even know how many series they've done, whether it's still running. Ah, the gentleman come in search of the airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludovic be thinking? This is a ridiculous hat. I remember having a hat like that. But it's got like a star on it, so it's kind of astrologian-y, right? It is true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back generations. However, because this information is used to chart Dravanian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. If you persist with your inquiries, pray seek an audience with Chief Astrologian Fulminot up above. Alright. So I'm going to first person walk this. Here we go. Look at this. It's so high I can't even see it up the top. I remember loving this. I love interiors in MMOs, I have to say. I love it whenever Guild Wars 2 gives me a good interior. And this game does them very well as well. Let's have a nice immersive walk up. Oh. Let's mute the music there. That was very loud. Aha. So we've come to a landing. However, this is not the top. This is probably halfway, maybe? If my memory serves me right. Anyway, here's the guy. Hi. You remember this one too? Yeah, I think it's very memorable, this tower. No, absolutely not. Have you any inkling what it is, you ask? Were our records to fall into the wrong hands, it could change the course of war which has raged for generations. I speak not of some mere spat between the southern nations. Sorry, the Southron nations. Ours is a holy crusade. Okay, so their leader is like the Holy See. I'll just tell you guys, these guys are like ruled by like a Pope King. Ours is a holy crusade, and we are the arbiters of Halone's will. I will not put our great nation at risk. Certainly not to help a foreigner locate a missing airship of all things. Pardon the intrusion, Formalot. I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, I did not realize you already had a guest. Inquisitor Guillaume. Guillaume? I think I'm saying that right there, aren't I? Guillaume. You honor us with your presence, sir. The gentleman was just leaving. Was I? Ah, you must be the one who rescued House Durandare's knight from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I am told you seek an airship, last seen in Curthis 5 years ago, yes? Wow, news travelled fast. You come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Much has changed in the intervening years, and little for the better. While I wish you the best of luck in your search, I would strongly advise caution. The snows can come quickly in Curthis. One moment you may feel as though you have a firm grasp on your surroundings, safe and secure in your knowledge, and the next you may find yourself in a wholly unfamiliar situation, blind to the dangers. Why can I not read anymore? To the dangers hidden by the blizzard. It would be wise for you to focus on a single landmark whilst travelling. Do not give in to temptation and deviate from your course. Right, I'm guessing that's some big layered metaphor about how I'm unwanted. I was not aware that you had aided House Durandare in that fashion. Thank you, sir. Nevertheless, my decision stands. I cannot give you what you ask. Ah. So that quest was called The Unending War. I'm assuming at some point in the main story will tell us what they're fighting against. What do you want? I'm a busy man, so I would thank you to be concise. What do you do here? I am the chief astrologian, or of the first dissastorial observatorium of ethereal and astrological phenomena, or the observatorium for short. The observations we make, and the interpretations thereof, may well determine the future of Ishgard. Not even the slightest margin of error can be borne. Suffice it to say, such precise work demands no small amount of concentration. Why, I should like it very much if my visitors were forbidden altogether. The observatorium was established at the Archbishop's behest. That's his title, the Archbishop. That we might observe the stars, and through them predict events to come. Mind you, I speak not of romance, riches, or other frivolities. Nay, our predictions concern the very survival of Ishgard itself. The war with dragonkind. There you go. There we get a bit. Yeah, guys, these guys are at war with dragons. Dravanians are a dragon brood that hate them. So we were talking about class quests. If you're going to do any job quest, and I would like to put it into this Let's Play, to be honest, because it is very good. Do the Dragoon one before you start the first expansion. The Dragoon one is excellent and will teach you a lot about serious topics that are coming up in the expansion. Anyway, he says the lifespan of dragons far surpasses that of men, and their life cycles are wholly unlike ours. If we're to read our enemies' movements, we must be able to see ahead tens of years. For all the dangers involved, such intelligence as can be obtained on the ground tells us very little. Thus do we turn our gaze toward the heavens for the knowledge we seek. Verily, the observatorium is the first line of defense against our ancient foes. So they're at war with dragons. Why? Who knows? So she's trying to get my attention. I like her little, Are they Pasnay? What are these glasses there? You there, sir? I could not help but overhear your conversation with the chief. There may be a way I can assist you, but it would require that you perform for me a favour in exchange. An associate of mine has yet to return from his expedition to the cliffs east of the observatorium. He was adamant that he could conduct his observations alone, despite the presence of the Exile in that vicinity. If you would seek out this astrologian and confirm that he is well, it would be of great comfort to me. Right. So just on a whim, we'll try this out. Do I climb all the way to top? I'm sure there's a sightseeing log up there. We will later, I think, probably. Let's go downstairs first. And yes, we can jump. We'll end up on 1 HP, because we're not in combat. The French names aren't hard, What is hard is figuring out what the fuck they mean by those MHs and DHs and CHs in names like Mac or Mordona. We haven't been to Mordona yet, but yeah. I've always just said Mordona. Normally a Celtic feature, but they don't say them like that. I find it all hard. I'm an ignoramus. It's not easy. The music here is baffling, by the way. It's very weird. I mean, maybe you guys like it. Should we turn it up a little bit? I like the little do-do-do-do-do bits. But it's only while we're in the outpost that we're hearing it, it seems. The hat is growing on you. The cone hat, the party hat, the birthday hat. Maybe I need to read a little bit slower. Yeah, that is it. That is definitely the thing. I'm trying to read too quick. Oh, look, we still have hunt log objectives. These will be some of the last ones, because this is tier 3 and he's level 30. Boom, we absolutely slaughtered him. So what I want to know is if the Mage's Ballad can be weaved like any other GCD. It looks like it can. Sorry, any other OGCD. The name's Snargle Goldclaw, I mean, really. It does look a lot like Snargle, too. What a relief to see someone other than a goddamn birdman. I thought I could finish my work while the Exile were away, but they've returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope they might leave me before I froze to... Hold on, can I just say, have we even seen an Exile? We heard about them relentlessly in the early story. And now we're hearing about them in conjunction with Garuda, and that they're around here. Have we actually seen one? I don't know if we've seen an Exile in the story yet. Wait, who are you? You're not one of our knights. A man of House Durandare cannot be seen in the company of an unbeliever. Good day, sir. Oh, you absolute idiot. We don't... I thought we were going to have to find him again somewhere, but no. Well, look, here at Exile. They're standing right next to us. I don't know whether they've been in the main story yet. Oh, you're right. The very first cutscene, they attacked the carriage. You're right. You're right. You're right. You guys are right. Yeah, the very first cutscene. Well remembered. Your dyslexic brother gave up with the names when you played. Urianger nearly killed him. I don't even know if I'm saying Urianger right. Urianger? Urianger? How about this, guys? Urianga. Would you be happy with me saying Urianga? Shall we just pronounce everything in the worst way possible? Urianga, Alphinod, Leveler. I love the fact that there is definitely a Let's Play out there somewhere. There is definitely a Let's Play of someone calling him Alphinod. Because it will just be some poor bastard that had the game mute during one of the early cutscenes or something and didn't know. Veto. What, you guys aren't excited to go hang out with Alphinod? What about Emalane? Imanalane. I would say that is Imanalane. How would I say that worse? Oh god, that means I'm already saying it worse, doesn't it? I look at this, by the way, look. This is Lord Odrin's map of the mists, everybody. Look. And they're all huddled around it. I lingered there and looked just for the second monitor players who might have needed a second to alt-tab. Or I imagine someone's doing laundry right now with this on in the background and running over from the ironing board. Oh, I need to see the map of the mists. Horse chiffont. That's very good, yeah. Horse chiffont. We haven't met horse chiffont yet, guys. God, these are all spoilers. The simple, out-of-context names are terrifying spoilers. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Serves him right for under... Oh, sorry, I have a different voice. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Serves him right for underestimating the dangers our knights face every day. Ah, but you are eager to locate the airship. It may surprise you that by saving him, you have already aided your own cause. House Durandare is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion. as it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sign of Dravanian aggression. Yet you have already aided them twice, for which they are honor bound to repay you. I'm going to make a weird observation here right now. I kind of wish I was a woman right now, because I could do this like quiet whispered voice and it would sound amazing, right? What I'm trying to do is like a quiet, tender library voice, but I literally can't do it. But if I was like a girl Let's Player right now, I could do that voice like a 10 out of 10. Even so, they will not grant you access to the Observatorium's records. That is just as well, for there are other ways you might locate your missing airship. What I propose... So we did all this and they're still going to say no. What I propose is that you petition Lord Portalane for an official introduction to the other high houses. The word of House Durandare carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you will have little trouble obtaining information on the other high houses. You know what's kind of cool? We started here with House Durandare, but this is not the high house that we become most... There was a sightseeing log on top of that thing! I gotta go try that again, hold on. This is not the house that we like will become most associated with and most friendly with. Which is an interesting thought. Is that powered up? Oh, why am I even bothering, though? Because there's no point. I don't wanna. It's useless. It's not going to be the right time of day. This is crazy. Ready? I'm going to do it in first person as well. Here we go. Ah! Nice. Look out. Come on, give me one of them. Give me one of them. Oh. Am I doing the wrong thing? I haven't had any messages telling me I'm doing the wrong thing. Kneel, pray, look out, sit, dance. I don't know. Do I plan on picking up a healer for the LP? I do, actually. I do. But today's jam-packed with information about... jam-packed, I say. There was quite a lot of... I wanted to explain cross-class spells and the bard and all that today, so... For the other class stuff, we've done that for today now. Portalane. You've caused quite a stir in your short time here. First you slay 2 heretics and save a knight, and now I hear you have rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles. An introduction to the other high houses. I cannot deny that you have given us no cause to distrust you. But while you have performed 2 acts, you would have me endorse you to 3 high houses. It is only fitting you aid us one final time, wouldn't you agree? Ugh. Fine. Fine, Portalane. What do you want from me here? Lord Portalane requests that you perform a 3rd task. Now, I understand you're very eager to find your missing airship. Worry not, for this task should take a man of your skills, but a moment to complete. Not long ago, a porter bound for Skyfire Locks was ambushed on the road due west of here. Though he escaped with his life, he would very much like his wares as well. On the off chance that any portion of his shipment remains, I would have you travel to the scene of the robbery and bring back what you find. Lest you intend to perform only a cursory search, bear in mind that recovering the stolen merchandise will endear you to House Hale and Art, further improving the chances they indulge your request for aid. Right. Kind of zoned out while he was speaking there. While I was speaking. I don't know. I just had the first pang of hunger. I was like, man, I'm hungry. Apparently, it has to be a foggy vista for the one that I was at just now. Oh, really? It's snowy now. This is our first snow, by the way, guys. Isn't it pretty? Look at that. Slowly drifting. I actually, not to toot my own horn, but I made a snow effect this year. I made a snow animation and implemented it into Stellaris in one of my mods, which is not a game that has weather effects at all. Like, I built a whole thing in the UI, specifically so that I could show rain and fog and snow and blizzards and stuff. I'm very proud of the work I did. I gotta do that vlog about that. Anyway. Stolen wares. Cover these. Cover these. Looks like there's going to be an enemy over there. What server am I on? This is Ravana. If you'd like to play with me, anyone can do that. You can guest over to OCX Ravana, and you'll be all good. Oh my god, my muscle memory is all wrong because I keep expecting the bottom skill bar to be on certain binds because I'm used to having 3. You know, it's funny, when I barrage 2, it's basically like getting rapid fire in Guild Wars 2. But you can't retarget in the middle of it. You're proud of the work you do? Thank you. The mod did very well. It's a very popular mod. It actually has a major bug on it at the moment. Basically, once Janthea Wilds came out, I've done nothing but think about streaming and actually making videos, which is what I should be doing. But it will be cool for the Let's Play. It will be very cool. Alright, stolen wares. Oh, cool. These other ones spawned there, and I thought I'd have to fight them again. But that's the other players' ones. That's a weird thought with that style of quest. They must have had to have thought about that, you know, like, if too many players are staggered there all at once, the mobs are just going to be infinite and you won't be able to finish the quest. I guess at a certain point, enough players would be there, though, that they'd all get AoE'd down at once or whatever. Showcase the snow on Patreon. Oh, no. I want to do a what I want to do is do a regular video for that because I want a lot of people to see it. And that mod isn't just adding snow, by the way. It's a huge mod that completely revamps one of the areas of the UI. And basically just as a bonus feature, which took me like a week and a half to code, so it was a lot of work for a bonus feature, I added a weather system to it. So like in the game in default, you can't see weathers on the planets, but I made it so that you can. And the game also has a technology in it where once you hit a certain tech level, you can manipulate the weather of planets. That's a vanilla thing, but it's just like a story idea. It's not actually in-game. So that's what I did. I made it so that there's real weather that you can really manipulate with the tech from vanilla. So basically, I took a vanilla idea and rounded it out into a full feature. But that required learning how to animate and all kinds of things. Have you good tidings to share, or better yet, stolen merchandise to show? These were goods bound for the market and stolen by a band of heretics. Here's your third task, sir. What Let's Play? Well, the point is to do a Solaris LP with the mods when we get there. But there's still a couple more to make and fix. God bless you, friend! It's all here, every last... Ah, but wait. That chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. Bloody hells, that's the personal property of Lord Francel, too. Are you certain? Clearly an attempt was made to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against your shipping manifest, be my guest. Fury, take me, a draconian rosary in the possession of Lord Francel? Yeah, I saw this on the image for the quest a second ago, and I was like, what is that? Yet, perhaps it is not so difficult to fathom. House Halionar is whispered to be infested with heretics. Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, sir. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under these circumstances, I must strongly advise against associating with House Halionar. Interesting. By the way, this is the music we heard at the start of the episode, with everyone dead at the Waking Sun. I can't believe everyone's dead! Your other introductions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Ishgardian to root out and destroy heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved. Jeez. Yeah, as I mentioned, the first expansion is about this area of the world. So what's going to happen in A Realm Reborn here, guys, is we're going to beat the game. With Vast coming upon it, actually. We're going to beat the game, and then we'll be into the post patches. And the way that this game is usually structured is the first couple of post patches are like rounding out the main story. And then the last two are really setting up the following X-Pack. So actually, the end of this playlist in A Realm Reborn, we're going to beat the game, we'll do a couple of patches rounding it out, and then it's going to be back to this. It's going to be back to these heretics. And that's where the story, I think, takes its first serious ticks up. Alright, Sir Carolo has something very important to tell you. I'm speaking from a long way away here. Come closer, lad. Listen well. What a brilliant NPC to be speaking to across the room. Lord Francel is no heretic. He is a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I served House Alienart for years prior to the calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of the coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of an Eldwise. He will know you for a friend. Now go. Oh god, we're getting caught up in the conspiracies though. What if that guy is a heretic? Some 20 years passed. The heir to House Durandale was lost at sea. Accomplished he was, wise and young, and wise for one so young. 'Twas Corsairs, they say. Had he lived, things might have been very different for the Observatorium and for House Durandale, as a matter of fact. But he died, and then the whole the Darkhold take held. So yeah, let's head on over. Do we get an 8th right now? Maybe not. This is actually behind the Darkhold, which is quite interesting. The optional dungeon. It's impressive and nice to hear that it found a good reception. Thank you. Yeah. Well, what's funny is the mod. Okay, I made a couple of mods, but this specific coding project was improving the planetary view screen. So the main there are like 1,000 pieces to it. Making buildings bigger, bringing tile art back, adding a whole new side panel with like an extra ground view, like overhauling, and I don't use that word lightly, the population screen. There's huge amounts of stuff. And once I got to the end, I wanted to like round it out with some other bonus features. So like the weather was one. I have a feature where the solar system, the actual stars, whether it's a binary system, a trinary system, a class M star, a class K star, whatever, it will actually show. So if you have a red supergiant, if your planet is in orbit of a red supergiant, you actually see the red supergiant above your cities on the art. So it was all about flavor and art. And so there's a billion different features in it. The weather one is really cool and really intricate, and I'm very proud of. And so I released the mod, and broadly speaking, it got a lot of attention, and a lot of, you know, people have given me a lot of compliments, and it's nice, it's done okay. But I've never really had specific compliments about specific elements of it, which took weeks to make. And, you know, that's the funny thing with it. Like, it kind of making that stuff this year, the coding I did this year, kind of taught me, I think, how to deliver feedback a little bit better. Because I think about, like, Square making this MMO. They do so much shit, you know. They equip every NPC with specific armor, and there's specific phrasing in the dialogue, and specific little elements of the environments and the world building. You know, there's so many tiny details. And what I really want with my mods is like specific feedback. I want to hear, oh, you liked the way that bush was there. Because, yeah, I fucking thought about that bush. I put that bush in that specific place. It's really cool to see someone notice that. So I like the specific details. So, yeah, like, the weather system is cool, but unfortunately no one's really been like, oh, this look... And on the other hand as well, I'd like to know if some of it looks crap as well, because I think that my snow animation could be a lot better. And it's like, if anyone ever went to that page and said, hey, I don't like the look of the snow, I'd be pretty gutted about that, because I'd be thinking, fuck, I didn't like it either, and I wish I spent more time on it. But whatever, you know. So anyway, yeah, broadly speaking, it's done well as a mod, but people are generally just saying, oh, this looks good. And it's like, okay, do you like the weather system? Do you like the fact that you get the new button that lets you change it? Do you like the weirds? Do you like the fact that the weather changes the name of the planet? Do you like this? Do you like that? And it's just like, yeah. Anyway, not to look a gift horse in the mouth. People have been very nice, obviously. I don't want to appear ungrateful. Welcome to the Darkhold, but built to withstand all Dravanian ploys and plans. These were natural caves behind me until House Dismail began to enlarge, connect, and fashion them into a stronghold. Alas and alack, the void sense struck, interrupting the work. Alas! Then in the confusion, Garleans infiltrated the keep. Alack! All in all, 'twas a fine mess. The Garleans were eventually forced into retreat, of course, but the void scent remained. So look, the Garleans can't really do much about the void. And so the fortress goes uncompleted, a home for abominations. Woe, woe is us. Yet the war is with the dragon rages, and we have no knights to spare for this noble mission. Even I am here, strictly on a very long tea time arranged by Sir Carolo. Please, see to these abominations, Sir Adventurer, sir. I have much prowess with paperwork, should you require aid of that sort. Alright, did I just fuck up? This isn't the main quest, is it? This is just unlocking the dungeon. Of course it is. Well, there you go. So we've unlocked that. It's kind of cool. You know, this whole nation is about dragons, really. It's a war against the Dravanians. But there's a little story there about the void. There's a little side story. Alright, we're going up this way instead. If it gets foggy, I'm going to that sightseeing log, by the way, immediately. Darkian, thank you for the $10 donation. Love your work, WP. Happy to offer what support I can. Tip, character config, control settings, target tab, uncheck the box that reads automatically lock on. No, I like that feature. I like the lock on. I'm doing that specifically. I know it's not very useful later in when you're going to move a bit more, but I like the cinematic look, and I'm not using that because I'm a noob. I'm using that because I enjoy it, and because I've spent hundreds of hours playing without it. And I think that the game looks a little bit cooler, and you get a better look at the monsters. I have a keybind to toggle it on and off. Thank you for the advice, though. Alright, let's head on in here. What world am I on? I'm on Ravana in the Materia data center, which anyone can guess to. Yes, you look as though you have something to say, do you? Okay. Is that an Eldweiss in your pocket, or are you happy to meet me? What? Alright, I guess we'll think about his erection today. I see, Sir Carolo has not forgotten my mother's favourite flower. A pity it has not been seen in Kurthus since the calamity. You may speak freely here, friend. See, again, look, there used to be flowers blooming here. It's snowy now. Now, you might be wondering, how did the calamity change the weather and the geography? Now, look, I'll be the first to hint. Oh, it's coming up in the story later. It's coming up in the story. There's no good explanation for that, as far as I know. Maybe there's like some small note in Encyclopaedia Eorzea or something, but in all reality, it was a crazy change, I guess. I don't know. That's absurd. I would sooner die than become a thrall of the dragons. Alas, it matters not little what I say at this point. Although the Draconian Rosary was not found in my possession, it was still considered to be many proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors, for if they harbour even the slightest doubt, this will only add weight to the incessant accusations our house has suffered of late. It is as though the gods themselves are plotting our fall. You risk much by coming here. It is only proper that I recompense you for this deed. Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my best to provide. A missing airship? I see. It may require a prolonged effort to locate your quarry. I shall direct you to one in a better position to assist you. I like this story. It makes me feel like the world is massive. You know, there's just this one map here, but it's so huge and the wilderness is so vast that these guys obviously haven't seen the ruin wherever it is, even if it's been there for 5 years. Lord Horshafont of House 4 Tomps commands the garrison at Camp Dragonhead. Present to him this letter of introduction, and he will surely be receptive of your needs. You know, one thing I'm really enjoying about this LP, guys, every time someone's name comes up for the first time. So here we go. Lord Horshafont of House 4 Tomp. Okay. Well, we'll go speak with this guy. Hopefully he won't be as much of a dick as most of these guys are. Another thing you guys might like to wonder, by the way, is why are there heretics? So, they're fighting a war, an unending war with dragons. Who are the heretics? What do they want? And that guy just mentioned some kind of communion with the dragons there, right? He said, oh, I wouldn't want to become a thrall to the dragons. So what is it the heretics are getting out of all this? Horseshoe elephant. Yeah, how can we say that name terribly? I'm not sure. The calamities have caused big changes in weather before. Yeah, it's true. What was the element of the Dalamud calamity? The most recent one into the 7th age. I don't know what element that technically is supposed to be. Hey, hello you two. It's Sid and Alphino. I love this, the way that the NPCs just are around in the open world. I'm glad we left the observatorium. Those people were not friendly. Even though here I can feel eyes upon us, we're not safe. We came to fly an airship, yet now we we came to find an airship. Yet now we meddle in Ishgardian affairs of state. This is such an ironic comment from him, knowing where it's going. Gods, if Alice were here, we would never hear the end of it. Okay. Alright. That wasn't in the script. Hello! Oh my god, he looks fancy over there in that chair. feel like a real fish out of water in here. Thank gods we're in Ellison. We're not well dressed though. Oh yeah, by the way, when I finish the Bard quests, I'll get some Bard armor as well, so we'll finally be able to look a bit like one. Oh look, that player was excited about Horshafont. Ah, the unmistakable swagger of a well-travelled adventurer. If you come to pay your respects, be at ease, friend. I am not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many and more brave souls like yourself. But enough chatter, pray tell me, why have you come? Hello, sir. Can I just say, my playthrough 2 years ago started a short ways into the first expansion, of which this character is a major deal in that expansion. But I had taken that year gap. I had forgotten all about him. All about him! And people were kind of mad at me in my last playthrough. I don't know if anyone listening to me right now was there at the time. Because I'd like spaced and I basically didn't care about his arc. And people really care about this character's arc. People love this character. So just to say, this definitely I've forgotten about. I have no idea what he's going to say or how much he's in this. If there's any justice in this world, these charges will receive no serious consideration. It is beyond inconceivable. Ah, yes, the letter made mention of a pressing matter for which you required assistance. What might that be? Yes, how dare I? How dare you? Oh, you never liked him. Ooh. So, this enterprise you speak of was last seen above Kurthus before the calamity 5 years ago. I fear it may prove difficult to find any eyewitnesses to these events, for while Ishgard did not participate in the Battle of Cartano, we were embroiled in our own internal conflicts at the time. Nevertheless, okay, so like he said there, they weren't there. What were their conflicts? I guess we'll learn. Nevertheless, I will make inquiries on your behalf and share with you my findings in the future. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as a guest of House Forton. Nice! So like I say, we're not really too associated with Durandare, but Forton? Absolutely. That's much better armor, so I'm gonna get that. Our gear is probably really slipping. I've not been getting gear upgrades for ages, to be honest. There we go. Besides, I feel like we're too scantily dressed for the cold. Let me put it that way. All right. So there, by the way, did you see the player was overlapped with Horshafont, and it was like, how do you click him? If you just toggle the UI off like this, there's a keybind for it, and then you right-click, you'll always hit the NPC rather than a player. Little tip for you all. Lord Horshafont has a proposal for how you might participate in his investigation. As you have doubtless realised by now, the High Houses of Ishgard, House Fortomp included, are either unable or unwilling to offer you formal assistance in your search. However, that does not mean that there are not influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. I shall be sending missives to their various representatives in Ishgard, though I suspect it would be quicker and more efficient if you were to make inquiries of your own. Lady Nin of mine own house, Fortomps, who resides here in Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travellers. There's also Cravelin of House Halienart, who can be found at the Skyfire Locks, though any information you pry from the scribe may prove difficult to pass. Have you spoken with the chief astrologian of Durandare yet? Really? Huh. Perhaps he'll be more accommodating once I inform him that you are a friend of House Fortomp. Do not concern yourself with House Dismail. I shall contact them myself. Seek the counsel of the three I recommend, and return to me when you're finished. Okay. Nice, we've got a Lalafell on the table there. There, are you looking for a link shell invite? I assume often people are. There you go. That's a good Lalafell sound effect. Ew, that's like Horshafont is clapping through his chest there or something. Okay, so let's go do a quick change of scenery here. I said that I would get to the first Aetheryte in the map, and then we go do the dungeon. So let's do the next optional dungeon. There are only a few in ARR. We've already done 2 of them. So, remember, and the story behind this was just, hey, do you want to go have a fun Egypt adventure? Go for it. So I'm going to return to Little Alamigo now, and if you guys want to play this with me, you are more than welcome. Just meet me out the front of the dungeon, and I'll throw some invites, some party invites to people. So that, and what we can do is we can do this dungeon, and then we can teleport back. So it's nighttime. So we're not going to get our Egypt adventure, really. Well, hold on. What time of day is it? Oh, it's 4 in the morning, 5. So the sun will rise. You can also hold Control to ignore all players when selecting your target. Control or Alt. Well, there you go. That's a good tip as well. I didn't know that. That does sound handy. Guys, our archer is level 47 now. With this dungeon done, I'm sure he'll hit level cap. Base game level cap. Get some more sandstone golems. Once upon a time bosses, but no longer. Oh, look at this. I love this camera angle. The lock on is awesome. Pew, pew, pew. Nice. Forgetting to sing. I should remember to, though, because everyone will get that buff. So here's the entrance, and it's all caved in and terrible. Hello, Bibby Moo. Welcome to the sunken Temple of Khan, or what remains of it at least. Used by ancient Beldanians, a place to worship the sun goddess, Izima. Much about the temple's history remains shrouded in mystery. While we have sent a research team into the depths, I regret to say that the investigation proceeds at a snail's pace. That is, when it proceeds at all. It would seem that the Beldanians have rigged the temple with all manner of devious traps and snares, to deter temple robbers, no doubt. We have recruited adventurers to assist in disarming the traps, but be forewarned. Many who have entered have yet to return. Should you wish to brave the depths, we would welcome your aid. I do wish to enter the depths. Oh, we had a golem dead. Okay, so who wants to do this with me? Do we actually have enough people? We seem to have 2. Oh, yeah, we got loads. Oh, everybody's... Oh, it was because I was speaking to the NPC. All right, I guess first come, first serve again. So this guy's running quick. This guy was next. And then Snargle was 3rd. There you go. You can see who's got stream delay there. Oh, we got a good comp straight away. Look at that. Oh, my God. What is... Someone's got a motorbike or something. Was that a motorbike or was that a lion roaring? Alright, so the sunken Temple of Khan. Under the unforgiving Thanalan sun lie the ruins of an ancient temple half devoured by the shifting sands of a timeless desert. Though used by ancient Beldanians... I feel like the entrance of this dungeon should be in the southern desert, but hey, whatever. Though used by ancient Beldanians as a place of worship the sun goddess, Azima, portions of the massive underground structure appear to be far older than the 6th Astral Era civilization. That, however, did not deter the Beldanian sultans from each adding their own chambers to the original construct in a bid to achieve immortality through creation. In the subsequent years since the fall of Belladia, many an adventurer has sought to explore the temple's mysteries and perhaps return with the treasure of a lost era, only to fall victim to one of the complex traps set to prevent that very thing from happening. Alright, in we go. Sorry, I saw people were typing there in chat. People saying hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, WP, random question, but did you ever play Dark Souls or Elden Ring? No, but they... So I asked in Spud the other... I've got to grow the channel. I've really... This move, and I've got to grow the channel. So I asked in Spud Discord. If you guys look in the link in the description, there's a link to the Discord. You're welcome to join. I'm kind of in the middle of fixing it up and changing things. There's like some very old posts in there that I need to change. But, I asked people, what would you watch that would actually grow my channel? Now, for years and years and years and years and years, people have asked me to do Dark Souls. And I've always said no, and I've been nervous. So I kind of am open to it. I feel like I've missed the boat, but maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, so I'll tell the mechanics of the statues in this one. There are actually some cool little puzzles and tricks and traps in this place, which is quite fun. This is cool. Look, we're in here in Sunrise. I don't know whether the day-night changes once you're already in an instance, so I guess we'll see. Jesus Christ, the visuals. I'm going to back up a little bit. So this, you know how you unfog areas as you travel? Like we just unlocked the Sun Terrace, a lot like in Guild Wars. The very last thing I had to unfog in the entire game was in this dungeon. because there's like a hidden puzzle to open a secret door, which we don't have to do, by the way, guys. You know, I don't want to spend, because I think you can spend quite a long time in this dungeon, actually. But there's like an extra room that opens if you get some artifacts and you put them on some scales in a correct order. It's all very cool. There we get some bats. A wood skeleton called the Accursed. You just thought it might suit my style of LPs because there's a lot of hidden lore to find out these up. Yes, yeah, and I think that's what has always captivated people about it. The only downside is I've got a bit of a fragile ego, and I don't like being teased too badly. And if I did it live, they're hard games, aren't they? Like, I'd sit there trying to fight a boss, and I would just have a crowd of people pissing themselves laughing at how hard I'm finding it. I don't know whether I'd find that very fun day in, day out. So I don't know. You know, I've told this story a few times, years and years and years ago. I can almost 100% guarantee that not a single person listening to this video right now, whether you're live or you're watching it in the playlist, or none of you were there, I'm sure of it. Years ago, the very first thing I ever did with streaming, and it really put me off streaming for a long time. And I'm still probably the same kind of person, but I played Zelda. I'm not a Zelda fan. I've never played Zelda. I just thought, back in those days, this was years ago, I just thought, oh, well, it's just sort of fun. I'll try it out. Why not? But what happened was I didn't know where to go or what to do. And I just had loads of people just like, I don't know, just like laughing or telling me I was an idiot for not going to the right place or whatever. And I'm sure it was all just good-hearted jibing. It was just, you know, people fucking around. But it really got to me, and I was like, I'm not enjoying this streaming this game. Because it was like this thing, like everyone had already played it. It was like a game from their childhood. They knew what to do instinctively. And they were just basically telling me I was a moron for not figuring things out instantly. And I just, it was horrible. I really didn't like it. And it's definitely born from a fragile ego. Like, I know that. But it's not like I can flip a switch and change that. So I don't know. I've always been a little bit nervous about Dark Souls. I'm sure I'd have a lot of fun with it. But my playstyle with stuff is I'm sort of happy to die and try again and try a very slight change and try another I'm very slow. I'm very meticulous. I wouldn't pick it up quick at all. At all. And I'm worried it would frustrate people to watch and maybe frustrate me to play as well. So I don't know. But the lore side of it, I think, is quite exciting. I just don't know whether I would do it live or whether I would do it as like an LP and then cut out. You know, as like a proper full-on presentation where I edit it all together. I can super speed and cut and do post-commentary and things and sort of gloss over the uglier bits. If it's live, there's no handlebars there at all. But yeah, it is a franchise that looks cool. I think all the Elden Ring stuff looks amazing. And by the way, I'm a fan of a very old FromSoft game that most people don't know, but they did a game called Eternal Ring years ago. And I was a fan of that game, and I liked that game. I think, which is my little claim to fame, you know. Oh, look, I liked FromSoft before any of you. Which is obviously horseshit, but you know. Watching somebody get stuck for hours on a boss is 90% of the reason people watch Dark Souls. Getting to feel like you did better than the person you watch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is that fun for me? Is that fun for me? Do I just put that aside, you know? Like, I don't want to go out there with, like, a reputation. This guy's an absolute imbecile, you know? Okay, so, by the way, there was a mechanic in here where he would cast Doom on us. And what we needed to do was run over to these orange panels to cleanse it. Luckily, I didn't get Doom there. We actually could have died. I was completely ranting away about something else, not paying any attention then. So, luckily, we were all right. But yeah, Doom is a debuff, and it counts down, 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 down. And when it runs out, it's an instant death. Same as in the other main series FFs. See, because the thing is for me, if I die in a game or whatever, or if I'm struggling, I get engaged by it and like it. and I'll be like, okay, but I'm very slow, and I'll be like, oh, what can I do slightly differently, you know? But then I would look at chat, and it'd just be people screaming, lol, 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 lol. Oh, I don't know. I'm just being a killjoy really right now, aren't I? I don't know. It's on the list. It could be fun. Right, so here what we need to do is the tank needs to pull these statues onto these panels, and then we need to kill the statue on the panel. You'll notice it's glowing orange right now. If you look here, and now it's not glowing, so you want to kill it on it. Now, technically, by the way, that is skippable. You don't have to do that puzzle. You can just run past it. We've done it here, obviously. Yeah, look, clearly the sun is rising. Look at this. It ends basically under that pyramid way off in the distance there. I love this dungeon, guys. Like the visuals of it. I'm a sucker for ancient Egypt stuff. Yeah, so you can grab this is for like the bonus thing at the end. This stuff, but it is totally skippable. So you see that thing called the Flame of Magic? We need to like collect it. I guess I'll collect it. They just pinged it. Just use another barrage as I go. Not barrage, quick knock. So we have an item now, right? We have the Helm of Might, the Gem of Affluence, and the Flame of Magic. A small statuette upon which is carved an ethereal flame. My reservations are justified. Well, are they though? Because, I mean, a lot of people stream those games and have a lot of fun doing it. To me, it seems like the kind of game, once I've beaten it, and like apparently they've got really fun build craft in that as well. Like, once I've played it once for myself and enjoyed it, it might be a really fun LP afterwards. It might be that kind of thing. So, I can sing the song every 2 minutes. And the song lasts... Like, how does this work? Does it start making sense when I get other songs? They start overlapping one another and stuff? Or I end one song early for another and I get effects for ending too soon or whatever. Like here, I sing the Mage's Ballad and I get, what is that, 45 seconds of it? But see, these buffs are weird because they have no duration on the actual tooltip. Like, if I was the White Mage right now, and I moused over that, I wouldn't be able to know how long that's going to last. But I guess I want to use this every 2 minutes. This is an example of like the thing we were talking about with might. You know, Guild Wars 2, you have 25 might all the time. In this game, you can only spike the damage buffs every 2 minutes. And you can literally see that here. This is on a 2-minute cooldown. So what I would want to do is use this ballad at the same time as other people use their buffs. Like Monk has one called Brotherhood, which gives everyone more damage, and then everyone starts feeding him procs for his abilities, for his chakras. And if you use Brotherhood and the ballad at the same time, well, the buffs stack exponentially, don't they? So that's sort of the whole idea. You love those games because you figured them out on your own? Yeah, yeah. So would like a tutorial style LP kind of not even be a fun idea? I'd love to see it like those games, but how I did 6. Record and edit way ahead of publishing. Ah, see, that's my instinct. That's how I would do it as well. The downside to this, though, is playing the entire game, researching the entire game, and like then doing an LP the way I like to do it takes time. And I think I need to start doing smaller games, like not massive RPGs, maybe, so that we have a bit more growth. I don't know. Oh. We'll see whether this membership thing's a good idea. If it's a good idea, it might be quite cool. I'm going to use Big Shot. Anyway, all that stuff's for like way off in the distance, guys. I've already got a bunch of projects that I want to do and will be doing in the short term. Explain the mechanic. Oh, right. Every now and then, he gets a soul stone. I just got hit by that AoE. Oof. You want to retarget to the soul stone. It's like fighting Titan. And he's kind of like a mini Titan in a way, actually. And then every now and then he'll pick a person, kick him away, and stun him, which is what he just did to me. So yeah, when you hit the soul stone, it stuns the major guy. It might even chunk him, I don't know. I think that's it on this. I don't think there's another mechanic. reapply my bleeds. There we go. That didn't feel too bad, actually, guys. I feel like I've got a reasonable amount of buttons coming on together here now. Some Khan chainmail. I guess our gladiator can wear that later. Wait, I said the right words. That's fair. Elden Ring took you 140 hours to finish the first time. Yeah, look, I mentioned this in my channel update. You got turned around. A little tip for you guys in dungeons. When you kill a boss, the way forwards is always where the devs put the chest. They put the chest near the way forwards. So you never end up leaving via the wrong door. You'll see, I don't even have a mini-map open right now. I don't need the mini-map to navigate. I just looked at where the chest was and went through the door there. Yeah, as I mentioned in my channel update, for me, I think long games, very long projects like MMOs, I want to do them in this format. This format is way, way, way better for that. You know, like, I'm saving 5 hours, minimum 5 hours, just to scrub through the footage of editing. Plus, God knows how many hours to render, upload, publish every time I do one of these. Not to mention the fact that if you're doing it blind or just kind of winging it, you know, there's less prep needed. So for really big games, this is how I want to cover them. And I think it's fun. It's fun to have some live stuff. For shorter games, or more directed things, or older things, I want to do the big, you know, the big style LP. So yeah, anything too big is kind of, I don't know, that's kind of why the whole Dark Souls thing's a bit tricky. Also, again, like, I wouldn't want to just play Elden Ring. I'd want to go back and see, like, where it started, you know. I know that Elden Ring's different canon, but to understand the genre and stuff. Also, it's not just a game, it's a massive expansion now, you know. Right, here's where the puzzle is. What we needed to do was kill that mask to lower that. But you can put these extra items we found into these. We can do the Helm of Might, Affluence, Magic, or Knowledge. I don't really know what goes in what. Is it the mark on the door that teaches us? And you can get this wrong, by the way. When you get it wrong, it either spawns mobs or... I think you need the gems. So here's the Vault of Steel. You need gems at the end, I think. But if you do the wrong thing, you can't... we get some ice shards, these items that I never really use, related to the crafters. Yeah, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring. Yeah, back to back. There's so many, right? There's so many. I guess I'll do the Helm of Might this time. See, I got that wrong and I spawned these mobs. I don't know if we lost the item though. Oh, maybe not. Holy shit. Taking damage. You see the icon. Yeah, I don't know what the clue is. Is it up the top? Is it the crest on the top? No? Gem equals money. What gem, though? Oh, on the pillar. I see. On the pillar. I see. Yeah, there's a little gem on it. So that pillar had a different... Oh, yeah, and that one had a helmet. Nice. Very good. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know how this worked. The full no-hit run in 2030. It's kind of a whole thing, you know. Like, there's content creators entirely based around Souls games, aren't there? Also, I think, you know, the other thing is there is something good about blind playthroughs. I really didn't like blind playthroughs for a long time. I thought that they were, you know, sloppy or whatever. But there is a certain magic to seeing someone experience something for the first time. The first time some hellish boss comes out. Do you want to hear someone go, oh my god? Or do you want to hear them go, okay, so the mechanics here are X, Y, and Z? You know, like... But there's more entertainment in blind stuff. So I think blind but edited is a good shout, obviously. So this looks like grapes, maybe. Yeah, the fruit of knowledge. But do we need to save these? We're in the Vault of Secrets. Ooh, that makes me think of Abaddon. we get anything? That was empty. That's outrageous. You can't wait for me to get through Endwalker because I'm blind to it. Yeah, I mean, this is a weird project, really. What this series, this FF14 series, is very strange. Because to be honest, normally with this format, I'll be blind, like with Janthia Wilds, right? Or the stuff from 2 years ago. Here I'm in this weird middle ground right now, where I sort of know, but then I sort of don't know. I'm hoping that's working. I think it is. At least you're not having to watch me fumble around with, what's a GCD, you know? And to be honest, ARR is pretty boring, so having a bit of trivia and stuff to inform is probably alright. And hey, I forgot that everyone died at the Waking Sand. I mean, holy crap. Genuinely had no idea that was a part of the story. So here's the puzzle, right? The final boss is through that door. We want to get through that. That's a hidden door there. And so the icons on the wall, there's like chalices on the walls. What we need to do is get the scales of judgment balanced. So in the left pan, we will put... What do you guys think? Might and magic or knowledge and affluence? I really have no idea. Any thoughts, party? I'm going to do... I thought it was like the 2 gems or something. Let's do might and magic. Alright, the Helm of Might. This is cool, look. And the Flame of Magic. Nice little sound effect. You see that? Ready? The Scales of Judgment. If I mess it up, we've got mobs to fight. Yeah, I've messed up. Damn. But the door didn't open as well, so we might have another shot at it. It's also important to keep in mind viewer bandwidth for consumption. Yes, I know, yeah. I mean, look, 5 hours is pushing it. My plan for this series, to be honest, was 2 to 3 hours per episode. And we've settled in like 4. Yeah, but we're doing it every other day, so... Oh, there you go, the door opened. I don't know, guys. I don't know. There is a secret room there, though. And it was the last thing I ever got on my main. It was the last thing that I had to unfog in the whole game. Have I ever played Heroes of Might and Magic? No. No, I haven't. They look cool, and I used to watch some Let's Plays of them, but I've never played them. They're not still going either, are they? Well, they might be. Alright, ready? Okay, final boss. We got more platforms. I think that Doom mechanic will be back. Probably. I think some little guys spawn again, some heads that we want to kill on the platforms. What else is there? I don't know. There's beams of light, like this guy here. Like, I have aggro of him because I hit him. There you go. He's on the platform. He died on it. I don't know if that was in some way beneficial. So here you'll see, by the way, telegraphs aren't always just orange fields. Like, they do blue quite a lot in ARR. These are these blue beams, these light beams. I'll interrupt that with a head graze. Yeah, so you get like these mithril verges. I don't know whether you need to hit them really. I'll help kill that since it's on the platform. So he's, yeah, I don't know what this is, this black square. It probably will kill anyone standing on it when that pulse finishes. I'm going to ignore it, I think. This is very tanky. Oh, everyone's just retargeted. I think we'll be alright. I think the room basically just slowly fills with these and they throw beams of light everywhere. Trying to cast Paralyze, don't interrupt. I think if he successfully casts Paralyze, it will put stone on you, which is a countdown to then getting petrified. And you can use the panels in the same way you would against Doom. Does Is that the thing? I'm going to big shot again. We're not going to see a T2 ult for ages. And down they go. You played the games that Heroes are based on, though? Yes. Yeah. But I've never played Heroes itself. Alright. All's Bane. Cool, cool, cool. And we get the loot. Congrats, guys. The loot being fat XP, as it would seem. Lovely. Alright, so let's go back now to the main storyline. And in fact, I want to give you guys a little history lesson as well. So when last we left off, dealing with ancient cities and so on, we were dealing with the 5th era, if you guys remember. Now, I'd like to regale you with the end of the 5th era. So let's remember now, we started with the 1st era. Basically nothing's known. They're like cavemen, basically. Then they got wiped out. We don't even really know how they got wiped out. What the hell happened here? Jesus. We don't even really know how they got wiped out. But we do know that it was probably wind, just because that's the missing element compared to the others. Then there was the 2nd age. People got very religious and started worshipping the gods. But then there was this great firestorm and the hidden caves. So they're like, okay, not religion, let's just educate ourselves. They got very big on science, and that was the 3rd era. And getting big on science led rise to this insanely OP empire with about 1,000 stories to tell called the Allegan Empire. I skipped 90% of that. There's so much to learn about them, it's unreal. But they were like an apex civilization with a huge amount going on. They were way bigger and stronger than even the Garleans with their technology we see here today. That was the 3rd era. Eventually, great earthquake shattered the realm. There was the 4th calamity. They all got wiped out. So then in the 4th era, it was the Dark Ages again. And people didn't want to be religious or learn anything. And they got wiped out. I can't remember what that one was. Oh, that was the Great Flood. There was the Great Flood. Or was that the Great Snowstorm? When was this? No, we haven't heard about the flood yet. Shit, spoilers. The flood is the next one. That was a big snowstorm. Okay, and now we're finally into the 5th era. And we've already talked a good deal about the 5th era. 3 great cities, Amdapor, Nim, and Mhachi. White mages, black mages. We don't really know about this 3rd one. So, the floating city of Nim. Let's learn about the 3rd one. Near the 500th year of the 5th astral era, scores of Lalafelian sailors arrived on Vilbrand's shores. Remember, that's the Lanosian Isle. In longboats woven of reeds. Here, the mercantilists built a meagre settlement on the southern part of the isle, with hopes of establishing trade with the native kobold tribes. In time, their lonely outpost would grow into the maritime city of Nim. Nim's population was not as robust as the other 12 city-states, but what the Nimians lacked in ascendancy, they made up for in commerce. This is literally the big ruin we were looking at last time. They made it up for in commerce, making full use of their consummate skills in seafaring. Nim's sailors were a rough and rowdy lot, traits they used to their advantage in establishing the Royal Marines, a small yet fearsome naval force that was placed in charge of the city's defences. Translation of Nimian records depict the Marines as axe-wielding marauders who would fight alongside a handful of talented mages who provided healing and support by way of their own uniquely developed brand of spellcraft. Despite their humble ranks, the Marines' tact proved their greatest strength, a great portion of Nim's legacy alluding to legends of their fierce martial prowess. Even during the Great War, Royal Marines ensured that their small nation maintained its independence by valiantly repelling wave after wave of void sent by the Mhachi across the Rothlit Sound. I guess the Rothlit Sound is the stretch of water separating Limsa from the mainland. Cool, so that's our 3rd group. And here we hear about a dungeon. The Wanderer's Palace was a massive stone temple dedicated to the Nemean's patron god, Oshon, ruler of the mountains and protector of vagrants, I think that says. It appeared to be coincidence that Vilbrand's indigenous Cobalt tribes also worship the mountain, revering Omagoro as their sacred mother. But this commonly is believed to be why the Nemeans were able to foster amicable relations with the Beastmen. So there's a place called the Wanderer's Palace, and one of the optional dungeons, like the last optional dungeon actually, I think. Oh, no, not the last. Second to last? Is there. The Nemean Plague. The War of the Magi, between these two white mage, black mage cultures, raged for nigh on 3 centuries before Nim was stricken by a mysterious plague, severely crippling the state. One common theory used to explain how the scourge was spread involves a curious story concerning a band of Nemean sailors who had been cast adrift in the southern seas after their ship was battered by a fearsome storm. The disoriented seamen landed on a desert isle, where they met a native tribe of Lalafels, who nursed them back to health and mended their broken vessel that they might return safely to Nim. Before the traders disembarked, the islanders bestowed upon them a parting gift, an ornate amphora. Not long after the sailors returned to the floating city and presented the token of friendship, Nim's people fell, one by one, to an incurable sickness heretofore unseen on Vilbrand. It was not until it was too late that Nemean scholars discovered the amphora to be part of an elaborate Mhachi plan that would see the unleashing of Bitoso, a pestilence, carrying void scent summoned to Eorzea for the sole purpose of decimating the Nemean population. So there's a Mach plot to just plague these guys and destroy them. Those who contracted the void sense disease experienced disfiguring symptoms. Their noses and ears melted away, their limbs shriveled, and their flesh turned a ghastly shade of green. Attempts to contain the plague included isolation of the infected, who were locked away within the Wanderer's Palace, the sacred Nemean temple of Oshon. The Nemeans remained wholly unaware of Bitoso's cloaked presence, and even as the temple's halls became filled with sick and dying, the plague continued to spread. Panic over the Green Death eventually drove the city-state's mages to their wits' end, leaving them with no choice but to take drastic measures. In a last fit of desperation, the mages used their magics to swell the land's waters, sealing the Wanderer's Palace, as well as the fates of those trapped inside. Hysteria surrounding the plague would eventually consume the Nemeans, leading their nation down the path of self-destruction. The Mhachi were ready to reap the seeds of destruction that they had sown. So yeah, Tonbreeze in this game, they're Lalafell. They are plagued, fucked up, magically corrupted Lalafell that were locked inside this horrible tomb surrounded by water. How cool is that? I love Tonbreeze. I think the Tonbreeze lore in this game is really cool. But unfortunately, by the way that it's written, it also kind of relegates it to a very specific corner of the game. So you don't see a bunch of Tonbreeze around like you see a bunch of Moogles. They don't have the prominence in this game that they do in some of the others. But how amazing is that? It says many of those afflicted with the Nemean plague were roused from a deep slumber when the protective barrier that for centuries had isolated the Wanderer's Palace from the outside was shattered by the fallen shards of Dalamud. So this is the dungeon story we'll be seeing later. With no knowledge of the plague and its disfiguring effects on the skin and extremities, early explorers of the recently surfaced temple claimed the ruins to be inhabited by Tonbreeze. Tonbreeze are mythical creatures, mythical rancorous creatures believed to talk the shadows of night in search of revenge. Oh yeah, okay, and here's the other really cool twist. In Eorzean folklore, Tonbreeze already are a thing. They're like the boogeyman, right? And basically these plagued Lalafellians get mistaken. They see them and they're like, oh, they're Tonbreeze. But they're already a thing in folklore. So I just said that this lore is relegated to one corner of the game. Actually, there is a concept of an actual Tonbreeze, not one of these fucked up Lalafell, but an actual Tonbreeze. And Square Enix at any point could play with that, and they could say, okay, here's some real Tonbreeze. Which is also very exciting to me, because that would give them more prominence and another hook for Tonbreeze elsewhere in the story. But yeah, as far as we're concerned, the Tonbreeze we will meet and interact with in this game, they're the Lalafell. They're the Nemeans that were plagued maliciously by the Mac. Potoso's ability to conceal his form left the Nimians guessing as to the actual source of the plague that was consuming their city from within. By the time they'd uncovered the truth, it was too late to save those who had fallen, both to the Scourge itself and at the hands of the mages who had sought to quell it. Now, I believe, guys, the Scholar quest, if you level Scholar, it teaches you about this stuff. I think Potoso might be a boss there. I think that's Scholar questline things. Someone was asking me in Discord to show it off. I don't know. Some of these things, I think we can get the info from the Encyclopaedia rather than going on a long, 2-hour-long winding quest. But yeah, pretty crazy. So how does this all end, guys? What happens at the end of this age? By the year 1510, the War of the Magi... And remember, every time they give us a date, it's of that age, right? The War of the Magi was nearing a climax as the Void Mages of Mac pushed ever closer to Amdapor. Despite having stood for centuries, Amdapor Keep, the ancient city's first line of defense, was quick to fall to Mac's fell army of otherworldly demons. With the gate to Amdapor laid open, the Void Mages herald their arrival in the city proper with the summoning of Diabolos, a high-ranking Void Saint meant to seal Amdapor's fate. So you may recognize Diabolos from the other games. Diabolos is in this game. I'll say no more just yet. But these guys used him to win this war, I guess. However, Mac sorely underestimated the defensive magics of Amdapor to withstand Diabolos and the minions under his unholy command. The White Mages breathed life into the city's most powerful stone guardians. Gathering their collective strength, the Amdapori were able to seal away the Void Prince, forcing Mac to withdraw, so Diabolos got sealed away. Yet, while the ancient city may have triumphed that day, it was a hollow victory, for it did little to stall the sun as it set on this once great civilization. The era's darkest hour was nigh. The Mac march on Amdapor was not the sole cause of Eorzea's downfall. 3 centuries of ceaseless assault on the land had taken its toll, the drain of energies used to propagate war, sending the realm's elemental balance askew. This final battle was merely the straw which saw the balance break. Only after the dust settled did the people of Eorzea begin to truly notice the damage they had wrought. The realm's most powerful seers were called to scry the realm's future, but what they foresaw was darkness. It was too late to amend their ways. A calamity was upon them, and soon the waters would rise to purge the land of those who had ravaged her so. Was that my last one for today? No, one more, guys. One more for today. From what... So here we go. The 4th era ends. From what information most... Whoa. No, we read that already. I've gone in the wrong direction here. Where are we? We're on 5, right? That's the floating city. That was about the Tombries. That was that. That's the Battle of Amdapor. Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. This is like when you go up and do like a presentation or something, you know. You lose your place. I did that at a funeral once, I'd like you all to know. I was a speaker at a funeral, and I lost my page while doing a eulogy. It was pretty bad. So then we got this lovely image here of these two fighting. One of the great soldiers versus Diabolos. There he is. Crafted and given life by the mages of Amdapor, Kuribu is one of the many guardian statues erected around the city to contain the Void-sent invasion. Using advanced techniques learned over the centuries, the Amdapori were able to create a golem who had not only mastered martial artistry, but arcane spellcasting as well. It's funny as well, if you guys play 15, there's a bunch of shit about like them imbuing the city and the statues to fight for them. The Mac had intended Diabolos to be their secret weapon in annihilating the Amdapori mages and toppling the ancient city. What they had underestimated was the desperation with which the White Mages would fight to defend their home and the homes of their children. Though many gave their lives in the task, Diabolos was eventually sealed beneath the city, and Amdapor was safe for a time. So if we ever go to Amdapor... Okay, so... Here, by the way, is when the Grand Companies were first born. Scholars and mages from all nations entreated their governments to, if not temporarily, set aside their differences and focus their attentions on the larger problem at hand. Monitoring of the realm's aether indicated an unhealthy imbalance towards water, suggesting the manifestation of a calamity-scale flood of epic proportions. The city-state's leaders could not long deny the evidence laid before them, and though begrudgingly at first, they soon began to pool their resources, hastily creating central command centers to first and foremost address the protection of civilians from the oncoming deluge. These emergency forces would later become known as the Grand Companies. The Nemeans, despite still reeling from the losses incurred by the plague, ordered their dwindled military forces out into the rising seas to construct an expansive floating net of protected wards dubbed Operation Maelstrom. Amdapor mobilized what remained of its military to commence the evacuation of the People's Realm to the North Mountains of Abalathia's Spine, abandoning the city so many had recently given their lives to defend. So they did all this to defend the city, and now they realize they have to go anyway because of the flood coming. You'll notice here that in this era, for the first time, you see a little bit of people fighting back against a calamity. So the Ark of the Mhachi. As the Grand Companies of Mhachi and Amdapor enacted their contingency plans to evacuate their citizenry to higher ground, the Mhachi were looking beyond the mountains, well beyond. Confident in their ability to control any and all monstrosities wrested from the void, the city-state began the construction of an airship known as the Ark. It was designed to run on the dark energies of an entire legion of void scents sealed within its hull. So just so that you guys know, this story I'm reading right now is kind of one of the side stories in the first expansion, which we will play, but I'm going to give you guys the rundown on the lore here, okay? So they have this massive ark in the sky. The rulers of Mhachi envisioned that the floating sanctuary would carry entire families and their livelihoods, livestock, seeds, supplies, into the skies, where they would wait in relative safety until the waters of the calamity receded. Yet even with a myriad of mindless thralls at their disposal, the Ark still required a core powerful enough to see the vessel to the heavens. Thus the Void Mages sought the power of a Void Scent the likes of which they had never before summoned, a ruler from one of the highest tiers of the Void hierarchy, Skakath. Skatha? I don't know how to say her name. Skatha? Skathak? The Shadow Queen. Only a mage of strong mind could endeavour to control so potent a prisoner without the use of the Nullstone, which by this time had been lost to the rising waters. The responsibility was ultimately given to Cessair Blackwind, a high void mage of questionable repute and outspoken critic of the War of the Magi. Upon learning of the Ark and the means by which the mages sought to power the vessel, Cessair voiced her vehement disapproval of the plan, claiming it reckless at best, deadly at worst. However, the rising sea had already begun to swallow the realm and left her little choice. She reluctantly agreed to helm the plan, if only to save the lives of her people. Cessair and her cadre of 53 void mages boarded the Ark and successfully contained within a complex network of interconnected coffins the energy of the Shadow Queen and more than 50 score void scent. The vessel launched to the cheers of an entire nation, the hopes that their efforts would lead to the preservation of their society. The Ark and her passengers, however, were never to return. Now, I'm not going to read the rest of that, because the story will go on to that. But basically, it's a giant floating ghost ship out in the skies. How amazing is that, guys? With an entire civilization. Holy shit, that story's awesome. Okay, to round this out now, the final panel. What happened with the Calamity of Water here? This is the last one for today. And we're nearly caught up. Because once this is over, guys, we're into the 6th era, which is the one just before now. And we'll start getting Empire lore and stuff. So, as both scholar and seer scried, the realm's elemental imbalance culminated in a far-reaching flood that eventually swept over Eorzea, and with the Calamity of Water did the 5th era come to a close. Coastal towns were pummeled by tidal waves, while rivers overflowed their banks, swallowing settlements and leaving inarable soils in their wake. The great city of Mhachi was swallowed whole by a torrent the likes of which the realm had heretofore never experienced. A few who remained drowned as they cast their eyes and hopes up heavensward, content in the belief that the Ark would see the glory of their people endure. Spoiler, it didn't. Though, as you can imagine, it's a volatile thing filled with demons. Those who had the sense to retreat to higher ground would return to Yephaeum to learn that they were the inheritors of a wasteland of salt-clogged swamps, where even the hardiest of weeds refused to take root, let alone crops with which one might sustain a family. The few remaining Nimian citizens who had not been touched by the Green Death evacuated north into the mountainous regions of Lanosia as the Royal Marines commenced their ambitious Operation Maelstrom. While the Grand Company was successful in turning back the largest of swells, the majors were unable to prevent the scores of subsequent waves from pulverizing their coastal cities. Lands remained by the sea were reduced to rocky reefs, nary a home to which Nim's few survivors might return. As most of their land's energies had been exhausted in their efforts to seal Diabolos, there was little remaining for Amdapor's white mages to draw upon to stay the waters, which had already enveloped the territories held by Nim and Mac. The alternative was a hurried exodus into the highlands of Girabania. That's where Alamigo is. Before the deluge, and when we go to Alamigo, you'll see big mountains there. Before the deluge reached the ancient city, the region abandoned, the elementals, who had quietly borne witness to the Amdapori people's rapacious consumption of the land's aether, saw to it that the city's remnants be devoured in thick, sorcerous brush not long after the waters receded, thereafter preventing ingress into Amdapor. Thus did the ruins remain hidden from mortal eyes until the elementals' glamours were dispelled during the 7th calamity. That's the Dalamud thing, the Battle of Cartano. Recently, i.e. It could be said that the greatest of Eorzea's magical civilizations succumbed to a chaos of their own contriving. Yet it would be misguided to conclude that the entirety of mankind was beyond redemption for the sins of a few. Amidst the strife of the Calamity and the subsequent Sixth Era, legends have long told of the advent of a band of saviors known as the 12 Archons, who helped to warn people of the impending doom and provide salvation to countless scores in their times of need. Without champions such as these, the path to the Sixth Era may have been longer and more fraught with peril than it actually was. So Grand Companies, these 12 Archons, I think that's like a progenitor to what Louis Soir ended up being in charge of. People fought back a bit on that one. And there you go, that's the end. So when we're moving into the 6th now, and the 6th is where 1.0 was, guys, the end of the 6th. Pretty cool. So there you go. Sorry, that was quite a lot of reading on that one, but I love that era. And you can see why I split that era over 2 days as well. Right, so back to this. Earlier in chat, somebody asked if I had been reading the short stories from the website. The answer to that is not yet, but they're all planned and booked in. And they're very cool, and yeah, don't worry. I have read a little bit from the website. We read about the Grand Company stuff from the website, but we'll be back to it before long. Why, hello, good sir. What's that, an airship, you say? I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing of what you seek. Likely no one of House Fortont does, for if they did, I would definitely know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of young Lord Franzel. Some say the allegations are long overdue, given how many members of House Halionar have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. Right. Oh my god, the giant chocobo there. Oh, wow. You'd be surprised in these places, guys, just how many little rooms and things there are to hide around. Like, this outpost is kind of huge. Like, one of these doors takes you down into a prison that I had never seen or been in before until, like, a couple of weeks ago. Oh, man, my throat is a little bit sore here. Hold on, let's have an ambient walk to the next location. Let's get some music, if there is any. There might not be. Technically, I could turn it on with orchestra in, but... Whew, let's have a just calm, quiet walk to the next area. Soda. Oh, yeah, I could have a drink. You're right. It's been 2 hours. I'm actually not drinking Coke today. I have orange Fanta. Well, no, it's not even Fanta, is it? It's Tesco's own brand. Orange Zero. So it's like... It's good, though. It tastes just like normal Fanta. Oh, it's you, Mayo. Is it really? Do I like your fat chocobo? I do, dude. That's awesome. Hello and grant me strength. There must be some way to... Oh, who are you? A friend of Lord Horshavant? I want to help you, I truly do, but these accusations of heresy have thrown House Halionar into chaos. Right now, we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. Okay. Well, We didn't get much there, did we? Not much at all. I should probably... We haven't really come that far in the main quest yet today, I feel like. What's the quest? We're on the Talk of Curtis. Where is that? Talk of Curtis. Oh, okay, so we're about there. You know, we've made good progress, actually. We're about halfway through. I just said we've barely done much, but actually we're about halfway through what I planned to do today. That's probably good considering we're at the 3-hour mark. But then there was a lot of class chat, and there was the lore reading, and there was the dungeon. Oh, sorry, Chocobo. Sorry, Topaz, running into the back here. Oh, we're going back up the same tower. I didn't even realise. Of course we are. We had to come to talk to this guy, didn't we? Yeah, the Fat Chocobo is an amazing mount. I really do like it. I don't even really know where you get it from. There is a mechanic in this game, guys, here. If you look at my reputation, when you play with other players, once the mission is over, you can commend them. If they came from the matchmaker, you can say, hey, good job. You get to commend one person. And getting commendations gives you achievements the more you get. And the achievements give you special rewards. There's like a whole gear set and chocobo barding and mount, I think maybe. There's like a whole set of stuff you can get for having high commendations. And I've really wanted to get that whole outfit. But it will take time. There's also like special mounts you can get from doing dungeons and things on tanks, because tanks are always in high demand for the matchmaker. I actually feel like healers are in even more demand, but you know. Hey, Vernacular Ham, welcome. Thanks very much, man. Is the weather foggy now? No, it's still just snowy. I say just snowy. I like the snow. I gather you have been busy since we last spoke. Lord Haurchefront's missive was positively glowing. But if you think that his endorsement is cause for me to disregard Ishgardian policies, then you are sorely mistaken. We are at war, sir! And the enemy grows bolder by the day! Why, in the short time since Inquisitor Guillaume arrived in Curthis, countless heretics have been discovered, even amongst the elite of Ishgardian society. If Lord Haurchefront wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost airship, then that is his choice. But if he expects others to share in his folly, then he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. Jesus, none of them like us at all. I'm going to climb this because I don't know when we'll ever get the opportunity to. I don't know whether we'll actually get a story step right at the top. Here we go, look at this. You can come all the way up here. Oh, look at that. He's got a giant like telescope and he's sitting in it up there. That is cool. Oh, look, and there's another vista here. Another sightseeing log. That doesn't look active in any way. I guess because it's nighttime. You'd think nighttime would be the time to do this, though, right? Because you want to look at the night sky, right? Surely the whole point here is to look at the constellations. Oh. Oh, God. We fell down the stairs. I was going to get a nice look. I guess it's a little bit cloudy, maybe. I don't know. Is that a giant statue? No. Whoa, was that someone's chocobo? Speaking of which, when are we going to unlock some more of these? In fact, I should eat my Gizzle Greens. We haven't been playing with Topaz all day. So you can eat 2 at once, right? And it will mean that he's going to be out for a good long while. So he's got an hour now. Hello, Topaz. Okay, right, well, we tried to do that, and we got basically nothing for our efforts there. How is your schedule going to hold up if you don't instantly clear the extremes? It's a good question. I really don't want to get stuck on them. I want to enjoy them. I want to experience a few wipes. I want to see fancy new flashy animations. I want to feel like I've had a real boss fight. But I don't want to get stuck on them. So what I might do... I'm going to play it by ear as we go along. But what I would like to do is... If it gets really dodgy, I might enact like a 1-hour time limit. Max. So that what that means is when people are watching the Let's Play, you get the chapters, right? Corey's been helping me put chapters in. You can see when a boss starts, you can watch the first pull, and then you can just skip to the end. And it will be max like 1 hour per boss. And if we can't beat it in that 1 hour, then we'll just turn the echo on, or just do the normal mode version of the fight. That's what I'm thinking it will be. Like, we'll put a cap on. I don't know whether I'll pick an hour or not. I'll have to play it by ear, but that's my general thinking on that. By your countenance, I take it you did not learn anything of use. Nor did I fear. It seems the whole of Kurthus is consumed by this talk of heretics in the high houses. We can only hope that my sources in Ishgard provide more pertinent information. So can we go in there properly? We're still on the outskirts. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Francel, of whom much has been whispered in recent days. I've received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading north towards the Steel Vigil. The outpost was long ago overrun by the Dravanian horde, so I'm not certain what he intended to accomplish with such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Pray return to the Vigil and see if Lord Francel's party requires assistance. It occurs to me we might be about to have a duty of some kind. Maybe. I guess not. Wow, we're going really far. Oh, we're going to get a glimpse of the city. Okay, so guys, can you see that there's this icon here? It says Foundation, but there's a gatekeeper. That's locked. That's the first expansion. We are not allowed there. That's mysterious land. We can't go there past the Gates of Judgment. And for the longest time in ARR, I always wanted to. Because I was playing with people that had already got through to the first expansion. And I was like, oh my god, let me do the gates. So you can't go, but there's a giant town there. It's called Foundation. And we're actually going to get a glimpse of it from this hillside. And it looks amazing. And the glimpse of Foundation we're about to get was also visible in 1.0. The difference is it was surrounded by green hills and grasses. It's amazing, honestly. If you go watch that footage, the old YouTube videos, you'll see that you can look at Foundation even in 1.0. It wasn't playable, but it was there. Who goes there? Tremor? No, stay back. The Fiend is still here. Holy shit. There you go. Our first big dragon. This Grand Avis. I forgot to sing. Alright, you're safe now, sir. Oh yeah, and by the way, just to explain a little bit more on my UI. The Mage's Ballad, the class UI, when my weapon is unsheathed, I have it set to show up and go away when I'm unsheathed. So that's why you might have seen it flicking around. Oh, we're going to help this guy over here, another unsettled knight. Something else going to attack us, maybe? Something about this feels very WoW classic to me. I don't know why. I heard the beast cries from over yonder. Then Lord Francel is safe. Bless you, sir. Bless you. I feel like maybe this thing where you go to an area and there's a bunch of mobs to hit with injured NPCs feels very WoW classic to me. I don't know why. Curse those fiends. It's as though they knew we were coming. It's like Blizzard would have you kill 20 mobs here, right? Or something. Any chance of edited compilation videos of my playthrough? No, because it's just going to be way too much, I'm afraid. I know that like bigger YouTubers have editors or friends and family that help them do stuff like that. I'm sort of on my own here, so unfortunately not. In the days between, I'm working on another project at the moment. So it's watch the series or bust, really, I think. Confound it all. I might, when we finish each project, do like something of a summary video or something. But yeah, we'll see. Confound it all. How are we to redeem House Halenart if we cannot even slay a single Avis? We are unfortunate. We are fortunate you came along when you did, sir. The house will remember your kindness. I hate all these names. I'm so bad at reading them. I have no confidence with any of them as I say them out loud. Not a single one. Oh my god. Lots of very flashy, bright noises going on here. That was galvanized, I think someone casting us there. It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I had hoped we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scalekin. Moreover, it was House Halenart that yielded the Steel Vigil to the Horde many years ago. One might say that our defeat here heralded the slow decline of the house's once great name. We have been brought even lower by these despicable accusations of heresy, and despite my best efforts, I have done naught but improve the situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of the Inquisitors, whatever it may be. But even should my protests fall on deaf ears, protestations fall on deaf ears. I will proclaim my innocence to my dying breath. So off they run. So yeah, these people are all accusing each other of all this kind of heresy and malice and consorting with the enemy, and it's causing them to be risky and foolish. So yeah, this giant... Oh, wait. Oh, no. I was going to show you the view of the city. Oh, why did I do that? I might go back there in a second. Because there's still Vigil. Don't we have to spend some time over there in a minute anyway? No, we'll get a view of the city, but many opportunities. Hello, Orchifont. What did you find at the Still Vigil? Ah, I see. A reckless plan, but at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found. Alas, there is a complication. It's become common knowledge that you paid a visit to Lord Francis at the Skyfire Locks not long ago. Upon learning of this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance for fear of being seen in the company of a man who might later be declared to be a heretic. A not unreasonable fear given the zeal with which Inquisitor Guillaume has been conducting his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name and, by association, yours. Great. Ishgardian politics. Ah, I see. The key to providing... sorry, let's reread that because I just guessed what that said instead of actually reading it. As I see it, the key to proving Lord Francel's innocent is discrediting the evidence against him. I speak of the draconian rosary found in the chest you yourself recovered. If you would, please tell me the incident in question. Blah, 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 blah. So, it was found in a locked chest, labelled as the property of Lord Francel. If the rosary was not his, then someone else must have planted it. Here's what you must do. Return to the locks, speak with Reichman. He works closely with the porters who ferry goods across Kurthas, so he may have some inkling of who could be responsible. Okay. Oh, it's not even that far away, really. And I love this, by the way. Look at this. This is a war map of the region, and they have these, like, model dragons staged out the front of the walls. And these, like, their towers and their bastions. It's quite cool, isn't it? It's funny, like, I'm watching very closely. I know that when you do the Dragoons quests, you get a lot of very important names and detail about what's driving the dragons and why they're doing what they're doing and so on. I'm curious how much of it is here in the MSQ. Because currently they've been incredibly non-specific. We don't have the name of a single dragon, for example. Not a single one. It hasn't shown up yet. Foundation is just the lower part of the city where all the poor and common people live? No, that's the Broom. The Broom is the lower part of the city where the common people live. I'm sure the city is called Foundation. The whole city is called Foundation. The nation is Ishgard. The region is Kurthas. Am I wrong? Don't think so. I might be. Hello, Reichman. Eh? Someone tampering with shipments? Fury strike me down. If all of them rosaries found in our people's possessions were planted... Hey, now, don't you give me that look, lad. I'm House Halenart, man. Through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family, too. I ain't saying the porters what were bringing the shipment did it, though. I know most of them will work with trade routes, and I never had cause to question their faith. But it wasn't them. If it wasn't them neither, then your guess is as good as mine. After all, most every shipment is thoroughly inspected before it... Eh? Could it have been the fellows what were responsible for the inspections? Ha! Ishgardian knights and inquisitors, the lots of them. And if they'd ever turn their cloaks... reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects. Hate to think it, but maybe you should question them. There's a crew coming to Camp Dragonhead from Whitebryn front this eve. You might consider having a word with them. What about this guy here? See, any of them could be lying, right? What do you think? Larger and warmer than you'd expected, I'll warrant. This fort is also a place of shelter for the common folk. It is better to rebuild a dragon-seared home than burn with it. Yeah, like they don't build their stuff out of wood. The city is called Ishgard. It's a city-state. Okay, I see. The Broom is the lower part of Foundation, and Foundation is the lower part of Ishgard. Alright, I gotcha. So we would only call... Yeah, like Uldar is just the city, right? Limsa is just the city. Gridania is just the city. So Ishgard is just the city. Right. I see. And they're all named with the big banners here. Ishgard the city. Gridania the city. Uldar the city. Okay, I'm with you guys. So Alamigo the city? Alamigo is a city, not a... Well, but they're city-states, right? So it's both a nation and a city. It's a city-state. So why are we picking... Why are we being so picky and pedantic about referring to Foundation specifically as a city, as the nation? It's a city-state. It's both. Does it matter? Beg your pardon? You suspect that we porters have been planting draconian rosaries and House Halionut shipments? What nerve! If you truly believe such nonsense, search our parcels and see what you find. This is amazing. We have absolutely no tact about this. We're just running up and accusing people. But he's letting us look through his stuff. I guess let's do it. Okay, that parcel's fine. This parcel's fine. And this parcel... Oh, you find a draconian rosary hidden inside the parcel? Hey, did you know about this? Because if you did, you're a fool. I didn't find it. Are you finished? If so, I would appreciate an apology. I like this. Look, the Chocobo's here looking over him. Hello. The brand of an unbeliever and an enemy of the Holy See. But that's impossible. Once the knight at Whitebrim Font concluded her inspection, I loaded the parcels into the wagon myself. And if I had been the culprit, I never would have allowed you to search my shipments. Say what you will to Lord Horshafen, I will not be held accountable for this. Okay, it sounds like it's the inspector's then. The inspector plants it on him, he's unwitting. Horshafen, we have news. We come bearing grim tidings. Did something happen outside? I thought I heard shouting. But more importantly, what did Reichman have to say? Well, check this out. More draconian rosaries in every single parcel bound for Skyfire locks. Oh, it was in all of them, was it? That beggars belief. Even the Inquisitors must acknowledge that this is no more than crass attempt to sully House Halionart's reputation. Whoever is responsible has overplayed his hand, and praise alone that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now if we're to clear his name. In the eyes of gods and men. For the very first, I knew it could not have been that so many members of House Halionart were heretics. At last, we can give the lie to these poisonous allegations and put an end to this travesty. I like this. He's so invested in this. He's House Fortomp. He's not even under scrutiny, right? We'll need to prepare a formal statement regarding these developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I would have you bear my words to Inquisitor Brigi. Tell her that House Fortomp asks, nay demand, that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until a full investigation has been concluded. Okay, you're not going to do that yourself. You don't think that's important in any way? Because I somewhat do. These two still just standing here. Do you guys want to help out? I guess we're supposed to have the vibe that this is like a normal FF where we have a party with us. And you do end up getting that vibe, and they do end up doing it very well. But here it's like, I don't know, they're just sort of standing around. It feels like more than anything else. Brigi. What is it, my child? Lord Horshafen would have the Inquisitors do what? But that's not possible. Inquisitor Guillaume presides over Lord Francel's trial at Witchdrop even as we speak. Fear not, if Lord Francel is indeed innocent, he shall walk in Halone's halls with the fallen heroes of Ishgard. What, you'll just kill him anyway? Wow, she's mad. So we're too late. This is not good, Horshafen. You must help us. They've taken Lord Francel to Witchdrop? This is madness! The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to subject him to that manner of trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die. Tremor, I would dispatch you and one of my knights to Witchdrop to forestall the proceedings until such a time as I am able to join you and petition Inquisitor Guillaume in person. I will endeavour not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you can to keep Lord Francel alive. This is cool. He seems like such a boss in this storyline. Later, in the later storylines, he's surrounded by even bigger bosses, and he kind of feels a bit like a peon. But no, it's nice to actually, like, be reminded that he has a lot of authority of his own. And see it in action here. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, they're sitting in the water. Quiet, both of you, and concentrate. They're enjoying the chill ice, are they? I love the idea of these people adapted and used to living in the freezing cold, fighting dragons that seek to turn it all into an inferno. And again, guys, if I haven't said it yet, let me say it now. The dragons in this game are cool. I really like this game's variety and flavor of dragon. How they think, how they feel, how they speak, where they get their power. They're all awesome. Oh god, what is this? Hawley in it. Hail, Tremor. As you can see, Lord Franco yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guards judge us a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Okay, it's a duty. We're gonna have to leave the party for this then. Unable to leave party. Oh, because I have the menu open. Just another little example of some of the jank in this game. Alright. How do we say her name? Eorzea Charlemagne Francel de Halienart. You stand accused of heresy against the Holy See of Ishgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? This poor kid. Look, they pick like the youngest, like most bright, fresh-faced kid for this. Hear me, my brothers. The charges are false. The men and women of my line have ever opposed the Javanians, and I am no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we have gladly shed blood in service to the Holy See. Condemn me, and you will strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for her alone to judge if you speak the truth. Look at him. Look at his dreary face. Like he's completely dispassionate about this. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men. Leap from the cliff and entrust your fate to the Fury. Holy shit. The righteous shall take place in the Halone's halls, while the wicked shall reveal their draken forms and be put to the sword. Ah, okay. The game hasn't really explained this. I don't know. If we'd been spamming side quests, would we have heard this? Just so that you guys know, when he says the heretics will reveal their draken forms, these heretics can become dragons. Like minor dragons, lesser dragons, but they can transform into them. So this is obviously, you know, like the Salem witch trials or whatever. If she's a witch, she'll survive and fly off. Right. What's the justification if she dies? Whoopsie. May God be with her? I don't know. I don't know how they justified it. But here, this is the idea. You can root out a dragon. But this is real. Magic is real. And this really would actually work. If you had caught a real heretic and you threw it off a cliff, it wouldn't allow itself to die. It would turn itself into a dragon and run. So why can they turn themselves into dragons? That's crazy, right? It is explained, ultimately. It's weird that it wasn't properly introduced in the main story here. In the name of House Fortomps, I beseech you, stay your hand. I like the way he flicked his head ever so slightly there. Inquisitor, we are come on behalf of Lord Horchefont. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests that the charges against Lord Franco are without merit. We humbly request that these proceedings be suspended until such a time as a full re-examination of the facts has been conducted. Very wordy. Lord Horchefont has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment. That he should harbour private doubts, I might have allowed, but that he would dare interfere in the legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See, I cannot. To defy the will of an Inquisitor is to commit heresy, a crime for which there is but one punishment. They're all so bloodthirsty. Oh my god, I'm still wearing these clothes. We must hold them until Lord Horchefont arrives, Tremor, and remember, no harm can come to the Inquisitor. Alright. You like how the pronoun for heretics is it? Yeah, I mean, what do I call it? A man or a beast? I get. Well, we will. Even that's a bit of a tip of the hat, really, isn't it? So let's. Your shield builds no sigil, sir. I serve a higher power. Wait, what's this? Oh, here, by the way, let's finally use the AoE version of Barrage. Oh, there was really nothing to that. All right, let's throw some poison on this guy. Jesus, the gameplay sounds really loud in here, doesn't it? Is it just me? I'm turning it down. There we go. Look, look, Lord Horchefont has come. Oh, he's blinded me. Oh, he's riding a chocobo. That's cool. Hello, sir. In the name of House Fortomps, I demand you lay down your arms. Oh, we got another guy. A temple banneret. Ishgard. I missed it. What did he say? By this deed, you do disgrace your line, Lord Horchevant. This is an innocent person. This is quite the introduction for the Ishgardians, right? They just seem mad. A wyvern? You would call upon your allies to save you? At last your treachery is laid bare. Oh my god, there is a wyvern. It's a question mark, question mark, question mark wyvern. Well, that's not with us. This guy has a buff, convalescence. Also, he's like a tank. He has Sentinel on. Where did the wyvern come from? There clearly is a heretic among us then. It's invulnerable to my attacks. Oh, we should sing. Also, there's no point really in poisoning the guys that have got 0 HP. Oh. Hold on. Oh, I do have Bloodletter. I'm a fool. Someone would have been trying to tell me this, I'm sure. Okay, Bloodletter is the quick... I've thought that the cooldown for this was coming up quickly. Bloodletter is the quick extra arrow I can throw away, this OGCD. So while I'm singing, this just keeps re-procking. Oh my god, yeah, I noticed that now. Holy shit, it's cooling down insanely fast. Oh, you know what, guys? Honestly, since I got this song, I felt like I was able to button press a lot more. Like, the combat immediately... I don't know whether it looks any different, but it feels a lot better as soon as I got this song. And I realise now it's because this cooldown has been up so much more than normal. Anyway, look, there's a rosary here. Okay, so yeah, Bloodletter. So the ballad keeps giving me repertoire, which is spamming the Bloodletter on me. Nice. And now that I've actually spotted that that's happening, I can do that more in combat. It's not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop, but this trial, like many others, I fear, has been orchestrated by our enemies. Or enemies of House Halienart. They have used you and your fellows to sow discord, Inquisitor, to set brother against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man. What proof have you of this? What, all these rosaries, bro? By the Fury, a draconian rosary. Then the knight who refused to yield? It was he who summoned the wyvern. A heretic in the ranks of the Temple Knights? This has grave implications. At least he accepts the truth. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord Horchevant. I shall withdraw my charges against Lord Francel, pending further investigation. I trust you have not lost sight of that which first brought you to Kurthus, Tremor. Pray, locate your errant airship and use it. Oh, he's telling us to get fucked and leave. So we've interfered a little bit here. Lord Horchevant, I have not words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine? Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard and too devout to question your sentence. Had we been any slower, you'd have jumped of your own free will. I would have done whatever it took to redeem House Halienart. Praise alone that it did not come to that, but it profits us little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place, Tremor. Pray and visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. Yeah, get your ship and GTFO. Exactly, yeah. No, I'm not cold. I've got like that Norn thing, you know, the Norn physiology where we just don't feel it really. Or we're fine with it. Alright. Well, we could Aetheryte. Here, I'm going to show you guys the town that we've been debating about here. So yeah, so the city of Ishgard. There we go. Not the city of Foundation, the city Ishgard. Yeah, I'm going to have to really rewire that in my head, because I've always thought of the town as just Foundation. So I guess the very upper levels, like the higher cathedral areas, like there's a dungeon that takes you up there, that's no longer Foundation on any level. Foundation is literally kind of alluding to the rock it's built on kind of thing. But here, over here, this, what I'm showing you guys, it is there in 1.0, but it's all grass. There's an amazing YouTube video of a guy standing here, and he looks out at the moon. It's during the calamity patches. So the moon is getting closer and falling down. They also had a really cool detail. Seriously, guys, you have to look at this. They had an amazing detail in 1.0, where when you looked at the skies, you could see Empire airships sailing through the skies, just like flying around. None of that is in 2.0. They had some cool details back there. Anyway, so there you go. So that is Ishgard. Giant, gothic, amazing place. And yeah, surrounded by snows nowadays. And anyway, this hilltop will become quite a significant place when all is said and done. Oh, look at that. The sun came out as I looked at it. Way off in the distance. Also, this bridge is like a major thing as well. We'll be doing a big storyline on the bridge. And the idea, by the way, in that pit is it's like a colossal pit of death that like you can't get to the bottom and it destroys everything that goes down there. I got to find out where that detail is. Maybe a sightseeing log or something. Some kind of side quest. Because that actually becomes really important for the main storyline later. I'm skipping way ahead. Way ahead. What I was just talking about are not details that are relevant for this playlist, so don't you guys worry. Alright, here we go. Horshathon, we dealt with it, just in time. You look tremor. May I say what a pleasure it was to fight alongside such a fearless and skillful warrior. Were it not for you, Lord Fransol would surely have died defending the honour of his house, and I might well have perished at the hands of a heretic and his wyvern. House Voltomp and House Halienart shall never forget your service. Now, let us return to the matter of your missing enterprise. Thank you. He would like to introduce you to his witness. This man, the man with the knowledge of the Enterprise, awaits you outside. I pray his information proves useful to you. Okay. He's outside. And you're not going to be weird about talking to me now, alright? Discomposed cataloguer.
How quickly the commoners' opinions change. They say Lord Fransol is innocent now, but just a few days prior...
Look at that passage of time.
Anyway... You were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Kurthus several days before the calamity, yes? Well, it so happens I was monitoring the night sky at the observatorium during that period. I recall that a small vessel came from the direction of Gridania and landed near the stone Vigil in the far northwest. The garrison is almost certainly... the garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. If so, then you would need an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. Though Lord Horshathon is, from all indications, quite fond of you, so mayhap he can lend you a few. In any case, I have done my part. I shall pray you for your success, friend.
Great. Can never be easy, can it? It's in a dungeon, guys. And in fact, that dungeon is my planned stopping point for this episode, so I'm amazed they're talking about it already. Maybe we have some quest prepping for it or something? Oh, so you've at last located the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The Stone Vigil. Perhaps I spoke too soon. The outpost has been held by the dragons for years, and all access is restricted by decree of House Durandare. I'll write a lord to Lord Drillman of Whitebrim Front and request that he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence alone will not suffice. So I suggest you request Lord Fransol to do the same. Now that your business in Camp Dragonhead is concluded, I suspect we may not meet again for some time. I wish you well in your journeys, Tremor. May Halone guide you. Goodbye, Horshathon. I'll never see you again. So, if it's not obvious, yeah, this is an example of a character that comes back later. Oh my god, I love this bright, fresh, crisp, wintry morning. Oh my god, I just had that moment. Do you guys have this, like, IRL, right? When I'm in the middle of summer, or living through summer, eventually I will like feel it's not a thing I'll think, but I'll literally feel there'll be like a sensation that I experience, like a physiological like a feeling that I want the weather to be cold, I want it to be winter. Again, it's not me cognitively thinking, oh, I'm hot and sweaty, I wish it was cold, but like just like a I want the season to change. I feel wintry, or I want to feel wintry. Do you know what I mean? And then in the winter, I get the reverse. I feel like I want it to be spring or summer. Do you guys know what I mean? Anyway, I just had a weird pang of that here. I can't wait for it to be winter right now. I guess I've had my fill of the hot months, which is good, since really we're just getting into autumn now. My inner Britishness, is that a British thing? I don't know. I love the changing of the seasons. Wonderful to see you again, Tremor. If there's anything I can do to repay you, name it. So. Oh, sorry, I'm the little boy. Sorry. If there's anything I can do, I'll repay it. So, the airship you seek is likely inside the Stone Vigil. It shames me to say that it too was once an outpost held by House Halienart. In the chaos that followed the calamity, the Dravanian horde caught us unawares. The fiends have held the outpost ever since. As you'll notice, this most recent calamity was not that severe, and that's largely because of Louis Soir. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the Stone Vigil, House Durandare instead has been charged with the duty. Given that, I doubt my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillamont. Nonetheless, I will write you your letter. Before you depart, a word of caution. The cravens who attempted to destroy House Halienard have yet to be unmasked. Though their plans were foiled, they doubtless still harbour great hatred towards us, and towards you now as well. Okay. So yeah, these guys sort of just lost a ton of territory, eh? And they're all ashamed about it. So we're off to Whitebryn. This is where the other Aetheryte... No, it's not, I'm lying. How do we want to walk there? There's so many ways we could do it. I would be tempted to go around the south, but I think there'll be time for everything, so don't worry. We just have rain and drought over here. Yeah, I feel like the seasons are quite pronounced here in the UK. I mean, one of the big reasons for that is that the length of day is very pronounced here. You know, we have quite nice warm weather compared to how north we are. We're really fucking north. But the Gulf Stream keeps us at a good temperature, keeps our, you know, plants and trees and everything kind of nice and rich and diverse and lush. Even though really it should be freezing all the time. So we get these very strong seasons because by being so north, with the tilt of the earth, you know, there's a huge, like, 6-hour swing. You know, in the middle of summer, it's getting dark at, like, 10:30 at night. In the middle of winter, it's getting dark at, like, 4 p.m. There's a big difference of light. So there's a big difference in, like, I don't know, how the seasons smell and feel, you know, like the pollen in the air and... I don't know. There's a big difference. Another thing that kind of counterbalances our temperature differences here on this island is because we're surrounded by water, and in the summer, as far as I understand, shallow seas absorb a lot of heat throughout the summer months, and then they slowly release it through the winter months, and then yeah, they cool in the winter months, and then they're a cooling effect in the summer months, so they kind of counterbalance the extreme temperatures we would otherwise have, like that you get when you get into mainland Europe. It's just a really nice island, I have to say. We don't have mosquitoes, really. We don't get earthquakes, tornadoes. I mean, there are small tornadoes. We don't experience the ill effects of hurricanes. Of course, there's all this crazy Hurricane Helene shit going on at the moment. It's just, like, really, really nice place as far as the geography is concerned. Now, the people not so much. You people in the UK are southerners. Where are you that you're further north than me? Are you in Scandinavia somewhere? Because, again, you just said UK, right? So Scottish is UK. You desire an audience with Lord Drilmont, do you? Ha! I desire a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing won't make it so. Oh, I wish for that too. A warm night in bed with your wife. A glowing letter of introduction addressed to the house. A glowing letter of introduction addressed to the house. What do we have here? Letters from Lords Horshafon and Francois, is it? A likely... Oh, you're serious? Huh. What to do? The final flight of the Enterprise. I like that name because it's a lot like... you know, the Star Trek Enterprises have a habit of getting blown up. Your timing could not have been worse, Traveller. Lord Drillman's attentions are focused solely on the Stone Vigil at present. In any case, it's not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters, show them to Sir Alboys. Yeah. Sir Alboys can surely accommodate you. Seek her in the storeroom on the opposite side of the yard. Right. Will do. Oh, look at this. Look how wintry it is here. Oh, we get a good view of Ishgard there as well. Okay. There's leaves here. There's striking dummies where people can practice their skills. So look at this. This is a dragoon going for it. Boom. Yeah. And you'll see she's in like dark, heavy armor. I love the dragoon armor. There you go. Can't remember the name of that skill, but I know exactly where I have it hotkeyed. It like procs Nestrond, I think. Gives you 10% damage buff. Hello, sir. Sir Brunadaire bade you speak with me, did he? I know not why he presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure you, he is mistaken. Lord Drillamont hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he has a moment to spare for head chirurgeon Astiaden. Why not visit the infirmary upstairs and show your letters to him? Look at that. For once, we had a complicated word there that I read exquisitely first time, and I know its meaning. And why is that? That's from when I did the Ghost of Ascalon audiobook, which also featured chirurgeons, and I couldn't wing it in that project, so I specifically stopped and Googled it and made sure I had the right idea. Now, I don't know how many Let's Plays you guys might have watched of this game, but I bet a lot of them trip up there. Not I. Are you here to visit a patient, sir? What's this? Letters of introduction from Housefort Tomp and Haleyard. With documents such as these, you needn't seek an escort. Pray proceed to the barracks and speak with Sir Gordon. He should know Lord Drilmont's current whereabouts. Jesus, we're getting given the real runaround here. Ah, Sid, hi, man. If the Enterprise is indeed inside the Stone Vigil, then we must convince Lord Drilmont to cooperate. These guys. She's gone and I couldn't save her. There's so many sad stories here. It's like when I did the Guild Wars Let's Play, you know, I really wanted the ambient dialogue in because the ambient dialogue is so good. So you guys know that there's this new, like, modding add-on platform for Guild Wars 2, Nexus. So I was told in Discord yesterday that there's a new add-on for that, which allows you to mute the ambient dialogue. Which is cool, I guess, because, again, when I'm playing Guild Wars, it's really hard to Let's Play that game. People interrupting you all the time. What a pleasure this game is, right, with its minimal voice acting for the open world. But what I will say is, that plugin sounds cool, but what about a plugin that allows you to, on-demand, proc the ambient dialogue? Now, that shit would be amazing. That Guild Wars 2 LP I did took me... Honestly, I cannot tell you how many hours. Tens of hours. There must have been 30, 40, 50, 60 hours... I'm not joking, of production, which is literally me sitting, recording nothing, waiting for NPCs to speak. Like, across the entire game. Just waiting, and waiting, and waiting. And eventually the dialogue would proc, and then I would cut it into a tiny little 20-second bit, and finally have it for the editing on the end of the video. But each video would have, like, 4 or 5 clips, right? Oh my god, it was horrible. It was so... Imagine just a plugin that allows you to just fire it when you want. Holy shit. But anyway, I think that's the kind of thing Nexus is capable of, which is amazing, really. What reason have you for barging into... Oh, I see. Well, you're in luck. Lord Drillamont is just up these stairs. Let us all know, though, I would not expect much. House Durandare as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard. You'd best state your intentions quickly and succinctly. Uh-oh. I don't know how to do that. Teehee. Show proper respect, and it shall be returned in kind. All right. Is this the other one where you just keep climbing and up and up and up and up and up? Maybe. Hello, Drillmont. You guys getting tired of the Malboro sliming around? Let's change him out, shall we? It's nice to have the Malboro and the Chocobo with me, though. Look at this. And look, 2 Tom Breeze there as well. What do we roll instead? The Baby Bun! Oh, yeah, because we have some new minions, obviously. Sir Goldeno permitted your passage. Very well. Speak. Oh my god, all these names. This is like what my second name was when I was randomizing it on the character creator. These letters, please. I've just shown these letters to about 5 people. Take my letters of recommendation. You wish to brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be there. Are you the avatar of the Fury herself? Aha, look.
It's Alphno.
We are the scions of the 7th Dawn, Lord Drillamont. You know our name, and you know our deeds. We are come to Kurthus to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sid Nan Garland, who stands before you now. Okay, I don't remember this lore. I don't know if people in the comments want to talk about this. But the Garleans all have, because he's Garlean, like a title within their name. So he's Nan. I don't know what that means. Son of someone or something? I don't know. But it like speaks to their status or something, their hierarchy. Master Garland, you're alive? But that's impossible. Oh, did he make inroads with these guys? Indeed it is, my lord. Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. At this critical moment in Ishgardian history, as House Durandare marshals its forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in Whiteburn front but these mysterious strangers? So wait, you were preparing to retake it? Cid Garland, missing and presumed dead since before the Calamity, and 2 scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. Holy fuck! The lesser houses may have been duped by these grandiose lies, but I should hope that House Durandare would have greater sense. I know not why these 3 seek the Stone Vigil, but I know that we cannot permit them to pass. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment, I nearly believed this mummer's farce. No! No, he's lying! It's true! You 3 will not enter the outpost until we have reclaimed it, and until you declare your true intentions as well. Oh, why? It could be moons before House Durandare purges the dragons from the Stone Vigil. We cannot afford to wait that long. Cid, Tremor, we must do whatever it takes to earn his trust, understood? Well, can't we just go in there without their say-so? Like, why do we need their permission? Isn't it a huge place far away? We're doing them a favour. Couldn't he literally just be like, alright, go? Wait, where is the next quest? Is it upstairs? I guess we're going to go up and look. Can he just be like, alright, go do it, but I won't help you in any way? And we'll say yes. I mean, I guess maybe we won't say yes. Maybe we're too weak for that. We need him to spend some resources for us. Oh, what a view. Squeak the Coyote. Is that someone's pet? So yeah, we get all the way up here, and now we can climb even higher up this square tower. This is the one I was thinking of. With the sightseeing log at the top. Holy fuck. Can we do this jump? I missed up. Oh! Okay, we don't want to overdo it. Look out! Please! Just a single one! Why? What weather must it be here? We've got a perfect view! Look at this! This is an incredible view! See, this is the kind of thing that could be a bonus video, guys. A members video. Just running around trying to get all the lookouts. Alright, well, I'm guessing since I didn't meet anyone all the way up here, they were on the bottom floor, which we can take a shortcut to. Oh! By just jumping down. Aha. Horstifor, the cook, eyeing me with interest. You the lad responsible for that commotion upstairs? Aye, word travels fast in Whiteburn Front. I gather you still wish to change Lord Drillmont's mind. If there's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here, it's that he listens to and respects the opinions of those under his command. Went over the barracks, and he's sure to take notice. How, you ask? Well, that's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. The last few supply shipments contain no meat whatsoever, and the knights are rightfully beginning to complain. I think we could prepare them steaks using mud puppy tail meat. It wouldn't be a quality meal, 'tis true, but it's a damn sight better than nothing. If you have a mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in the Danafan Pass? And take this bottle of vinegar. Locals say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucus glands, drying their skin. There you go, using key items on targets. We still haven't been taught that, apparently. That's crazy. Still learning new mechanics for basic questing. That's how slowly they've drip-fed it out. It's funny, guys. I was reading a thread about Starfield yesterday. Because, why? Because didn't Starfield just have a DLC or something? Anyway, and I've been looking into Bethesda stuff for a little while this year, right? So I was reading about Starfield, and obviously a lot of people didn't like it, and the main issue with it was the loading screen thing, I suppose. I haven't played it. So maybe the hive mind's wrong, who knows? But the loading screens were a real problem. But in this thread, people were going on about how uninspired the questing was. They were saying it, and there was a comment I read. A guy basically said, it's like the designers of Bethesda have never played another video game, and they don't know how to do good quests. Because all of the quests are just go here, do this. Go here, do this. Go here, do this. And they were bitching that it's like no one's heard of mobile phones or something. Like they gave an example. You meet like a surgeon or something or a doctor, and he just immediately says to you, oh, go do it. And you're running errands for him, for his patients. And the doctor could just ring the patient, but no, we're going to make this random stranger do it. And they were really critical of it. That it's just go here, do this, go here, do this. And I was reading that thinking, my God, you know, I'm playing ARR at the moment, which is 99% that. And is not well regarded, don't get me wrong. But most of the expansions to this game are essentially the same thing. It's like, you know, it's very reductive to talk about games in that way, I think. You know, you have to have the context of how good is the overarching story and, like, is it worth it in the end, you know? So we want to weaken him with some vinegar. So I'm going to throw the vinegar at him and eat this AoE, I guess. Ow, he interrupted me with that, actually. Let's try the vinegar again. He's targeting our friend. So he has been damage downed and HP downed by the vinegar. So we can throw a bunch of big abilities at him. Damn. Or we can try to and fail it. So there we go. We get a spotted mud puppy. A cross-section of meat sliced from the tail of a spotted mud puppy. The bone has not been removed. I think obviously like the bar is lower for MMOs, but still, you know, like... I don't know. It was a weird thread to read. Maybe it's just that thing where people get very, very hysterical and worked up, you know. Oh, this is cool. Look at this. Riding that llama there out in the snow. Or alpaca or whatever. On the walk instead of running. I want more excuses to walk on the chocobo, but it's so rare to do this because... Like, if I'm on the chocobo, it's to move a lot, you know. Also, look at the chocobo footprints in the snow. Now, this I love. Because, again, like, in X... There was that big telegraph, right? If you were riding a chocobo, you could jump around. You could jump on the chocobo and do things. But only where there were chocobo feet. Oh, no, that was where there were chocobo feathers on the floor. What is it that I remember chocobo footprints being a big deal? One of the other games, maybe? Why did chocobo footprints stand out in my mind? Is it a 12 thing? It'd be cool if we could find golden feathers here as well, and there would prop weird jumps and stuff. But again, we can make this thing fly eventually, in which case none of that's really going to matter. Starfield doesn't have a Heavensward to follow it. Yeah, right, like... Again, but the moment-to-moment gameplay in Heavensward is not too dissimilar from this. It's just the story itself is no longer stalling itself. And it is better paced. You do get trials quicker, you get dungeons quicker. The duties that you play are more entertaining, faster. So yeah, look, far be it for the quality definitely does improve. Don't get me wrong, on all fronts it improves. It didn't work, did it? I thought it was an idiotic idea. No, it did. It did. Look, I have it. Oh dear! Remind me never to wander near mud puppy spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Anyway, this should only take a moment. I'll need to do this and sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Crunch some salt and pepper in there. Voila! Et voila! Never seen a man cook steaks that fast, have you? Take these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights here. Here and up above. Great. Can we just give one to Drillmont? Umberline. We ought to at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this godforsaken waste. Well, guess what? I have a steak. The rubbery texture of mud puppy meat will ensure your jaws grow exhausted before your belly grows full. Ew, that sounds horrible. Is that fresh cooked steak? Hello's blessings be upon you, my friend. Mud puppy meat or no, it's the most delicious food I've had in a fortnight. Lovely. Would you like some? Tangen de Groingrucent? The Hrothgar? Theophilian? You there, lad. Don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a steak, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. Okay. I like you. And he laughs. Yes, yes. I feel invigorated, refreshed. As if I have the strength of 10 men and their wits besides. I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from my sentry duty. Okay. And someone was upstairs as well, I believe. De Groin Crusade? Yeah, I don't know. How do I say it? I don't know. That has the vibe of someone who started as an Elizin and then fantasiaed to become a female Hrothgar when the class unlocked, when the race became available. The race gender combo became available. Ever must we train to maintain our skill at arms, yet never are we to receive proper sustenance? Well, I got something for you. God, I wish I wouldn't talk about food. I've been hungry this entire time. You're a godsend, my friend. Too few appreciate that House Durandare must do more than its fair share for the sake of Ishgard. Cool. Back to the chef, mayhaps? Or... speak with Horstefort. Yeah, he was the chef, wasn't he? I am Chef Horstefort. There you go. I gave everyone the steaks. It feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do for morale, eh? Ah, but I've forgotten about the hard-working chirurgeons at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Mind taking the steak to Sonota? She's doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to attend to her own. Okay, 1 additional steak. We got a lot of steaks off of that meat we cut. Lots and lots. Jesus, what is going on with my clothes? I didn't realise I had all this pink lace on my boots now. Hello, delivery Moogle. Kupo? Kupo. Wait, where is she? Is she upstairs? Downstairs? It's funny, when I go in these small rooms, because of the depth of field, I basically feel required. I mean, we could turn the depth of field off. Here we go. So we don't have to go into first person. Upstairs, right? Up here. Hello again, Sid. Alphino must be lurking around. Sorry, Alphinod must be lurking around here somewhere. Oh, it's you. Hello. She's gone and I couldn't save her. Beg your pardon, sir, but I am busy attending to this man. I'll be with you in a moment. Oh, here, look. I have food for you, and it's not too cold yet. Is that... Come to think of it, it has been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose it couldn't hurt to have a nibble. Imagine you've got a nurse just munching away on a steak while trying to tend to you, or your doctor even. Oh my, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. So we get some knight's bread and some raptor stew. What would I rather? A hard, leavened rye bread traditionally eaten by the Knights of Ishgard, or a tender piece of lean raptor shank stewed with mushrooms. A Carline Canopy specialty. Let's get the Carline Canopy specialty, since, you know, that's where we're from. Oh my god, I'm going to have my character eat it there. Om nom 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 nom. Oh, ew, we just drank the stew. I mean, that's alright, actually. One of my big purchases this year, guys, was a plastic soup mug. For like £5 for 4 of them on Amazon. And I've been really into the soup. I've realised I prefer to drink soup than to fuck about with a spoon. Oh god, I sound like a Neanderthal. So yeah, I got a... and also, it's annoying like cooking soup over the hob. So I basically got these microwavable mugs. Crack the lid on them. It's got a little hole in it. Throw it in there. 3, 4, 5 minutes later, give it a mix. Another minute, blast it in the microwave. And boom, and you can just drink a lovely soup. So yeah, Tremor there is a man after my own heart. The best invention. Sid would like to furnish the infirmary with a new alembic. There is a moth on my screen. Might I have a word with you, Tremor? It concerns the chirurgeons. After speaking with them earlier, I learned that they lack sufficient alembics for their needs, you see. You just had a potato soup? Nice. My biggest soup is tomato soup. I love tomato soup. I feel like when you get into too potato-y soups, they end up a bit stewy, you know. Well, I don't know. It depends if it's blended. Leek and potato is good, though. So I used some of their broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic, both as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help me recover my memory, since working with my hands kindles familiar feelings. Nice. So look, he's helping. It's not just me running around doing errands. All I require to complete the advice are cores of 3 ice sprites. Though commonly used to reduce the temperatures in all chemical mixtures, there is a way to alter their properties so that they draw the cold within rather than radiate it without. It must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. Okay. Well, I will trust you and your Garlean Magitech fancies. And I guess he's doing chores, but now I'm doing a chore for him. Where is Alphanod? Oh, here he is. Hello, Alphanod. Time is a resource we can ill afford to squander. We must gain entrance to the Stone Vigil without further delay. Must we? It's like he's kind of just bossing us around here, you know? It's funny, guys. When I started this series, I was very curious about when Alphanod first appeared in the plot. So I went to Wiki, because I was thinking, well, where's he first appeared? And even on the most maintained FF Wiki, it was only like these quests in this area that it first mentioned him being involved. Which isn't true, right? Like, he was in some of the earlier cutscenes. But basically, he's going to give us a quest in a second. And that was like his first entry. That he, like, they have lists, quests given by Alphanod, and quests Alphanod is involved in. And he's a big character, just to be clear. He's a huge character. So the list is, like, endless. But the very first one, it's here in Ishgard. And I was like, oh, that's really weird that, like... Sorry, here in... What do I say? Where in Kurthus. Alright, so here we go. Elfie Node. Oh god, that's even worse, isn't it? Elfie Node. Alright, let's sing. I really want to be singing now, because it's going to span... Look at it, it's coming up so quick. It procs so fast. Let's watch this, ready? I'm watching this cooldown here, Bloodletter. I'm going to GCD, Bloodletter, GCD. Look at it, it's nearly back again already. I guess there's a bit of RNG involved. There's another one, it just procced again. Oh, that's so nice. So when they upgrade the visuals to that, is that going to look... Am I going to look like a badass pew-pewing? Do other songs proc it even quicker, maybe? Unfortunately, that is another thing where I don't really get a sound effect for when the procs are happening. Or maybe I do, and I just don't quiet right now. But lots of skill bar staring, I think, on this. Which is what I didn't like about Machinist. Didn't you speak him in the Hourglass when he and Alice split up? Yeah, we've spoken to him a couple of times before, and in all those Calamity cutscenes. And the wiki, I wasn't listing them. I guess because technically, I guess what the wiki is doing, right, is it saying when a character gives you a quest, it has a section, or when they're involved in a quest, it gives you a section. And I assume that involvement refers to the act of walking up to the character and pressing F on them to progress. That's probably what they mean by involvement. And in that case, yeah, it's true. He wasn't really involved. He just popped up in a few cutscenes, right? He's not involved at the start of the game. You just see him there on the cart in the background. Hey Sid, I got your cores. Have you obtained them? If so, please show them to me. Yeah. So cold, these cores are said to freeze the very air around them, making them perfect for cooling drinks on an especially hot day. Happy weekend to you too. Welcome, welcome. What an amazing device, but is it truly an alembic, sir? I've never seen its like before. I too am unsure what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I've no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it is as effective as he claims, it will be a great boon to the infirmary. Nevertheless, think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder, where the kindly stranger, bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost. Yet my cost is to help me get into the stone vigil. I keep seeing this guy and thinking he's another character. Another brunette later. Elizan brunette of Ishgard. Their earnest efforts are but a means to an as yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspected heretic. They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to the temptation proffered by these unbelievers. God, this guy's a dick! Everyone we meet and we do something nice for and we nearly get there, he comes and photobombs and he ruins it. Why does that man detest us so? Is it all because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose us at every turn. Yeah, let's tie him up and stuff him in a wardrobe for a little while. I mean, what? Just talking about shafts. There you go, that's it. I'm level 50, guys. My archer is level 50, and my gladiator is suddenly... Shit, I just missed it. We're on to level 40 MSQ now. And I can't collect the reward anymore. Oh, we're close, though, to leveling. We might be able to do this. Before we can persuade Lord Drillamont to help us, it seems we must now convince Inquisitor Guillaume that we're not his enemy. But how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Curthus. Perhaps we should learn more by speaking with the people of Whitebrim Front. Share your findings with Alphanod in the square, and I'm sure he can formulate a strategy from there. Okay, Sid. How can we say his name badly? Kid? Kid and Alphanod? Oh, I do like this arc with Kid and Alphanod. Inquisitor Guillaume? Yes, of course, I know him. Alas, I've not seen him since the day he came to Whitebrim several moons ago. My memory's somewhat muddled, but I recall that a blizzard nearly buried us in snow that day, and I had the ill fortune of being assigned the Night's Watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught the sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveller, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped and took a terrible fall. When I awoke, it was days later in this very bed where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I tried to rescue him, but in the end, Guillaume rescued me, carrying an unconscious body to the gates. I owe him my life, sir, and I hope to one day repay his kindness. Yeah, because you like me might be wondering if he is a heretic too. But he seemed nice there. I mean, can a heretic be nice? Can you be nice and an unbeliever? Was there someone to investigate in here? I don't think so. They must be on the roof. Or there is a way downstairs. There is a dungeon in one of these places. Let's see if we can get upstairs somehow. Oh no, hold on. Here we go. Down here and then through this door. Believe it or not, guys, right here is where the first expansion starts. Not joking. If you do New Game Plus and you start the first expansion, it's right here. Hello, can I get an invite to the link shell? Yes, you can. Hello. That's weird. Is that a different character, is it, Rocker? There you go. Inquisitor Guillaume! I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak, unbeliever. Aye, we have learned of your deeds at Witchdrop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you have hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you. Oh my god, these guys come across terribly in this story. They're all awful. They're horrible people. Superstitious, snappy, judgmental, callous, nasty people. The lot of them. What does he say? My toes, they've all grown black and cold. Oh, he's got frostbite. Hey, Patrick. You're not an Ellison, you're a Highlander. Under Inquisitor Guillaume's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly, righteous man to protect us. Who's that guy? Shit. Who's that guy that's kind of venerated in popular culture, but was really nasty in real life? He was a persecutor during the witch trials. Just this awful, awful, terrible person that bullied and intimidated and murdered countless innocent women as witches. But his name is, like, quite famous and is almost, like, pulpy. Who is it, guys? A real-life person. I'm not talking about a character in the game. I can't remember. I feel like I mentioned it on a video recently-ish. And someone sort of snapped at me like, oh no, that guy was terrible. Don't be nice about him. God, I wish I knew what I was talking about. Someone will, hopefully. But the expansion starts in Camp Dragonhead. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's an area in Dragonhead that looks exactly like where I was just standing. It's this house here with this door by this wall. There's an almost identical thing like here in Dragonhead. I got confused about which one I was looking at. Yeah, I'll take that trivia back. Yeah, in a room very much like that, indeed, yeah. Where are we going here? We got to get up there. We got to get on the wall somehow. How do I do this? This is a difficult quest step. I've got to climb the tower, clearly. Oh, it's just the chef. Jesus Christ. What a fool I have been. The Holy See has decreed that the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Halone's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and the utmost respect. Okay. Jesus, all that, and all I need to do was talk to the chef. Yeah, alright, we cannot claim this quest reward. Unless... Hold on, though, guys, hold on. I have a cunning plan. What I'm thinking we can do is just go out and fight a couple of mobs. Look at that, we're right at the end of the level. We're right at the top of the level. And these are reasonably level appropriate. Look, there's a fate here and everything. Should we do a fate? We haven't done one for a while. Mind you, it ends in 1 minute. The Dravanian elders have ordered their minions to attack Whitebrim front. Hold the line until Ishgardian reinforcements arrive, or the elders sound the retreat. So let's see if we're lucky here. We might be able to finish this. Yeah, I'm getting XP for each kill as well anyway, so. Kill that guy. Oh, we're doing okay here, actually. And with this, we'll be level 40 and eligible to continue the MSQ on this character, on this class. And we won't get snowed under. I should have swapped, like, just 2 or 3 classes, quests ago. But yeah, so we have a level 50 archer, bard now, and already a level 40 gladiator. There you go, we finished the fate. Date with destiny. Nice. Nicely done, guys. And we get a very easy level from that. Stick them with a pointy end. Do we unlock anything new? What else have I got? There's this ability, Circle of the Scorn. Circle of Scorn. We don't get Shirk till 48. Okay. Elfie Nod. He shivers. In case you have yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to this climate. Oh god, he sounds like such a brat in so many of these. I realised it soon after our arrival, but it paid no mind as I had hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we've wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind, our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with this irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you've been busy making inquiries, yes? It should come as no surprise that he is held in high regard. Even so, I am now beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials you obtain, Tremor. Mayhap they will provide insight into Inquisitor Guillaume's motivations. Okay. Alphano appears to be in deep thought. That line there, is that the first instance of that? That comes up a lot in this game. Alphano appears to be in deep thought. Am I wrong? Something troubles me about that wounded knight's account. He claims he fell chasing a figure in the darkness that he saw outside the eastern gate. Yes, but the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we've arrived in Whitebrim Font, I've seen no travellers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he said that he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply the Inquisitor came from north of the eastern gate, not south. But it cannot be so. The way lies north, but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Julor is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behaviour that night makes absolutely no sense, at least to me. Mayhap retracing his steps will shed some light on this mystery. Oh, this is thin, isn't it? Well, okay. I remember this bit weirdly, though, guys. A very, very clear memory of going into this chasm. I've done this for a couple of class quests, I'm sure, as well. Maybe that's why it's so crisp in my mind. The entire time we've been here today, I've been thinking, when's that bit when I go in the cavern? Well, it's here, and it's a long way down. Oh! Oh, he sounded so hurt. Did you hear that? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That was awful. Let's do it again so we can hear it. Alright, ready? Oh, well, that was much louder. There was a really sad little whoop kind of noise. Look, a dead wyvern down here. The air begins to crackle with ethereal energies. Plasmoids. What the heck is a plasmoid? One of these sprite things, I guess. They're ranged, so I don't really think I can pull them together too easily. Oh, I'm actually getting hurt. Do you know what? I don't have second wind on this character, so it's weird. I am a tank, but I actually feel a little bit squishier and more scared right now than my archer. Because at least on my archer, I could shore my health up there a bit. But the truth is, my health wasn't going down, and I was only low because of the full damage. Okay, so something attacked us. Search the area outside for clues. Well, look, here's the corpse of the Inquisitor. Ah. Show the bloody encyclical to Alphanod. The scroll contains what appears to be an official papal appointment to the position of Inquisitor. I'm coming, Alphanod. Do you know what, guys? I'm just trying to troll, to be honest, at this point. I'm just waiting for someone in chat with the all caps. You don't pronounce the D! You promised the Chocobo trainer you'd protect Topaz. Oh, I did, yeah. Oh, well, I'm sure Topaz will go through a lot worse than that. Hello. You've got an interesting name. Your name is Firminant. Isn't that the name of a crafting feature? The true test of a knight comes against the foes he cannot slay. The cold is indeed harsh, but the snows shall only serve to harden my resolve. What it now, sir? What on earth is this pronunciation of PH as an F? What? You're trolling me, surely. How else do I say it? Alpinod? You found something, didn't you? Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense. Let's see. This scroll contains what appears to be an official papal appointment to the position of Inquisitor. Look. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you have just made the acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Guillaume. Newly come to Curthus and murdered on the day of his arrival, yes, it would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, while this is incontrovertible proof the Inquisitor is an imposter, we have yet to discern his true identity, or why he has decided to oppose us. We must proceed quickly, Tremor, before he learns that his deception has been discovered. Indeed. Thank you for all these weapons, by the way. I should probably open some of these. Here you go, level 40 weapon coffer. That's bound to be good for us. There we go. We get a raptor skin Taj and a plumed oak Makohiti. I think that's it. Was it? Was that one? Let's see what it looks like. A new shield. Oh my god, we look totally different! Oh, but yeah, that's just because of our glam's different. It will reapply when I next swap the plate if I want it to. This is fine though. This is nice. I think this is a big thing for RPGs. You know, as much as I don't care too much about the fashion, it's nice to keep having a change. If they've modeled and textured and put all the work into different fashion, it's nice to sort of flip through it as we play through the story. Alphino is determined to discover his true identity. Since Lord Drillamont has already been turned against us, I fear that this encyclical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of two high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim, yes, mayhap that is the only way left to us. Confront Sir Joyland at the evidence that you've discovered and see if it helps him to recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelation. Nevertheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the Enterprise. Okay. I think this is the final leg of the act. Discovering his identity. Then we bring it all forth. And then we hit up the dungeon. Pretty sure. Let me check here, actually. Blood for Blood, we're on. And the quest I want to be on... Yeah, oh my god, we're really close. In fact, we're insanely close. Wow. Jesus. I was expecting a bit more busy work. You! Oh, you've returned? Is there something else you wanted to ask? I guess, yeah, we can just go straight to this guy. The Inquisitor is an imposter. Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He is a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have me believe that that is all a lie? If you are so certain that your ludicrous story is true, then go and speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she helped the Inquisitor carry me here, but I will never speak against the man who saved my life. Did he have an accomplice, I guess, is the question. Hello, Prunella. You! I do not know, I believe I know you, sir. Pray move along and trouble me no more. No, look at this. I like this thing where everyone's trying to hurry us away and just, like, not talk to us. That feels very realistic to me. Here in the UK, anyway, where we're all unfriendly and mean. You know, the couple of times I've been to America, that has always struck me how unbelievably friendly everyone is there. Like, they're so friendly. Like, even total strangers. Are you in the habit of handing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know naught of it all. No. What? Do you doubt my words? Away with you. I shall suffer your slander no more. Do I slash doubt her, do I? Ooh, and the door opened. That was a bit weird. Yeah, point at her. Real good tremor. That's it. Point right in her face. You know, don't you? Fury, take me. I prayed this day would come. When Sir Joylet gave chase, I followed close behind. He didn't fall. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him. Nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy. But what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family. Secrets I had never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, Sir Joylet and I would be spared. But if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together we carried Sir Joylet to the infirmary, and on first night in Whitebrim Front, Inquisitor Guillaume was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized while in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to convince the Lord Gillamont. I wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and so I did nothing until Lord Francois was accused. Some time ago, I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest hidden southeast of Whitebrim Front. So I took several from his chest and planted them in shipments bound for the Skyfire locks. As I hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Halinart, thus exonerating Lord Francois and casting doubt on the recent trials. And that is the entire truth, I swear. Her alone forgive me for not acting sooner. Wow, that was a twist I didn't expect. I thought it all would have just been him. But no, there's like multiple layers to this. So yeah, she's been the complicit in the deaths of how many innocents? Pretty rough, right? Anyway, we're going to go to that chest and see if we can find the other rosaries. And then we have the proof that we need, I suppose. Buried under this snow here, is it? We didn't get much of a tip-off. Let's assume she gave us a map, shall we? Suspicious box. There we go. You hold the door for everyone, it's hit or miss for others. I mean, I hold the door for everyone. There's no way I wouldn't hold the door for someone. Look, we're polite here. But I think there's always an assumption that if a total stranger, like someone working in a shop, is like really friendly to you, that they're either fake or they're flirting with you. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's just very different here. People are very, very, and I'm not saying it's good. I mean, it's not really. It'd be nice to be friendlier. Alright, Jellamon. This madness must come to an end. Why do you persist in this folly? I will not grant you access to the stone vigil. Don't make me repeat myself. Well, you nearly did earlier. And listen, this guy is a prick, capital P. Capital P. Maybe even a capital R as well. There'd better be a very good explanation for why you were carrying these rosaries. And where did you find this pauper encyclical? Fury, take me, the Inquisitor's a heretic? Never before have I heard such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence and your testimony could have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friends, Tremor. For that, I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first, I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal imposter to justice. Sure. Do you have any warmer clothes for me? That are actually a gear upgrade. Lord Gillamont requires your assistance in bringing the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Guillaume to justice. This is the last quest before the dungeon here. That thrice damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hells take him and his Dravanian allies. I am told he makes for Snowcloak even now, intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul whom he has branded a heretic. If we hurry, then we may be there in time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength, Shema. Together we will put an end to his heresy once and for all. Or is there going to be a whole duty in there as well, I wonder? Could be. Let's go downstairs. So Snowcloak is another dungeon. Snowcloak is my favourite dungeon in this area of the world. Snowcloak has the most gorgeous music you will hear. It's probably in my top 10 of the entire soundtrack. And I know that might not sound like much, but it's got a hell of a soundtrack. Let's not go this way. Let's go this way, I guess. Out this door. It's gorgeous. I think it's not a dungeon yet, though. I think it's... Wait, is this Snowcloak we're doing now? That might be a dungeon later. I think it's a post-patch dungeon. I don't think it's an optional dungeon. I don't think it's in the main story. But weirdly enough, we get taken right to the front door of it. Have you ever held the door for someone, and if they don't say thank you, you say you're welcome? No. I'm not generally snarky or looking for fights in real life. Only on the internet. Yeah. No, I would just sort of... I'd probably think, oh, that's a bit rude. But, you know, sometimes it is a cultural thing. I think there are a lot of places in mainland Europe where the holding the door thing is... it's very different. Like, there's not a culture for it in France, is there, at all? Pretty sure I've heard that. That they just won't even think to say thanks. It's like that level of social grace is just not a thing that anyone would consider. So you wouldn't consider you're being rude either by not saying it. You just wouldn't do it. Alright. Oh, it looks like it's not a duty. We're just going to go step in the ring, I guess. Good to have you with us, sir. When Lord Drillamont arrives, we are to confront the Inquisitor. If he refuses to go quietly, we will need to use force. Are you prepared for that eventuality? Oh, it is a duty. Yes, I'm prepared. The thing is, if he's a heretic that can turn into a dragon, isn't he just going to fly away? Snowcloak is level 50 dungeon. Yeah, I think it's a post-patch dungeon. That's what I'm saying. You needn't tremble so, my child. The righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace in Halone's halls. Only the wicked. But why? Why must I die? By all that is holy, I swear to you, I have never questioned the teachings of Halone. Inquisitor, release the maid and come with us. My Lord Drillamont, what is the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I am at present conducting an interrogation, are you not? Silence, villain! I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Guillaume and countless innocents. Oh, he's badass. I like Drillamont. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kith and kin. Your sins and beyond are beyond measure, beyond redemption. He just shrugs and laughs. Ah, grave allegations indeed. But you will find your logic is flawed. How can I betray that to which I owe no allegiance? No, Lord Drillamont, my conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade against the dragons. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence? Ha! All are complicit in these crimes, for all live their lives by the Archbishop's lies. So what do the heretics want and think? But I know you will not hear me, deafened by dogma as you are. If you desire retribution, Lord Drillamont, then come. Let us see how Ishgardian still fares against Dravanian fang and claw. So, if you're curious about who's right and who's wrong in this conflict, then good, you'll enjoy the first expansion. Show the heretic no mercy, he must pay for the innocent blood he has spilled. Ignorant swine, soon you will know the futility of your faith. Rotten meat he's using, the ability rotten meat. Someone's blinded him as well, that's cool. Damn, the Rage of Halone is a cool button to be using in this fight. Look at this animation, ready? Boom, nice. Sorry, I'm aware that they have their own sound effects already. Okay, we got some ads here, Wormhounds. And I still do not have my ability to throw my shield. I'm going to aim for the others, because these solo duties can sometimes be quite challenging, actually. Believe it or not. I'm going to stun that with low blow. Oh, no. He can't be stunned, apparently. Eye for an eye. Miasma. Put Rampart up. Like, I was doing the Black Mage quests. I still haven't actually finished Black Mage on my main, to be honest. But I was doing some Black Mage quests quite recently, and I was failing at some of them. Because I was, like, still just getting used to how to play the rotation. But if you don't retarget to the right target at the right time, then you could get overwhelmed in a couple of those. He has a red health bar, so he's clearly in the wrong, yeah. Do you see, heretic? How wrong you are, Ishgardian. I've been blessed with a power far beyond your ken. So is he doing this for the power of the dragons? Here, look, he's using dragon's blood. And I tried to stun it, but I couldn't. Whoa! Who would have thunk it? I am reborn. Why on earth, guys, can Ishgardians become dragons? Drillamon the Honest. I'll protect you, Drillamon. I kind of like that we're not in our Gridanian clothes right now. It feels like we've sort of taken some of Ishgard with us. Oh no, he's a scaly. A dragon stands before you, yet you still do not flee. Your magics have no power over me, heretic. Okay, by the way, this is just like a lesser dragon. This is like a little dragon. This isn't one of the cool dragons. Well, plenty of time for the cool dragons. Dragons like Bahamut. Holy shit, see, like here, for example, I'm dying. So I'm going to potion. We have 18 of them. There you go. So I had someone who pointed out that when I open my pouch, the HP bar goes away because my extra skill bar goes there. So when I potion, you can't see me healing. You can, though. Look above my head. My health bar is above my head. I never use this UI here, to be honest. The HP MP UI, I only have on screen for your benefit, for people that might want to look at it while watching the footage. I literally never look at that, ever. And in fact, last time I was streaming this, I didn't have it on screen back then either. He says, no, it cannot be. But I used to get a lot of comments and a lot of messages from people saying, you have no health bar. People who just, they're used to using this and they would never think to look above my head. But yeah, I use this. It's much better to look above your actual head because it's like in the action and you see dodgeable telegraphs and shit like that a bit easier, I think. So anyway, but yeah, so when it goes away, when I open my pouch for a second, you can just look at my HP. Here's another eyeball mechanic attached to a cone, which I don't like. So there you go. Alright, down he goes. We best be getting paid here. Whatever money you can spare that's not going to the war effort. My glamour's dispelled. Oh, was it just a glamour? You weren't actually a dragon? Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. Is that a little retcon there that they suggest is a glamour here when later it's definitely not? You may not recall the many Ishgardians I have sentenced, but the families of the dead will never forget. Blood has been repaid with blood, and for that, I am content. My only regret is that you yet live. Me? Moi? But your end is nigh, foreigner. The dragons within the stone vigil will rend you asunder, and when you are dead, Whiteburn front shall fall. Ha 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 ha. And down he goes. So if you're doing wall to walls, this upcoming dungeon is hard. Defiant to the last, leave him for the bloody crow. Sorry, leave the body for the crows. His ilk deserves naught better. Damn. Well, I would rather, I don't know, dispose of the body in case the heretics get it or something, I don't know. Tremor, I must apologize for involving you in this sordid business. You should never have been asked to intervene in Ishgardian affairs of state. Yeah, but we were. We just were. For about 3 hours, we were. Rest assured, I have not forgotten the matter which first brought you into our midst. It's time past that you were reunited with your airship. But this is not the place to discuss such matters. Pay me a visit at Whitebrim and bring your associates. So, yeah, this dungeon is tough. I would actually say it is one of the hardest dungeons in the game. Like, I'm not joking. Okay, so, like, obviously the later dungeons have way more elaborate mechanics and a lot more going on, obviously. But also, by the time you get to them, you're a lot stronger. You have a lot more buttons, or a lot more ways of dealing with things, and everyone in the party is you understand the game by that point. So I'm in combat, so I can't mount because that crocodile was trying to attack me. Here, though, this dungeon, people tend to get to it with weak gear, which is what I'm going to be going into it with. And there's just kind of that early game feel. You don't really have that many buttons. And, yeah, you've got to be kind of careful. As a tank in this dungeon, you do have to be a bit more... And as a healer, you have to be a bit more careful in this, I think, than most dungeons. Would you guys not agree with that? I really do think that this one takes just that little bit more focus. A lot of the early game dungeons kind of have that in this game. They're very simplistic, but the tuning of them is much tighter than what you'll experience later. What happens later with this game is once you hit level 50, you can very quickly do a few of the daily roulettes and like get max level gear for that band. Like really, really high level gear. Max eye level gear that you can imagine. And you'll be eye level capped easily, and it's very smooth. And it will stagger. You do it again at 60, 70, 80, so on. But here in this early stuff, you're not quite at that point yet. So we're sort of near level 50, but not quite there. We don't have too many tools. The capacity to have weak gear is quite high. And yeah, if you do the big walls to walls on this one, there is some risk. Also, I'm saying this is a Dark Knight main, and Dark Knight is easily one of the weakest of the tanks defensively. Where have you been, Tremor? Oh, you want to join someone's party? Yeah, sure. The False Inquisitor has been slain. Has he? Sorry, we're reading him all wrong. Sorry, Alfie Nod.
Where have you been, Tremor?
Where have you been, Tremor? Let's read him really nasty. Huh? The False Inquisitor has been slain, has he? Yeah, well. His was always a tale like to end in bloodshed. Well, you're not going to compliment me for that? Though you have overcome the latest in a long line of unfortunate impediments, I would ask you not to revel in your victory just yet. We can celebrate once we have secured the Enterprise. Great. In pursuit of the past. We're eager to enter the Stone Vigil. As I am sure you will agree, it is past time we entered the Stone Vigil, pay Lord Drillamont a visit, and remind him of his obligation to us. Sid and I will follow anon. Okay. So I have to say, of all the mini arcs we've done so far, this is probably, not that it's been terrible, but this is probably my least favourite so far. This was, at least the run around we were getting with the banquet stuff in the last episode was kind of tongue-in-cheek and funny. This was in a fairly miserable place with a lot of miserable people. Intriguing people, and it's a great area. We owe you all a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Guillaume would still be among us, free to prey upon the innocent. I see now that I was a fool to dismiss your claims out of hand, but you must understand, it seemed too much to hope that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn still lived, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. Well, it is gratifying to know that someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Yeah, get in there, Alpha Nod, you're right. Now, if you have no further objections, we would appreciate it if you would permit us to enter the Stone Vigil and retrieve our airship. Though we're not even 100% sure it's there, but hey. Yes, of course, it's the very least I can do, given all that you've done for us. But entering the outpost is the least of your concerns, I fear. You speak of the Dravanians that now hold the ruin. In part, yes, I should explain. Shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour the old records. They confirmed that an abandoned airship had been seized by the soldiers garrisoned at the Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we've been able to ascertain, it was still in their custody when the outpost was overrun by the dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle, I cannot say, nor can I give you any assurances that it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long, the ruin has served as a Dravanian foothold in Kurthus, from which they have struck out us with depressing regularity. Though we have pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been unable to drive them out, and I cannot say when the situation will change. This is very medieval warfare, isn't it? You know, you lose a castle and your enemies will immediately use it. Or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Drillamont, but there is no guarantee that you will prevail. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure the property without Ishgardian aid. Really, Alpha Nod? I'm like double his height. I see. Well, that may be for the best. I will inform Sir Nathalane of your impending visit. May Helene guide you, Scions. Alright. So, the dungeon is not too far away. Up here. So wait, if that's the stone vigil, what was this thing over here? The steel vigil. Oh, they're different. I was looking at that earlier thinking, why can't I see a quest marker? But that makes sense. Okay. Downstairs we go. Farewell, Ishgardians, and your cold stone keeps. And your miserable... Oh, here we go. Party invite. I'll accept that now. I couldn't before because I was in dialogue, I think. Yeah, once again, guys, just like at the Sunken Temple of Khan, if you guys want to play in the dungeon with me, we can meet out the entrance. First come, first serve. As long as nobody's upset with how that's been going. Tanking this one was sketch. My armor felt like paper. Yeah, like this is the one dungeon I'm... Because I'll be tanking here, I guess. I'm very happy to do one pack purple. How many people are waiting outside the dungeon? What is my guess? Oh god, I have no idea. No way. That whole crowd? Holy shit, guys. It's only a 4-man party. Oh, we've aggroed a dragonfly. Wow. When you said that there, I was like, what? Oh my god, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. If there was an 8-man we could proc, I would. There's actually an explorable mode of these that you can do, I think. All right, I'm going to come over by this tree. First one to the tree wins. We need 2 people. Oh, look, Tom Berry is sprinting. I have to give it to Tom Berry there. Oh, wait, no, I can't invite him. He's already in a party, I think. Picto Perfect, I don't think we put... Oh, it's because I'm not the party leader. I need to be given party leader by this guy. And I don't even know if he's still there. So I'm going to leave the party. And let's do it again. Okay, so Tom Berry. And then Picto Perfect, I think, wanted in. And is that Raj guy here? Those guys standing over there, I think we're in the other one. Oh my gosh. We need one more. We need a healer. So if anybody... Yeah, this guy on the Porksy. Yeah, that floating pig. There is a cool story with that later. Oh, there you go, Raji. Raji, there you go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Hello, Nathaline. I feel like I recognise this name. Hey, old Tremor. Lord Drillamont has apprised me of the situation. You may enter the Stone Vigil whensoever you wish. Right, here we go. So we'll just take it slow and easy on this, and we should be fine. Just don't do too many. Here, look, the Dismail Darkhold that we unlocked. That's the other dungeon here, the optional dungeon here. I'm not even high enough level to enter right now. So the Stone Vigil, level 41, and that is the level we are. One of 4 watchtowers built along the Sea of Clouds by the city-state of Ishgard. The Stone Vigil was overrun and occupied by the Dravanian horde not long after the calamity. The following years have seen the Knights of House Durandare make several attempts at reclaiming the fortress, but to no avail. What could it be that thwarts their every effort? By the way, the Sea of Clouds they just mentioned, check this out. This is another place you can fish. You can go cloud fishing over there. And the first expansion has a bunch of shit like out in the clouds like that, but like way up in the sky. It's cool stuff. All right, here we go. So the Stone Vigil. In we go. And hopefully my little old gladiator can do... Oh my god, someone was dressed as Yuna there. I didn't even see. I should have stopped and browsed the crowd there. I'm sorry, everyone. I really should have done that. Ooh, hoo, hoo. I'll tell you what, the reshade ambient occlusion, this looks so good in here. Okay, so we want to put our stance on. It's already on. Why is my stance already on? Alright, let's see what we got here. So again, what you want to look at here is above the minimap, you'll see... Really, you want to see all red icons, basically. That means that I have aggro of the various targets. Or you can just look, obviously. So we can come through here. Why can't I hear any music in here? Was it because we were still in combat, maybe? I'm going to try to aggro a couple more here. Let's go into this room. I'm going to arm's length, but slow on them. And let's just try and do just this group. Yeah, see, my gear is bad. I'm dead. There you go, I died. Jesus. Alright. He might try to res me. He did. Alright, no, we can't even do 2 packs. We're going to have to go 1 pack at a time here. Okay, now it's my job to get aggro really quick. Arm's length was not enough. I was trying to heal a little bit with just arm's length, and then I would have sentineled or something afterwards. But yeah. Oh, also, I can stun them more as well. I need to remember that. Big difference on a gladiator. Go through this hall. Like, really? What's going on with the music? Cold Salvation? I can't hear the song. It's basically not playing. Is Cold Salvation the song just ambience in this dungeon, is it? So I'll Sentinel this time. Put my damage buff up. I'm not going to stun because it's like less damage, obviously. Once there's only 2 targets, I think I'm fine with it though. Oh, you don't think it's just gear? There are some utility skills and stat boosts that when you upgrade your class would make the pulls more doable. That's a good point as well, yeah, like I might be missing traits. Yeah, so throughout this dungeon, that Wyvern will keep jumping down at you and lighting the whole hallway on fire. So you want to dodge him. And actually, this is quite a fun one to tank, because you're sort of running through trying to avoid him while grabbing all the mobs. Really, I need to finish Gladiator, because I'd like to show you guys normal dungeon gameplay. Where it's a bit more engaging. You're running through, spamming every GCD you can to grab aggro, grab aggro, grab aggro, put them all together, dodging hazards as you go, dodge it, put them all together, and then boom. All right, here we go. So, boss 1, Judio Udo. He's using the Lion's Breath. That reminds me, there's another desert boss fight that dungeon that we haven't done yet. That ends with a griffin. Holy fuck, he's roasting me. He is super roasting me. Sorry. Oh my god, my keybinds. I pressed the button for Sentinel and I thought it went, but it didn't because it's the wrong button. That's Q. Oh my god. All right, there we go. Yeah, 2 of those flamethrowers, I thought I had my 30% bit on. So yeah, every now and then he stops focusing on me and he's just attacking generically in front, so that's why we're sidestepping. He's doing it again, so you want to look at the direction he's focusing. In fact, maybe I can sidestep all the fire breaths. Probably not. Like, I don't want to wiggle around because that Dragoon wants to be nicely cleanly behind the target. Alright, I would have ramparted there, but the fight's over. Nice. We get a Dryad Cane. Why is a dragon using Lion's Breath? I don't know. That's just the name of the skill. It was clearly breathing fire draconically. Down here is... Wait, so what's up here? What's the point of this place? I mean, it looks cool, doesn't it? I like the look of it. Look at this place. I don't have a gap closer yet either. My instinct is to use a ranged ability, which I don't have, or gap close, which I don't have. So I'm just sort of walking in there. Will you hit me, please? Carry a Ziz. This is just a side room, I guess, for an extra treasure coffer. Are they thinking of removing all these as well? Like, I don't mind a little bit of non-linearity. Plus, besides, look at the view. Look at the cool areas. It's weird to think that's so many hours away getting in there. What I'm missing is Sheltron as a defensive, Prominence, an AoE combo, Spirits Within, and OGCD. Yeah, quite a lot. Again, I kind of spaced. To be honest, guys, I've just been doing so much with Discord and Patreon and this other project and just trying to get shit sorted, trying to sort of turn things around, that I just did not play Final Fantasy 14 between the last 2 episodes. I didn't do any mining, I didn't do any roulettes, I didn't do my gold saucer tickets, I didn't do anything. None of the normal things that I do. Right, I'm very glad we're doing 1 per, because Jesus Christ. Also, it's quite nice to have a Pictomancer with us. That's one of the newest classes. See, Picto just used Smudge, which is like a movement ability. And Picto does a lot of damage. Picto is very, very strong. Right, there's Sentinel. I'll arm's length as well. And stun one of them. And then stun another one of them. Oh god. Keep them all stunned. Alright. Okay, we've recovered. They have slow and stun. And again, when I don't have the big health bar on, you can see their status effects on the enemy list. So if I stun this guy, you'll see the knockover icon under my cursor there on the right. I usually only pop the big health bar for big bosses. This area is really hard. If you're doing a wall-to-wall, these all spawn here, and then in that side, you can put them all, because these are ranged, right? So what you usually do is you put them into here, so that they LOS in with all the dragons and everything. Oh god, I didn't even aggro them all. Sorry, guys. The thing is, when you do that, when you turn this corner, you're also LOSing your healer. So the healer can't heal you. And if you're going to die, this is one of the rough bits of the dungeon if you're doing a wall-to-wall. Because you'll have all the mobs we fought so far at once. I also feel like more stuff spawns when these dies, maybe? Could be wrong about that. Viper and Picto are massively overtuned. They're like an order of magnitude stronger than all other classes right now. Yeah, it changes at different level scales though as well. Like some classes are more OP. Like currently what's going on with tanks is Warrior is OP at every single level scale until 100, in which they balance out slightly. But it's just like leagues ahead for most of the game. I don't know how Picto stands up to Dancer. Dancer's pretty mad in the early game content. Okay, 3 stuns is a nice way to start it, I think. We can reprisal as well, obviously, to lower their damage. I always like the combo of reprisal and... No, I don't like the combo of reprisal and slow. I don't like debuffing their damage and putting slow on them. It feels like you're losing value, like there's an anti-synergy there. You know, wait for the slow to run out, then reprisal. Okay, so that's the end of the dungeon past that. But first, we come over here for a boss fight. Kossiche. I'm confused as well because I feel like there's a griffin here. Alright, here's a tank buster, so we definitely want a big mitigation on for that. I'm going to use Sentinel, my biggest one. And there, see, I didn't even really take that much damage. Like, it's the pulls that are harder a lot of the time. Well, we can limit break if somebody wants to, by the way. Might be nice to see the mage do it. I don't think we've seen that much. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go. So, look, actual mechanics happening. I'm a bit late here. I was staring at the mage, waiting to see if the limit break would happen. Yeah, so here, look. You don't just stare at your skill bars and health. You got to watch the environment. He's going to summon these little cyclones. And the cyclones will march across the room, and we got to sidestep and get around them. There's a lot of that in ARR. Here you go. That giant blue circle. That's the mage LB. It's an AoE one again, but instead of a line, it's a bigger circle. I think maybe slightly less damage. Yeah, so here, look, they're coming again, and we have to like watch the speed that they move. So it's those two, so we can step around. And now we're safe from these two. And if I'm a good tank, I can create more space for them. But yeah, but you know, here it's tornadoes. Later, it might be mummies marching along, or it might be boulders, or you know, whatever. It's the same mechanic. Okay, I don't actually have an OGCD for this one, So yeah, I just took a chunk of damage. Yeah, and you got to remember, we're at a level 40 dungeon now. You're expected to upgrade your class at level 30. So where this episode started, really. So yeah, you don't want to see a gladiator at this point. You want to see a paladin. You don't want to see a pugilist. You want to see a monk. You don't want to see a Thorman Hurge. You want to see a black mage. Et al. Now, for the expansions, they don't add classes to expansions. They only add jobs. So there is. So when it comes to a job, it comes in at a high level and it's already upgraded. Hey, we get a level. That's good. We can put that helmet on if we get it. There is also, by the way, one other class that they're going to add. During the post-patches, there'll be Rogue. Rogue technically was not in the game at this point when it first came out. God, I love the way these things look, by the way. Look at their carapaces. Well, you can't really with all the visual effects. I can cull the visual effects away, though. Here, look. So now you'll only see my spells in general. It means we miss out on the cool Picto animations, though, so I'll turn them back on. All right, 3 more sprites. And the elementals, I find, always hit just that bit harder, you know. I do a lot of roulettes, and I do a lot of these low-level dungeons, because, for me, guys, because I haven't beaten all the expansions, I don't have the full game unlocked. I have a more limited pool of things that will roll in my roulettes, and I've been playing the game a lot. So I see these early dungeons a lot. And, you know, it's funny, there's a weird thing with the FF14 community, where it feels like online, all anyone really has any time for with regard to balance discussions or gameplay tips or anything is the max level stuff. But for me, I spend like no time in the max level stuff. I play this game so much time, like it's very common to get a dungeon like this. So like, you know, it's a really, there are potions out there like max potions that will give you 30% of your health. They're really good in dungeons like this. But if you ever talk about it online, people are, no, it's useless, it's bad. It's because all they ever really want to talk about is the newest content. And it's weird to me because this is a game where so much content is evergreen that you'd think people would pay more attention. Like, it's surprising the amount of conversation that goes into, like, DPS in this. And, like, this community that is so tightly tuned and so well-balanced, they'll, like, explode in anger over, like, a 2% difference in DPS. Like, they argue over fractions of percents of difference. And they'll say, oh, my class is dead. It's 2% below another class. Like, they're that fanatical about it. They have no idea how green the grass is where they are in terms of balance. Like, eternally unsatisfied by the balance. The balance is incredibly well done, right? But, as much as people obsess over that, over, like, a fraction of a percent, it's very difficult to even find graphs and things of people talking about, like, how much damage classes do at level 50 or level 60 or 70, you know, the earlier thresholds, which is just so weird to me. I mean, you can find it, and I've looked it up online, but it seems to always have so little interest to people. Anyway, look! It's the Enterprise! And it looks actually okay. Yes, just before, but beyond that enormous sleeping dragon. Oh god. So, I don't know if this was the dragon that was popping down and breathing fire or whatever. The dragon is not a concern. We have come for the airship and only the airship. Sid, you and I will need to sneak aboard the Enterprise and prepare it for launch. Tremor, you stay here and keep an eye on the beast. If it wakes, you may need to provide a distraction until we're ready to depart. You can manage that, can't you? That settles it then, shall we, Sid? Great, so they're not going to fight, as you command. Oh, I didn't voice him well, sorry. I like how he kind of gives it the ... Oh, this is good. There's a mechanic later where you're low level and you have to sneak past dragons by walking. And I think that was an FF11 mechanic as well, by the way. Oh, look, we're being watched. La Habrea. So, you mean to slay Garuda next. Interesting, most interesting. Does he care that we're killing them? And you are aware that her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous primal conquests. A testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers, the Exile are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I labour to believe that you will best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the great bringer of light, the slayer of Ifrit, bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it is you. It's like he's toying with us. Win or lose, the battle should at least make for an entertaining spectacle. Assuming, of course, you live that long. Oh, and he's going to wake the dragon up. We were only going to distract it. The fire-breathing dragon was boss 2. Ah, that makes sense. Alphanod, the dragon! Confound it all! Rage, nothing beats rage clicks. Yeah, you could get some rage clicks. Play really terribly. Yeah, don't upgrade to a job. Talk about how much you hate Alphano while calling him Alphanod. Let us see how well your blasphemous gifts serve you this time, Crystal Bearer. And mix in a little bit of, oh, World of Warcraft is so much better as well. That would probably tilt him as well. Geruda. Yeah, that's a way of saying it wrong. All right. The weather here is darkness again. Tremor doesn't care. All right. All right, I'll do it. Okay, ready, team? That's quite a long cutscene, that one. Ice Bind. This still is not one of the major dragons when I think about the major dragons in this game's lore. Right. So here we go. He's using Rhyme Wreath. Don't know what that does. That was an AoE. I could have reprisalled that. That would have been best. Alright. So here, a lot of bosses do this. This is very slow and easy, but this is a good representation of the game as well. You've got to look at the edge. You'll see the boss, like, lingering on a corner or something, and that gives you a tip-off as to where they're about to attack. In this dungeon, it also paints the floor as well, so there's Rhyme Wreath. I'll reprisal it this time. I fucked up my Riot Blade there. My Fast Blade, I should say. Like, there's a really powerful poison that you can buy that does, like, massive dot damage. People used to use it when they would raid in the very first raid. It's a story I'll just call Coils for now. And it's still really good in the game, but no one recommends it. I was talking to the Novice Network about it on Cactar about a month ago, and people were furious at the idea of even suggesting to use it because it's not good at high level. You can't even click it at high level, though, so... It's weird, you know. There's this very strange, like, willful ignorance of discussing anything that's going on. So here, this major, the Picto cast Addle, which reduced its damage on that one. So I reprisalled one, then they addled it. Then, in theory, our Dragoon could feint the next one. This one here. And we could daisy chain, right? And then my reprisals back. My reprisal might have been back there as well, actually. I like that in this game, like the way that people juggle buffs and debuffs because not everything's available all the time is awesome. And I believe when you play in the really hard content, it's like, okay, the plan is for you to feint this mechanic. Okay, and then you're gonna addle this mechanic, and then you're gonna... I think that's how they do it. So anyway, he flies off, AoEs. So these are attached to us. There again, like, just don't stand in that tel. Like I said, they changed the colors of the telegraphs a lot. We've seen blue, we've seen orange. This one's like icy white. Oh, the Picto there tried to dash out at the last second, but got clipped. The rampart up. I think I wasted my reprisal a second ago. The hard mode version of this dungeon is awful, if I remember rightly. You have to just sit on these cannons, spamming 2. It's like fighting Zaitan. Not very engaging. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, endgame is all about using specific mitigations for certain tanks and raid busters. Exactly, yeah. I've seen some footage of one of the newest fights where the 2 tanks are constantly eating tank busters and swapping directions, and the whole team has to hide behind them in a giant cone of fire. It looks amazing. Really cool. It's not really what you just mentioned in the chat there, but Holy shit, it gets good. So yeah, ARR, as you can see, it's still just very slowly teaching you fundamental stuff, really. And that's the Stone Vigil, guys. Another visit with La Habrea, and we have an airship. Aha! Except don't get too excited. As I said at the start of this arc, it's not like in the other FFs. Oh, of course, we get a crystal. Each major foe we defeat. The crystal is growing, our strength is growing. With this, will we have the might to defeat Garuda? This hard mode version of this dungeon is one of the worst in the game by a mile because of that cannon boss. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one that... I mean, I like a novelty. I like them to change it up. I don't mind getting on a cannon and shooting it. I think that's cool. But when you've done the dungeon a few times, like by the third time through the dungeon, you're like, oh my god. Tremor! Tremor? Tremor, are you alright? Speak to me! See, look, he's nice. He's worried about us. "12 be praised. I feared the beast had injured you. I see now why the others rated you so highly. When you were caught in the midst of that etheric bubble with the dragon, I was all but certain my next mission would be to find a new champion." See, even then, though, he's... Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. I have quite enough to do already. Which reminds me, Cid is working on the Enterprise as we speak. Let's go see what he has to say. "I'll be your champion, Alphanod." "What's that you say, Cid? Will she fly?" "Yes, though it will not be a pleasant ride." "Well, I dare say it will be no more unpleasant than staying here. 'Tis a pity the Enterprise is not in a better state. But if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If we're all in agreement, let us return to Gridania. Though I would like nothing more than to set course for the Howling Eye. It is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission." Oh, it's roaring into life. The cannon boss gives her an OP Blue Mage skill called Diamondback. Really? Oh, I want to do Blue Mage so badly. How do you guys think this Let's Play would be going if we were Blue Mage the whole time? There would have been more diversions if we go to collect skills. And I would not have been able to have demonstrated in any way how this game's combat actually works. But it would have been interesting, right? This is all so familiar. I know this airship. If I could just... Bah, it's no use. Jeez, I do not look comfortable in that helmet. Let's go. God, my clothes are actually awful. Can you even do the MSQ on Blue Mage? That's a good question. I would assume so. Like, why not? Oh, because it's a limited class? Maybe they don't let you? That would suck if you can't. I like the idea of beating the story and then playing Blue Mage on New Game Plus. It would be crazy because there's so much content with the Blue Mage. Yeah, there's all puzzles and the carnival and stuff. Here we are. Look, guys. Oh, my God. We're back at Gridania. It's miserable here, as always. Jesus. Oh, wow. We're under a giant awning. Aha! It's the Wood Whalers. When I look at her, I feel as though I've come home. I can think of no other way to express it. Ah, how I have longed for the more agreeable climate of the Twelveswood. Yet I would not deny the Holy See had its charms. Endless detours aside, our Ishgardian jaunt proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. We still have an airship to repair and a primal to slay. No rest for the heroic, eh? Oh, beautiful. So yeah, that's basically the base game Ishgard portion done. Big teases about what's going on there. No resolutions, really. Into the eye of the storm. Cid appears to be in deep thought. Oh, wow, this is very ambient, isn't it? Oh god, why didn't I change my clothes? It calms me to look at her. It's as though I've been reunited with a part of me I never knew I was missing. We should take him to Biggs and Wedge. Hardly surprising. You did design and build her. Dude, Alphino really does suck in this story. He really is a bit... He's very self-assured, right? He's got that young, youthful foolishness about him. I bear good news. The Seedseers have granted our request to house the Enterprise. We may take as long as we require to repair. Hold on, is this because I started in Gridania? Does the game remember that? So, like, if I started in Uldar, would I be there right now? Of course, it would be rank folly to take one... The thing is, Gridania is close to Kurthus, so I feel like this is just where they set this bit of the story. It would be rank folly to take one moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have any hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. It's weird that everyone's dead and we've barely even talked about it. It's just, what, business as usual? Although I'm no expert on the workings of airships, it seems plain to me that the Enterprise suffered much from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct, Sid? You are. Frankly, it's a miracle she carried us this far. As you know, the Howling Eye is encircled by a raging tempest. Yeah, this boss is in the middle of a whirlwind, guys. Apt to turn proud trees to matchwood. Our battle will end before it begins if the Enterprise cannot weather the storm. Given time, I believe I can fully repair her. But if this tempest is as fearsome as you say... Oh, wait, sorry, this is Sid. Oh, it was Sid both times. Look, given time I can repair her, but if this tempest is as fearsome as you say, even that may not be enough. Confound it, there must be a way to brave the fury of the elements. The elements! But of course, that's it! We work upon the element itself. Using the power of a corrupted crystal, we could clear a path through the storm and spare the Enterprise a battering. They used this method a couple of times. I see! You propose to utilize the properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the barrier. It seems so childishly simple in retrospect. Though mayhap not to you, Tremor. We speak of the manifestations of over-aspected aether that can be found throughout Eorzea. Since the calamity disrupted the land's etheric currents, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace, which has been a cause of great woe, as they are known to warp etheric energies, including those of living organisms. The point is, we could theoretically use a corrupted crystal to convert the wind-aspected aether, comprising Garuda's barrier, into aether of another aspect, one she can't control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye in comfort, however hard Garuda blows. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. All this rests on our ability to procure a crystal with the necessary properties. Have you any idea where we might acquire one? No, but I know a man who might. A scholar by the name of Lambertinet, who resides in Camp Drybone. Every time a new character is introduced, it's like, pray it's not an Ellison, because the name will be brutal. Strange as it may sound, I met him during my time at the church. Well, Marx met him, I suppose. Whether out of pity or for want of a more willing listener, he would talk to me for hours at a time about his etheric studies, corrupted crystals being his pet subject. It was as a result of these conversations that poor Marx was observed to possess an uncommon knack for theoretical science. Tremor, I need you to return to Thanalan and seek out this scholar. Sid and I will set about repairing the Enterprise in your absence. Great, and we'll just listen to the kid, will we? You ain't no Minfilia. Well, there you go. So, that's the next arc. I like this. Basically, everyone gets killed and swept off screen. And now we spend time with Sid and Alphino. When I look at her, I feel as though I've come home. I can think of no other way to express it. He said that already. Why do you tarry, Tremor? Our work is not yet finished. We must press onward until the Harpy Queen lies broken at our feet. And that is the final primal of the base story, guys. So, that will be the arc for the next episode. Join me for the fate of Garuda. and revelations about what's happened to the rest of the Scions. Do we need to speak to someone to get through the barrier? You, maybe? Your arrival's attendant? Yes, I'd like to leave the landing area, please. So I'll see you guys. We'll be at Gridania, and we're going to pick up a new class. We will deal with the most recent era before the 7th. And I've got a few other things planned in as well. We didn't actually guild test today. So, you know, we'll do a couple of those as well. So thank you all. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Thanks for my ramblings. Again, if you are enjoying the project, I've had a bit of a shock with cash, and I've got to move on, and everything's a bit scary and crazy at the moment. So if you enjoy these videos and you want to continue funding this, please feel free to check the link in the description for Patreon and consider joining my campaign. That would mean the world to me. A couple of people did last time, and I will see what else I can do for better incentives for that, like with this YouTube members thing and all that. So thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoy. It's been lovely to have the crowd in game and everything. Lots of fun. And I'll see you on the next part very, very soon. Zeus tomorrow? Yeah, let's get out of these horrible clothes here. Yeah, and we'll be a paladin next time as well. Farewell. Do you know what? We could go. We could sleep in the inn again for the end of this episode. Look at this. Oh, it's come right back to the Carline canopy. Yes, I'd like to rent a room, please. Still got to show you guys some of the housing stuff as well, you know. Aha. Sleepy time. Comfy bed. We can log out. Thank you, guys. I'll see you in the next one next time. Take care.